Good morning and welcome back to TopstepTV. Happy Monday. Today is September 8th, 2025, and it's great to be back with you all. You guys know me. I'm Coach Jay. We got John the Goat Hoagland in the middle there, and he's back in his rightful seat. JD, off of a week of vacation, back with us on Topstep TV. How you feeling this morning, guys?
Feeling good, man. Welcome back, JD. Great to see you. Hope you had a nice, restful vacation.
Oh, for sure, for sure. We could talk about that later. But good morning, Jay. Good morning, Hoag. Good morning, friends and traders in the chat. Great to be back here. Topstep TV for the opening call. Gold just opened. Got a little spike there. We're going to be taking this opening range trade as we normally do. The poll is up in the chat. Tell us what you think. But yeah, nice restful vacation. A little bit of stress, but got some rest also. Happy to be back. And yeah, thanks for saving my seat for me, guys. Appreciate it.
Seat is warm for you, JD. We have the poll up in the chat. Are we taking a 1 minute, 3 minute, or 5 minute opening range trade in gold? Gold is already open, and right now 5 minute has 44% of the vote. JD, you've been gone for a week and nothing has changed. The 5 minute is still winning this vote. We also have, I think Coach Hoop is putting these polls together. 10% of the vote went to Chicago Bears and the points. Shout out to the NFL season starting and the Bears somehow getting the first Monday night game. Is this the year? Is this the year for the Bears?
Well,
obviously
have their
too
best
early
shot
to
right now.
If anybody says Super Bears Super Bowl after the Bears win tonight, then it's over. We get a little too overconfident, a little too soon, and it just turns into toast. So
Yeah.
let's take it one game at a time. It's okay to pat each other on the back every once in a while, but let's not blow it for the Bears. I'm a superstitious guy when it comes to football, especially with the Bears. If
Yeah.
they come out a little
I
too
went to
strong, what's up?
I went to school in Buffalo, so I know that. I went to school in Buffalo in the mid 2000s and to 2010, and every year it was the Bills' year. And I mean they had a great game last night, but it was yeah, a lot of hype in the beginning of the season, and then halfway through, a lot of tears. So, like you said, JD, take it one game at a time, like we take it one trade at a time here at Topstep TV. We have that 1 minute did trigger a short here, but we are waiting for a 5 minute opening range trade in gold. So far, 1 minute triggering a short back in the middle of the range. Had new all-time highs last night in gold. I know we'll talk about that in just a little bit, but 36.6250 new all-time high over there. Hoga, we looking for a place to get long?
In the longer time frame, of course we are. Of course
Yep.
we are. The auction is still performing very well to the upside. You just got to find the right pullback and buckle in. Closing opened right at the high from Friday. Just holding right above settlement, no gap. Let's see if we reject value from Friday, which value high 36.54 even happens to be the dead ass low of the opening range right now.
All right, I've got the micros up. I'm ready to pull the trigger. 36.54 low. We're on our I'm just gonna pull up the 5 minute chart. Looking at a 1 minute.
Mm. Ditka versus markets. Ditka. Peak to peak trader.
The name of my fantasy team just happens to be Hurricane Ditka. You guys remember that one from Saturday Night Live? Ditka versus a hurricane. But the hurricane's name is Hurricane Ditka. 1 more minute. We close this first 5 minute bar. 3 minute short.
3 minute getting ready to trigger a short here. Yeah, the 1 minute triggered a short. 3 minute looks like it wants to trigger a short. We have a 51% long tilt, so pretty much nothing to talk about there in gold as of yet. But 5 minute closing in about 30 seconds. And if this is your first time viewing, the trade we're looking at is an opening range trade. We take it every morning in gold and in crude oil. We poll the chat asking, are we taking a 1, 3, or 5 minute opening range? The 5 minute has been the crowd favorite. So if the range breaks to the downside, we're short. If the range breaks to the upside, we're long. looking to hold this trade for as long as the market presents an opportunity to hold it. Sometimes it is the extreme of the day. 3 minute just triggered a short. We're extending this 5 minute range here, JD. We got a low of 53.60.
53.60. All right. Just triggered a short. I didn't get in yet, though. I'm going to work the offer.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. We got filled better. 36.54.20. Those count as in short.
654.20. 5 micros, JD?
5 micros. That is correct. And I'm putting our stop up at 36.58.20. So we'll risk $200 on this trade. 5 micros.
Right.
Looked like a minor liquidity grab on the short side there.
Yep.
It's just rebounding
right to settlement.
right back. Yep. Taking just a little bit of heat on this to start. But all 3 time frames triggered a short.
I think all 3 time frames are wrong.
Yes.
I'm gonna agree with you on that one, Hoag. It's a mechanical trade, so we have to take it. But I'd agree. I would rather be long here, but sometimes the market surprises you.
Oh yeah, and one thing you can be sure of is when you say it, the market's always going to try and make a liar out of you.
It is the truth. What are you thinking, though, guys? Should we kill this trade?
I mean,
nobody seems to like it.
It's still valid. The mechanical trade is in, you know.
Yep.
Yeah. Give it the time to work. In the space, I was listening to I re-listened to Trading in the Zone this weekend, the audiobook, and you know, he talks about just completely accepting the risk on a trade before you even put it on. So accept the risk or don't take the trade, I think is the quote from the book, or I'm paraphrasing a little bit, but put it on, accept the risk, and it's not going to blow the account. We know that much.
Yeah. No. $200 here. Trade of micros.
We had a good little stretch
to start the week. Yep. And I understand it went pretty well last week. Is that right?
Yep.
On these opening range breakouts?
Yeah, we since the first Thursday when you were out, we opening range breakout trades made $1,549. Most of which were on Friday because we caught that pop in the non-farm payrolls, unemployment.
So when that happened, taking a position through NFP, did you get out immediately after the initial knee-jerk reaction, or did you continue to hold?
Nah, we got 2 good pushes to the upside, so I took 3 off. I heard you in the background saying, "Hey, when you get a windfall like that, you better take it."
It's true.
So we got out of
my belief.
We got out of 3, you know, about 2/3 of the way up, and then we got out of 1 right at the highs, and we let one fly, and it just kind of ranged for the rest of the day right up against the highs. Just moved the stop up kind of systematically, and we ended up getting that stop taken out, but still in really good trade location for an exit. But yeah, it was a good trade.
Excellent.
Plus account is short 5 micro gold, 36.54.20 on the opening range breakout to the downside. JD, anything we have to look forward to as far as the economic calendar for today? Don't see any 7:30 numbers, but anything else we should be looking out for?
Well, we've got inflation data. The theme for this week is inflation data. Nothing early out this morning. 10 o'clock, we have consumer inflation expectations coming out. 10 o'clock a.m. Central Time, so be prepared for that. Shouldn't be too heavy of a market mover, but it is a number coming out at 10 o'clock Central Time. And then consumer credit later, 2 o'clock this afternoon. Tomorrow, the NFP annual revision is scheduled to come out at 9 o'clock a.m. Central Time. Be prepared for that. Annual revision, so year over year, they're going to revise expected jobs versus actual job numbers. So that could be a market mover. We'll see, but be prepared for that one also. PPI and CPI. They did reverse it. Remember we were talking about this last month? PPI and CPI.
Yeah.
CPI was coming out first when we all thought PPI should be coming out first. Well, they changed it this month. Maybe somebody heard us.
Somebody
Is
was
the Fed
listening.
listening to Topstep? Is the Fed listening to Topstep TV and taking our advice? I don't know. It's quite possible. But we've got core PPI coming out Wednesday, core CPI coming out Thursday. And then we're closing out the week on Friday with the University of Michigan Consumer Sentiment Report. And don't forget about that Baker Hughes rig count also. We always know it's the end of the week when old Baker Hughes comes out with his count. That's about it though. Sprinkled in between, normal stuff. We got the EIA petroleum status report Wednesday, natural gas report Thursday, a couple other typical numbers, jobless claims on Thursday, and treasury statement coming out at 1 o'clock on Thursday also. We just got tagged out on that gold trade, by the way. Stop hit minus 215 to start the week. Just a little paper cut. We'll be looking at crude oil at the top of the hour also. So stay tuned for that.
All right.
Uh,
I like a quick decision.
Some other events that we have. Apple has an event next tomorrow, actually. Apple
Yes,
product
yes.
event where they should be releasing their new iPhone, the iPhone 17. So if you have anything lower than an iPhone 16, expect your phone to start moving a little bit slower tomorrow. It's how it usually happens for me. They want us to buy a new one. So we'll see what Apple has for us tomorrow. And then today, 9:10 Central Time. It says it on the economic calendar. Trump speaks. What he is speaking about, not sure, but we do have the president with a microphone, so that could always cause some volatility. We know the potential for
Is that
that.
new?
But
I didn't notice that one earlier. Did
yeah,
it just pop up?
I'm just seeing. Yeah, I think
Just
it just
popped
popped up.
All right. We'll be
Just popped
prepared
up.
for that. We'll try and pipe that in if we can.
All right, but any news we want to get to before we get to these gold charts, JD?
Yes, let's talk about the US dollar for just a minute. Let's run that money clip. Oh, we've got the dollar. Broadly weakened on Friday amid signs of a slowing economy. A drop of 0.7% in the dollar index represents its lowest level in over a month. The index measures the US dollar strength against 6 major foreign currencies. Weakening comes after new government data showed job growth has slowed to a crawl last month. The unemployment rate also rose to its highest level in nearly 4 years. The softer job data reinforced expectations that the Federal Reserve will cut interest rates later this month. Fed meeting next week, folks. We will be fully prepared to share everything around, let's call it wall-to-wall coverage of the Fed meeting next week. But as a result, that could lead to less demand for dollars. So dollar index is down almost 10% so far this year. We'll give you another update on the dollar in just a little bit. Back to you guys.
Thank you for that, JD. Seeing that dollar down, gold is up, Bitcoin is up, bunch of different assets. Looks like we have money going into. But Hoag, let's take a look at these gold charts. What are we seeing besides all-time highs? Where are we going, Hoag?
I think we've got some more continuation of the upside going. Just the auction since the beginning of the year has been very strong. I've got a monthly chart up here right now. It's Monday. I like to start with a longer time frame on Monday. We've broken out this month so far of a 1, 2, 3, 4 month balance area weekly. That 4-month balance area was narrowing as ranges do. We broke out above last week. We broke out. We are looking like we are going to continue quite possibly on the weekly chart. Jay, is there anything on the weekly that you'd like to look at, or should we just go right to the daily?
On the weekly, no, Hoag. I do like that monthly chart because we had those narrowing ranges, and we kept talking about it. It's just whenever we break out of this range, it's not a move that you want to fade. I'm just
Mhm.
curious of, we sat there for 4 months. How big of a move are we preparing for in gold here? Uh,
All
we
right.
we've
Well,
seen it
you're going to see
consolidate
here on the
before, and
daily
yeah,
weekly kickoff high 38.86. Mainly
I like it, Hogue.
a measured move. We're halfway there already. So here's the
I like
daily
that, Hogue.
again, showing the narrowing balance we broke out last week. We're seeing continuation. Um, Open interest continues to pile in at higher pricing. Adding an additional 10,000 estimated open interest increase on Friday alone. Since the 22nd, since this day right here, since the 22nd, we've added approximately 80,000 contracts as price continues to move higher. Buyers continue to pile in. That represents a 16% increase since the 22nd in open interest. Pretty substantial increase in open interest. The upside auction, to say the least, appears to be healthy. The question always kind of creeps into my mind, where are we too long? We've been seeing this market rally. Take a look at just look at from the beginning of the year. Okay, we started January 2nd around 27, let's just call it 2770, and we put in this high here at 3604, 2770 to 3604. Is that like $900? Something like that. I don't know. I'm not doing public math right now, just a guess, but that is the kind of move that started in the beginning of the year with open interest increasing against negative delta, open interest increasing about negative delta. Do we have negative delta most of these days? Yes, we do. This is longer time frame, stronger, bigger, big money coming in buying this. Of course, they're hedged against something else, but the point being is they're always going to be getting these shorter time frame speculators and day traders short, and that perpetuates the move to the upside. Jay, what are your thoughts on this daily chart?
In the daily, Hogue, it looks like look for an opportunity to buy it. Through this rally, we haven't seen many days where a prior day low has been taken out. We had one day last week, and we saw the market buy that up pretty quick. So it's looking like find an opportunity to buy 50% of Friday's range, or more so 50% of that Friday NFP candle is the low of the session so far, 36.25. That kind of zone there. We're testing the high of Friday's candle right now. What I am looking at as far as today goes is daily ATR in gold, Hogue, is $46. Right now we're
Mm-hmm.
at $40 of range, so I'm wondering how much room is left today in that move. But throughout the rest of the week, I'm looking to the upside. If we can close above 36.56 on the daily here, that's a new all-time high close in gold, and
Mm-hmm.
yeah, just looking for opportunities to buy.
All right. Let's see what we've got here. Yay. This is the 30-minute chart. So we had Ray on last week. Ray put in the low on Thursday. That was Ray's level for the opening call. Nice call by Ray. This was, I guess, on Wednesday. On Thursday, Friday, we had the decent push to the upside off of the NFP. 30-minute overnight inventory was long. You can see market opened 7 o'clock last night here, and we are trading here. There was the chance of opening with a gap. We have not opened with a gap. We have tested back to settlement, which is just above last Friday's value area high, volume value area high. We tested within a tick of it. What I'm looking for is to see that rejection of value from yesterday, and so far that's it seems as though what we're seeing. Just remember this market is very strong. We're seeing open interest continuing to pull up, to push up into these highs here. And if we can't accept inside value, and again, I'm just going to look at this platform here saying that value area high is 36.52 and change. Remember, everything is a zone. As long as we hold above that, I can see that the market continuing to attract shorter time frame, weaker hands sellers against longer time frame, strong hands buyers, getting them too short and seeing a continuation move to the upside. If the opposite is, we do find acceptance inside value from Friday, that could take us to value area low around 36.31. Let's just call it 36.32 ish area. Remember, everything is an area, everything is a zone, which would just kind of give us better trade location if we were looking for opportunities to the long side in the longer term, which I think we are. Jay, what are you thinking?
So we have price trading above Friday's high, Hogue. We have volume
Yes,
still
sir.
down at, I'm looking at VWAP down at 36.39. So if I'm looking to buy gold, I probably don't want to buy it up here unless unless the market changes and something happens. But I would love a pullback down to 36.40s at least to look for an opportunity to buy if we do get a reversal setup at that point, right? We're talking about a $20 sell-off before we're looking to buy it. So it's not just a blind buy. Again, we spent a lot of that daily ATR already. Could we have an outside range day? We could, but with inflation data coming out later in the week, I don't know if I'm expecting that today in gold. So if I'm going to buy it, I think I need a pullback, and then there's a good opportunity somewhere near those 40s. It looks like, which
So you
may
like
mean there's a
VWAP?
pretty decent. Yeah, I like that VWAP. I don't know that I'll short into it, just because this is a market on a higher time frame that's just grinding to the upside.
Sure. Sure.
But I think I need that pullback in order to buy.
Okay, so you don't see like value area high from Friday and settlement as a potential area to limit risk for the long? I mean, of course, we'd rather buy
That's
it down here, right?
right.
36.40.
36.52 is that value area high, right, Hogue?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good. I think that's a good spot. Uh,
36.54 on another
honest
platform.
buying it right against Friday's high, and maybe risking right below that value area, 47s, may be the trade
You've
if we're
got
just going to
your
continue to push here.
20 SMA as well, kind of
Yep,
lending a little bit of a degree of support there.
a little bit.
36.55.80. Yeah. Well, it's Monday. We'll see how things play out here, of course. But I think Jay, you and I are in agreement. We're looking for opportunities for longs, not just technically. Some of the open interest and volume. Right now we're a long ways from any kind of rollover occurring. This is the December contract in gold, so the volume and open interest is pretty reliable in this product, and I'm still going to be looking for opportunities for potential longs. Longs. Look at that excess on that low. Boom. And that report came out and just pow. Just pow. That was fun.
Yeah,
It was a good ride, wasn't it,
yes,
Jay?
it was. Yeah, it was. Great call by Coach Vince. Right before the number comes out, he's like, all right, let's look at 36.31 to the upside. He gave a downside target as well. We got to that 36.31, which was like a $25 trade in about 30 seconds.
Yes, we did.
And it held the rest of the day also. So if you marked out that level, that 36.31 Coach Vince was looking at, we came down and used it as a support a bunch of times. So yeah, this market is very strong right now.
Yeah, pretty close to value. Just pretty close to value low from yesterday, 36.31. I'm going to put that on here. I'll make it. What did we do with the other one? We made it light blue. Got another Vinny 2 ticks level on this chart, and that's all the way up at 37.05. That's a Vinny 2 ticks level that he mentioned on Friday. We'll see if we can get there. We'll see. Could be a good target.
See.
Right. That's
So
what we've got here for the context in gold. I know, Jay, you had something else you wanted to mention?
Nope, that was it. I think we can throw it over to JD for some news on the index futures.
Sure, this is more of a little story about what's happening on Wall Street. There is a war being waged on Wall Street right now, and it's all over job talent. Private equity is out there poaching talent away from some of the biggest banks on the planet right now. This came from CNBC. So, private equity recruitment accelerated in the first half of 2025, led by fundraising, investor relations, and marketing roles. That's according to a recent report from Magellan Advisory Partners. Sales jobs are coming back to Wall Street, and they're going after some analysts at some of the biggest banks. This also came from the same CNBC article. In mid 2025, Goldman Sachs and JP Morgan reportedly introduced new rules to curb poaching by private equity firms. JP Morgan warned that analysts who accept future dated job offers from private equity firms before completing 18 months would be terminated, while threatening to fire those who miss training for job interviews. Also, to help retain talent, the bank shortened the analyst to associate track to 2.5 years from the current 3 years. So they're trying to make the analyst to associate timeline a little more attractive to avoid poaching top talent from these large banks. Sales jobs are coming back to Wall Street. All right, let's take a look at what happened overnight. Markets in Asia closed a little bit higher. We had the Shanghai Composite up 0.38%, the Nikkei up 1.45%, and the Hang Seng Index up 0.85%. Stocks in Europe trading a little higher this morning. We got the FTSE up 0.2%, the DAX up 0.42%, and the CAC up 0.55%. We talked about the US dollar index down 0.15% again today, 97.62. Last tick on the US dollar index, 97.62. We got the VIX up about 2%, 15.46 on the VIX, and the yield on the U.S. Treasury, 10-year U.S. Treasury note, sitting at 4.072%, down marginally so far at this point. Back to you guys.
Thank you,
All right.
JD. Hoag, what are we seeing in the
Yes.
S&P chart?
All right. So again, starting with the monthly rules, we are continuing to one time frame higher. In other words, each monthly low, each monthly high is higher than the previous month, and that continues. Still, the monthly chart is very strong. It does seem to be slowing a little bit here, and on the weekly chart, we're going to start to see a little bit more of that slowing. But as Jay says, these markets have been sneaking up on each all-time high, and just kind of looking at it, looking around, and saying, okay, like a whack-a-mole, just kind of heading back into the hole, and then coming out of another hole later on. But let's take a look here on the weekly. Again, overall, one time framing higher with higher lows and higher highs. 3 weeks here of a little bit of indecision, but still, just in the longer time frame, the auction to the upside still remains intact. Those 3 indecisive weeks, are we going to break out of those indecisive weeks this week? I mean, the natural the natural kind of tilt to the equities is if there's no bad news, they're going to grind to the upside. We've seen it for 40 years, and I've seen for 40 years these markets just eat shorts all the way up. We're going to have to see how that plays out. Jay, is there anything you want to mention on the weekly, or should we head to the daily?
Sorry, Hoag, just got a call that I had to take real quick. But on the weekly that I'm seeing in the S&P, nope, same thing. We're kind of just pushing higher. A lot of indecision on those weekly bars. Emery and I were talking about this last night during the market kickoff, but there are a ton of wicks. So the same way we've been saying, this market is reluctantly making all-time highs. It's not a blind buy it market, right? We need to find good places, good levels to limit risk. Because if you look at Friday's a day that we made an all-time high, and then we saw, the Nasdaq especially, it was up 1% and then ended the day flat, right? So if someone just came in with a buy the dip mentality for day trades, they probably had a losing day. So, looking for decent opportunities to buy is the right call for now. Are there short trades available in this market? For sure.
Yes.
But we are just grinding to the upside.
Yeah. So it's BTFD still. Daily.
Absolutely.
So last week, a lot of excess on this bar. You know, we looked down, tested to the 50 session moving average. You know, it on the daily, to me, it looks more like more of a balance, but higher highs and higher lows. Still telling me that this market is a market to look to buy the dip, of course, and it's been a market to buy the dip mostly forever. So we lost 7,600 in open interest on Friday. Long liquidation. The profile is going to look like it. It was probably a necessary pullback to even out inventories. You know, this week we're inside. Well, today we're inside Friday's session. We knew that, we knew unemployment was coming out on Friday, so we had to figure that was going to be pretty much a larger range. And a lot of excess on both sides of the range on Friday. So as we get closer to PPI and CPI, I'm kind of anticipating a little bit more range bound activity in the equities today, or early in the week, unless something goofy happens. Jay, what do you think about this daily?
In the daily, Hogue, I'm looking at that. Trying to remember what news we had on the second that caused that excess. And we have a question in the chat, Hogue. What is excess? For me, if I had to put it in my own words, it's a wick, right, on that daily candle where we see a lot of rejection down there. But 6482. 6482 is the high of that daily candle that caused all of that excess. And it's pretty close to the low of the session today. So simple line in the sand, I'm long above that or short below it. If we start to see acceptance into that, it's kind of easy to say that when we're 20 points above it right now. But that would be the level I'm looking at now. To the upside, 65.16, which was Friday's open, would be the price I'm looking at to the upside. Do we start to see acceptance of price above that level? How would you explain excess, Hogue?
Excess is when price goes too far in one direction, sellers back off, buyers quickly bring price back to reason. So I would agree, Jay. I mean, that January or that September 2nd, I was looking to see what came out that day. Maybe I can find that in a little bit, but so this is excess, right? The market pushed lower quickly, was rejected from those lower prices by buyers coming back in and returning price back to a reasonable area. What's a reasonable area? Well, that's very subjective, of course. But when we see excess, I'd like to see it on multiple time frames. When we look at the value, the bar from Friday, okay, we see some pretty decent excess on both sides of this market, kind of creating, wicks on both sides, maybe a little bit, indecision in this bar from Friday on the daily. But when we look at the 30-minute or the profile, there's a whole lot of excess on the highs. Let's take a look at that. So if we were to look at this from a profile perspective, the market opens and drives very quickly lower. This is a selling tail in profile, right? It's a market that opens, rejects off the all-time highs and brings in sellers right away. Those sellers bring price back into the previous day's range and value, and we kind of end up with a value inside of the previous day's value, which is unusual on a day when we see a late spike to the upside and we open above that late spike. That's usually going to show acceptance of higher pricing. Apparently we were a little bit too long in short time frame on a Friday. We needed to take some profits, or if you were one of the laggard buyers on that kind of blow off top that occurred on Thursday, you were also going to be getting out of that because you want to go home flat on a Friday and you don't want to lose everything, so you can't buy your kid the GI Joe with the Kung Fu grip. That said, we ended up having something that's unusual in the S&P, is not in the NASDAQ. However, you'll see that shortly, where value is actually inside after a late spike in either direction. It was kind of unusual. So there's a lot of excess there. We lost 7,600 estimated open interest. B-shaped profile indicates long liquidation. So this was not necessarily new selling coming in. It was long liquidation, which all those longs, liquidating those longs, are actually taking selling power away from the market. If there's no new selling coming in, I'm looking for this market to recover and continue its happy little march to the upside. Happy little march to the upside. That's if nothing goofy happens, and we have to again remember that we have PPI and CPI later in the week. Those will be very important numbers. People will be positioning and hedging and getting themselves protected for anything that might happen on those days. Jay, what do you think?
On the 30 Hogue, we're starting to accept back inside that NFP candle. 65.02 half is the low there. If we can see some volume come in to trade above that price, 65.02 half, when we get volume in for the New York session, then I'm looking at 50% of it, 65.19, and then 65.35 up at the highs, the high of that candle. I think my day is going to be framed around how the market responds to that NFP print.
All right. This is that one you're talking about, right? That 730 bar. You like that
Yep,
halfway
that's correct.
through it? Okay.
That's correct.
All right. All right. Look at all the moving averages on this 30-minute chart. We got the 100, the 100, the 50, and the 20, and VWAP. Very tightly packed thread here. What do you think of that? A little confluence there, or confusion?
Maybe a little bit of confusion, and maybe again we have inflation data coming out later this week, Wednesday, Thursday. So maybe a little bit of balance before we get that inflation data. I wouldn't be too surprised at that to kind of sit in a range, low of the range, maybe 64.80 up to 65.30, and we're kind of sitting right in the middle of it right now, which is a big enough range to trade if we can get some opportunity near the extremes. But I would not be surprised at balance over the next 2 days.
64.80 to 65.30. Mr. Coach J has set the price.
We'll see if the market agrees, Hogue.
Yeah, well, that we will. That we will. Time wounds all heals, or heals all wounds, whichever. All right, so that's what we were looking at for the S&Ps, and we got the opening range trade coming up in crude oil very soon. I know that our good friend JD, great to have you back, has some crude oil news for us.
Sure do. S&P Global has warned they're expecting Brent crude prices to hit $55 a barrel. There's a couple different sources for this. That headline clip came from Reuters, but I'm going to read a little piece of an article from oilprice.com. Here's a quote. Speaking at the Asia Pacific Petroleum Conference in Singapore, Dave Ernsberger, co-president of S&P Global Commodity Insights, said that if there's a massive surplus, if Russian oil continues to flow into the market, if stock building stops and some of the stuff goes into commercial inventory, contangles blow up, we can see lower prices than that. So they're calling for $55 a barrel, possibly even lower. We see a little bit of selling happening in crude right now. But let's get into these charts before we jump into the opening range trade. Thank you guys.
Yeah, absolutely. There was also a meeting of OPEC Plus over the weekend, and they agreed to a smaller output increase, smaller pace than seen earlier this year anyway. The numbers are they were going to raise productivity by a cumulative 137,000 barrels per day in October, much lower than monthly hikes of about 555,000 barrels per day and 411,000 barrels per day in earlier months. So OPEC is feeling the downside crush, it seems. But when we look at the daily, what can you say other than balance? Weekly balance. Even the moving averages are just flat. Just flat.
Yeah.
Daily. Jay, was there something you want to mention on the weekly? Sorry about that.
No, I'm just saying all these moving averages are flat lines.
Even on the daily. Now we've just come off of 3 straight down days. A little bit of potential breakout to the downside off of this trend line from the 30th of May. Contact. What happened? We lost 5,300 in open interest on Friday. That's not usually going to be conducive to a continuation of a breakout. That's kind of a signal of a failed breakout. I'm kind of expecting more rotational trade, of course, in all the time frames. That's what the charts are telling us, but there has been good opportunity here, and there may be a good opportunity today. We're going to see that on the 30-minute chart. But first, Coach Jay, I want to give you a chance to take a look and see what you're seeing on this daily chart. I mean, all the moving averages are flat within reach of today, actually. I mean, all of them. It's kind of crazy. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm seeing the same thing you are, Hogue. This is a market that's in balance. I think we've been hearing some maybe bearish for prices, fundamental news in crude oil, but it hasn't shown up in the prices on the charts yet. So we are still in this range. Those 3 down days, are we going to see 3 up days, right? Right back into the middle of that range. That 200 moving average is the one that I'm really looking at, 63.45. But I guess they're all kind of around the same price. But yeah, looking like a balanced market, Hogue. We'll see what opportunity it presents to us. I know crude oil is open now. We are taking that 5-minute opening range trade. The 1-minute no trade as of yet, but I'd be looking for upside just because of the pattern that the market's been in for the past 2 months or 2 years, depending on how far how far back you want to look.
There's something else that says upside too here, and that's kind of not congruent to what we've just been talking about with the news that JD said. But I mean, the market's really just kind of come back into the rollover range. This was the rollover range. We're about a week from getting into, we're kind of on the front end of rollover now. We're right back in the rollover range from the previous rollover. I hate saying that word rollover. I hate rollover altogether anyways. But take a look at the 30. Take a look. I mean, this was the kind of the low end of the past rollover range. That's pretty much Friday's low. Take a look. This is going to be cool. Oh, I'm so excited. Now, we have Thursday's range, Friday's range. There's a gap between them. We are going to be opening above that gap. We have a potential island low here. All right. If I were to take out the regular trading hours or take out the extended trading hours, you'll see it a little bit more clearly. So there's the gap. And where are we opening? We're opening above that gap. So we are leaving potentially an island low. A couple other things about it, though. I'm going to go back to the extended trading hours here. A couple of things about it, though, is we don't have a lot of excess. There's that word again, excess on the lows from Friday. This is a little bit suspect. It's too exact. Exacting is weakness. So if we cannot maintain price above this gap, I would fully expect this market to come back and revisit last week's low. See if there's more liquidity to be taken down there, because this exactness is not necessarily strong, right? Because of the lack of excess. This is a very interesting situation because we have nuances that are saying 2 different things. We have the week low from Friday, and now we have the island bottom. The island bottom to me is the stronger of the nuances. So I think we should probably be thinking about possibly looking for opportunities to the long side. We have to be careful. We have to make sure we're using levels that are going to help us limit risk. The last thing we want to do is, buy this and take a loss, and buy this and take a loss, and buy this and take a loss, and buy this and take a loss. It's going to be challenging to find the right spot here. Be patient. Again, we're going to be taking the opening range trade here in just a second here. But Jay, what do you think of this?
Agree with looking for opportunities to buy, Hogue. We got VWAP at 62.83 right now. Long overnight inventory volume agrees with it. The upside target I would have is the 200 moving average on the 30-minute, which is at 63.79. The question would be, where do you limit your
risk.
If you do buy this? Because I think we do see a push to the upside. I'm looking at Friday. We had the highest volume 30-minute candle on Friday. The high of that is pretty much where we just tested into 62.90. 62.90 zone. Maybe 50% of that is where we could limit risk, 62.33s. But I agree. Looking for opportunities to buy. 5-minute opening range is getting ready to close right now. And looks like it may be triggering. The 5-minute range is the 1-minute range.
There we go.
We are in, guys. How's count? Triggered along 6302 long 5 micro crude.
Right.
And we hold it for 3 days.
3 days? Yeah. Put our CYA down at 6277. Just below your overnight VWAP, Jay. What was your, can you repeat, what was your VWAP in crude again?
I have it at 84.
84, okay.
6284.
We've got our CYA just below overnight VWAP. Hopefully that's a good hold spot.
Trend line is useless. I'm gonna get
but 1, 3, and 5 minute, again, just like gold. All 3 triggered long trades in crude this morning.
And look at gold now. Dang.
New all-time highs. Air horns. Air horns in gold. 36, 68, 70. New all-time high in the gold futures. Cannot keep that market down. Seeing a little bit of a pullback from it here, but I think pullbacks are just opportunities to get long. That is not financial advice. I'm just reading the chart.
Put up the disclaimer, please.
Yep. Put up that disclaimer. JD, any news we want to get to before we get into the NASDAQ charts? We can give the people what they want. Where's the NASDAQ?
NASDAQ's coming up. Let's do a little recap of Friday's jobs report, though. We've got some numbers here from the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics. In an article from Yahoo Finance, they're saying with just 22,000 jobs created in August, the latest jobs report is not sending mixed messages at all. The U.S. labor market hasn't been this weak since the pandemic. In a quote, in a recent note to clients on Friday, Rick Reeder, BlackRock's chief investment officer of global fixed income, noted that over the past 3 months, healthcare has accounted for more than healthcare accounts for more than all the jobs created in the U.S. economy, excluding growth from healthcare. Reeder noted that total job growth is now negative for the first time in the past 25 years outside of a recession. And we all know that recessions, of course, are called in hindsight. So, we also had this, you see this little blip on the chart here, third from the right, a little downtick. June revision revised minus 13,000 jobs. And we're currently at an unemployment rate of 4.3%. So just a quick recap on that jobs number from Friday, if you weren't around to see it. Pretty weak job data in the U.S. right now. What's the NASDAQ?
Yes, and what we don't want to see is weak labor markets and sticky inflation.
Yep, exactly.
That is the stagnation that everybody's been talking about for the last year, and it's been threatening, but we should be seeing a rate cut in a week or so, and we'll see how that plays out, huh?
Next week, September 17th. Prepare for it.
All right. What are we seeing? What are we seeing in the NASDAQ chart, Hoag?
All right. Again, with the weekly is still showing one time framing to the upside. In the longer time frame, the market is still strong to the upside. Higher lows, higher highs, except for this month. So far, we've been unable to take out the prior month high. NASDAQ has been a little bit weaker than we've been talking about that for 8 days now, maybe even longer than that. It's been lagging behind the S&P quite a little bit. On the weekly chart, it's looking a lot more range bound than the S&Ps. S&Ps have that kind of range to the upside, but we're really range bound here now in the NASDAQ. The weekly kickoff levels, I've kept them the same for 1, 2, 3 weeks now. 3 weeks they haven't changed. There's been no major change in market state. However, the market is doing a good job of just kind of grinding and evening out inventories for whatever the next move is going to be. But again, we are in 1, 2, 3, week 4 of balance, unable to take out the previous monthly high. Anything you want to mention about this, Jay? I know we're kind of looking at some wiki days again, or wiki weeks, just like the S&P is a little bit of indecision here, but a little bit weaker view to it, just kind of in balance instead of looking like it's continuing to push to the upside. Jay, what do you think?
I agree with you, Hogue. I'm going to throw a question to you that we got during the market kickoff yesterday. And maybe traders are looking for some downside here. Does the weekly look similar to the couple of weeks that we had prior to the February sell-off to you? From a technical perspective, does it look the same?
On the weekly, no.
Yeah.
No.
Nope,
You know,
not
this
seeing
is
it.
a bearish piercing pattern on the weekly. We're not seeing that. You know,
Gotcha.
one thing, we got a bullish engulfing here, and we're still holding in that range and in that weekly bar pretty much. So this is showing for me acceptance of price as is, right? It's balance.
Agreed. Yep, I would agree with you there, Hogue.
And this was when the whole tariff talk was starting. Well, I think we're all tired of hearing
Right.
about that now. Traders have short memories, man. Short memories. Let's take a look at the daily. So yeah, a much more range bound. Okay, we've got higher lows, lower highs until Friday, but that just showed a rejection of higher pricing. We tried to get to weekly kickoff high 23,942. We couldn't get there. What doesn't happen can be as important as what does happen. We're seeing the market continuing to try and push to the upside. Jay, we've been saying that these markets have been trying to sneak up on all-time highs. S&P's been doing a better job of it than the NASDAQ. I'm seeing the Dow as in a longer time frame, medium time frame, let's just call it range, similar to the NASDAQ. And on the daily, second daily open interest, we added 4,000 on Friday, where we lost open interest in the S&Ps. This was probably some new sellers coming in. I like that. I like that for the long side, because all those shorts are usually the ones that are getting squeezed out at some point. What do you think of that, Jay?
Yeah, I would agree with you. Sellers look like they tried to push it below that 20 moving average on the daily, 23,614. We saw that rejection. We have that wick on the daily on Friday, holding above it now, holding above 50% of Friday's range. This looks pretty bullish to me as well, Hogue. Finding a place to buy it. We'll take a look when we get down to a shorter time frame chart of where those levels might be. But yeah, I'd be looking for opportunities to buy as well.
Take a look at the 30. All right. So, all right. Well, we couldn't get to the all. We couldn't get. Well, we're a ways from the all-time high. 24,068 half weekly kickoff high last week. We were unable to get to it. Excess on the tail on the day on Friday. B-shaped profile. You can see it here. You've got just a one big bar to the downside, and then the market kind of balances back and forth in this area. That B-shaped profile indicates long liquidation, which is not supported by the increase in open interest. So this was not just long liquidation. This was new shorts coming into the marketplace. Any new shorts that came in on Friday are likely underwater right now, if you will. Overnight inventory is long. Market opened last night right here about 23,672, 70.20 and a quarter. Currently trading 23,782 and a quarter. Overnight inventory to the long side above value from Friday on this platform, value is showing 23,694.25 as the high. As long as we hold above that, we didn't get to spend a lot of time in these single prints here from Friday. The single prints go from 23,821.25 down to approximately, let's just call it down here at 23,670.5. I could see the market trying to find some business to take care of here if it didn't get taken care of on Friday. And again, remember it is PCE the numbers on Wednesday and Thursday. CPI, CPI. Thank you very much. Yes, sometimes my brain doesn't work that well. But I think we may be in for a little bit of rangy boundy kind of activity. I don't know, Jay, what do you think?
I agree with you, Hogue. On a 30-minute, there's a couple of zones I'm looking at. On Friday, when we really started to sell off, pretty big seller came in from 23,810 up to 23,823. So I have that zone marked out on my chart. And then to the downside, I'm looking at 23,715 down to 23,710. So about a 5-point range there. Just looking at some volume that traded there on Friday. That would not surprise me to see us kind of range between those two areas for the day. Right now, we have pretty much flat overnight inventory. VWAP is pretty much a flat line. And with the inflation data coming out, like we talked about in the S&P, I would not be surprised to see a range-bound market here.
All right. Again, the profile from Friday, B-shaped long liquidation, should be a loss of open interest instead of adding. We've trapped some shorts down here if you in short time frame. I know it seems strange before a weekend, but that's just what the profile and the open interest is saying. Is not only did we liquidate some longs, we added some shorts. If those shorts are stuck, we could see this market rotate back higher. Love to see some interplay with weekly kickoff high or weekly kickoff low this week. I think that would be, a really good opportunity to limit some risk on some opportunities. But again, we don't get to choose that. We will see how this plays out throughout the week. Thank you very much, Jay. As always, your thoughts and ideas are
really quick.
much appreciated.
I also just want to point out that when we say range bound market, that doesn't mean that there's a lack of opportunity in these markets. There's more than enough range, especially in the Nasdaq, right? Even after the sell-off that we had on Friday, where the market kind of sat in a range, that range was almost 100 points. So there are definitely trades you can find out of that. I just don't know that there'll be the trend trades that we're looking for. But yeah, there's definitely opportunity in this range to trade.
100%. There's always opportunity. I used to love range days in the pit. I mean, I called them cash register days. You sell the low, you buy the high.
Right.
Excuse me, you buy the low, you sell the high. You sell the high, you buy the low. You buy the low, you sell the high. You sell the high, you buy the low. It can be wonderful days, but the hard part is, having that hypothesis and then trading to that hypothesis. It's not easy, but there's always good opportunities. And, even if those opportunities may present themselves in smaller ways, so there's usually going to be less risk on those trades as well. Keep that in mind. And, you see money, you take money. If you believe it's range bound, you see money, you take money. Look for the good trade locations on the extremes.
Absolutely.
Always opportunity here, ladies and gentlemen. Always opportunities.
Always. Guess what? New all-time highs in gold.
What? New all-time highs.
New all-time highs in gold. 36.7150.
Yep.
36.7150. We are going to continue to say that. I think we should put a poll in the chat. How many times is Andre going to have to say new all-time highs in gold today during the stream? Maybe a lot. Closing in on that 3,700 price. But JD, we got any other news we want to get to before we get into the schedule for the day?
Sure thing. Real quick though, we did get tagged out on that crude oil trade. Stop at 62.77. Stop it. Minus 350 to start the week. Little minor shaving cut, paper cut, I should say. Shaving neck to get the week started. All right, folks. Over the weekend, if you picked up a ticket for the Powerball, you might want to go back and double check it. check those lotto tickets because the winning tickets for the $1.8 billion Powerball jackpot were sold in Missouri and Texas. So the winning numbers were 11, 23, 44, 61, 62, with a red Powerball of 17 and a power player multiple of 2. Additionally, don't forget to check these tickets. This part's important. 2 lucky tickets sold in Kansas and Texas won a $2 million prize, and there are 18 tickets sold across 13 other states worth $1 million in prizes also. So Saturday's win ends a streak of 42 consecutive drawings without a jackpot winner. Jackpot will now reset to $20 million for tonight's drawing. Go back and check those lotto tickets. You might not have won the jackpot, but you might have won a smaller prize. Back to you guys.
20 million, that's it? Puh.
1.8 billion, back to 20 million.
Back to 20.
What do they think?
Nathan in the chat says, "Oh shoot, I won." Congrats,
Hey, good for
Nathan.
you.
Nice.
Don't
tell anyone.
I may have to run real quick, guys. I'm getting a ring at my doorbell. So I may have to run real quick. I'm sorry to do this. But JD, who is on the schedule for today?
You got it. We will take it from here. Coach Jay, go do
Thanks,
your
guys.
thing. All right,
See you,
coming
Jay.
up next in Fast Markets, our guy Doom is here. Doom and Dakota will both be here. They're going to be joined by Andre, Jack, and Ho will be jumping in, popping in and out, I should say. 11 o'clock later this morning, we got the morning recap with Hoag. He'll be coming in for about 10-15 minutes to recap our opening range trades and anything else that happens in Fast Markets. Trade with Topstep coming up at 11:15. Coach Jay will be back with Deanna and Anne-Marie. We got the shoulder tap with Jack and Ben. We're going to roast and toast a couple of traders. Hoag and I will be back for group coaching at 12:15 Central Time. Then at 1 o'clock, Power Players Andre and Dominic G will be here. And then we're wrapping it all up in Power Hour with Andre and our man, Muhammad. So make sure you stick around. There's plenty more tradertainment coming your way today, folks.
Right.
Oh.
And I'm going to nag you. I'm going to nag you. Did you do your homework today? Did you do your homework? Be honest. Don't lie. Did you do your homework? We've got the Top Step trading checklist coming at you. All right. Well, we looked at the markets, S&Ps, NASDAQ, gold, crude, markets that we trade. Are they trending? What time frame are they trending in? Do you mark settlement on your charts? You'll be surprised how often that price gets revisited day to day. What about the previous days and that change? Was it a big day? Was it a small day? What happened yesterday? Open interest and volume, always very interesting to me. What about your levels, your inflection levels, your reference levels? Last week's high, last week's low, yesterday's high and low, whatever your levels are, moving averages, exponential moving averages, whatever your levels are, make sure you mark them, make sure you write them down, make sure you get them in your head so you're ready if price approaches them. Once you've done all your market research, there it is. Pre-market research done. Check your trading plan, test your platform, trading strategy review your journal, get your workstation prepped with a nice cup of coffee and a big glass of water, and then your morning routine is complete. Then we can start trading, go through each trade. Was it a good trade? What was your confidence in the trade beforehand? Profit target, stop price, reward over risk ratio. What was the outcome? What changed inside of you while you were in that trade? Always important to be paying attention to. And at the end of the day, of course, you're going to review the trades you took. You're going to update your trading journal, read through your trading journal. Of course, get plenty of rest. Don't overtrade. Don't trade out of FOMO. Don't trade impulsively. Don't trade angry. I'm sure there's a lot of folks that have little stick-it notes on their screens reminding them to do this. It is a very difficult thing to do. Just understand when you are being tilted, when you are out of balance, and think about taking a little bit of a break. Maybe do something to get yourself back to balance. Back to balance. And by balance, I mean you're not upset, you're not full of venom, and you're not full of hubris. You got to remember, stay humble when you are trading. JD, welcome back, man. It's good to have you back.
Thanks,
Feeling rested and ready for the next haul here on Topstep TV?
I am ready to go. You know me. I hate being away from here, right? So glad to be back. Thanks again for keeping my seat warm. Appreciate it. Appreciate all of you. And
Of course.
yeah, let's hit it.
Of course. Yeah. So, well, again, it's great to have you back. And we will be seeing you later on. Is there anything that you want to say as a kind of a
you know what I always like to say?
Start moving on?
For sure. The only thing you have any real control over, folks, is your downside risk. So make sure you are trading with those stops. Know your risk before you get into a trade, and honor those stops too. That's it.
Yes,
I will catch you guys later.
Only thing we can control is our risk. The only thing we can control. Thanks again, JD. Great to have you back, buddy. Can't wait to get my hands on you. All right, folks. We are coming into Fast Markets coming up real soon here. I always like to talk about the top of the chat. Tom winning the prize, of course, of which there is no prize for being the early bird in the chat. Rich Quaz, Anastasio, Shubham, Grillionaire, Ali, VAV, Dan Trader, Kristen, Gabbersmack. A lot of similar names there, but we appreciate all of you for being here. We looking forward to an excellent trading day, an excellent trading week for all of you. And on that note, we are going to remind you, stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. Pray for peace every day. And we've got Fast Markets coming up with the boys here. And 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, let's go.
Turn those machines back on! Turn those machines back on! Turn those machines back on! Turn those machines back on!
Good morning, crew. Get your bezants in the octagon, maybe on the White House lawn. We'll talk about that more later. But in the meantime, Andre, it's Monday. It's Fast Markets. Welcome back.
Welcome back. Where did I go? I'm back. Welcome everybody to Topstep TV. This is Fast Markets. Who we got now is number 130 on the big board. Doom in the lower left corner, lower right-hand corner. We got Mr. Coach Dakota. And Jack, welcome back as well. Still in front of that big, beautiful mountain. Let's get right into it on this Monday. Mr. Dakota, thoughts coming into this trading week. Happy Monday.
Yeah, happy Monday, man. It's Monday, obviously. I think this week's Wednesday and Thursday, we're going to see that inflation. A lot of people are kind of looking towards that. Not really much going on today, right? They're in terms of news, not too much going on tomorrow. It's a kind of a quiet day with news and data. So maybe we drift up and to the right. I mean, NASDAQ's already up almost 0.5%. Everything else I'm looking at is green on the screen. So maybe it's kind of a slow drift higher type of day.
Yes. Well, gold making new all-time highs. There's one for the count. Let's go right to Mr. Doom. Mr. Doom, happy Monday. Thoughts coming into this trading day and trading week. How you doing, my man?
I stick with what I said. I'm a bear. I'm holding short from 2 micros, 781. Asia kind of peppered me up last night a little bit.
Okay.
But I'm willing to hold this one into the either stop or auto liquidator. Bearish.
Okay.
Bearish. I'm bearish. These markets are cooked. The way I see it, stuff is cooked.
Short 2 MNQ from 23,781 last trade, 23,789. About 90 seconds till the opening bell. Jack, thoughts coming into this trading week?
Okay, I'm going to give Doom a little bit of perhaps good news. We're going to open, it looks like, in the ES right at the 6,500 SPX level. And as you can see, overnight, it's bounced off of that level. It's been resistance 1, 2, 3, and now 4 times. Okay. That's a good place to look if you are looking for a range bound or maybe going short. Let's see. We only got 1 minute till we know for sure.
1 minute till we know for sure. Indeed. 60 seconds. Here we go. Let's take a look at some of these prices. We got NASDAQ trading 23,785. ES trading 65.05. Crude trading $62.81. Gold, I'm not going to say it this time. A couple bucks off. Less trades 36.65. Now seeing a little bit of selling right before the bell. Got nothing on the tilt 50-50 across the board. on this Monday. Let's get ready
I
to
got a
rock. We got
question for
Yes,
Doom.
dude, go ahead.
What makes you be a bear in this market, Doom?
Ooh.
Over a Ren 3-day chart, it's kind of early, which is not very good for me, but early pays the best. And I'm already positioned on my personal, so I stick with what I'm into, and I try not to confuse myself too much. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. It's the markets. You can be both of them, right and wrong at the same time.
Okay.
Oh, yes. Friday was quite the
There we
doozy.
go.
We are open. Let's get ready to rock here in this trading week. Huge week. Last week, before FOMC policy decision, September 2025, week from Thursday. All right, out of the gate, we got some buying coming here in the NASDAQ, 23,812. We popped about 30 point pop there. We got ES selling down a little bit, 6503. Dow continues to see some downside pressure there. Tapped new session lows, 45,420. ES straight to overnight VWAP, 6,500. Call it. I can see a 600 lot up there somewhere in the ES. Yeah, 65.39. Got a 600 lot up there, about 36 points to the upside. Look at the NASDAQ. Anything cooking on the NASDAQ? Upside, downside, and ladder? Nope. Last trade in the NASDAQ, 23,791. Doom, it's either hit the stop or auto lick. All or nothing?
Yeah, stop. I'm risking about 150 points. That's plenty to tell me that I was wrong.
Yes.
Yeah, that's
Two
a wide
micros.
stop.
2 micros.
2 micros. I kind of pushed in size last night, and as more often than other times, Asia definitely punished me. So probably going to be taking a little break from Asia
Okay.
till the end of the month, or maybe longer. We have a
Okay.
mixed relationship being the Asian market.
Yeah.
Mm.
What time in the Asian session exactly are you trading, or just the entire session?
I trade a little bit after the open.
Sure.
Same as New York, I try to have a little bit of a position before 8 p.m. when liquidity comes in.
Right.
And hey, if it goes, it goes.
It goes. Look at that guy. Look at that guy on the recliner, chilling right now. Continue to see some selling here in the. Now Dow continues to sell off.
Yes,
And
leading
check out
on
some-
this thing compared to NASDAQ. NASDAQ is much more resilient this morning.
900s. What do we got up at 900s? You can see up there. It is indeed pretty muted open right now. We pretty much tapped 6,500s in the ES, back up to 6,502. NASDAQ trying to find some footing either up or down right now. Look at the tilt 50-50 Jack. What were those prices in the SC?
Yes, sir.
What were those prices again in the ES? Last trade 6,500, call it. What are we looking at here with
in the
corresponds with
E-
the options?
Yeah, right now we're getting to the nearer to the close of this contract. So right now the difference between the SPX and the ES is only about 9 points or something like that. So right around 65.10 would be 6,500. Not necessarily those levels, but to the downside, looking for 64.80, and then once again 64.60 is the bigger one I would look at. But that's a long way off. It's only a Monday.
It is
Only
only a Monday. Jack, how are we looking on bonds, treasuries on Friday? Oh, we had 10-year trader yield of about 4.1%. Haven't taken
I'm glad you asked, because this is interesting. Yields are, I won't call it crashing, but they're definitely down a bunch. If you take a look at like the day chart, you can see since the beginning of September, we're off 30 bips. We're almost a 4% yield in the 10-year, 30-year, similar story, down to 4.728 right now.
That's
Basically, I think there's some worries the economy is slowing, but hey, we want the 10-year rate down. I'm not
Yes.
complaining.
Yeah, let's get below 4%. I'll be happy. 3.9, 3.8.
That's what Dakota wants. You heard it.
Yeah.
Take a look at Fed Watch. Still 12% probability of a 50 basis point cut for the September 17th Fed meeting.
What did you say the probability was?
12% for a 50 basis point cut.
Okay.
50.
Okay. Yeah. I don't think we'll do a 50. I like the odds for a quarter. I like the quarter point. We have inflation data this week, Wednesday and Thursday. Will that have an effect? I'm going to say no. I'm going to lean to the no. I mean, it's coming up really quick. I mean, September, it's September 7th, and was it 10 days? 10 days from now? Anything
Yes,
can happen.
September 17th. September 17th. We're having a Goolsby. Goolsby saying they're going to be broadcasting that live. Haven't heard much from that ever since, but we'll get back to that. We see NASDAQ pushing higher here. 23,816. Call it new session highs. Yes, still trading 65.04. Still 50-50 on the tilt for now. More upside push here in the NASDAQ. 23,820. Gold making gold still about $5 off those highs.
I mean, all-time highs is not too far away. We're what, 1%, less than 1% away from all-time highs.
Which market?
In the NASDAQ.
068, 24,068, I do believe. All-time highs in the NASDAQ. We did run a poll on Friday when we get to all-time highs in the NASDAQ. No. Friday was quite the bad news was good news. Got a big miss on the jobs report. Saw initial buying coming in, all-time highs put in the ES. And from there, it was just down and to the right for a majority of the session.
NVIDIA's ripping. NVIDIA. Yeah, we're up 1.5%. That's a stock to buy. That's the one that I've been pretty bullish on since earnings. We got that nice little pullback. And
hot take,
I'm a dip
What is this NVIDIA you speak of? I haven't heard about it yet.
It's the market. Sometimes it's the market, man.
That 600 lot. I got that 600 lot about 30 points away from the upside in the ES. 65.39 offered 600 times. There it is. Marv Daily Apple event tomorrow. Yes, indeed. Will they be unveiling the iPhone 17? They're going to rearrange the cameras. Are they going to give us a better battery, a new chip,
new charger,
new charger? Oh yeah. Oh, the old doozy. Yes, the ultimate doozy. New charger for everybody.
The edges are 1 degree rounder.
Slimmer, sleeker. But yes, 23,836. Last trade at NASDAQ. Still nothing really jumping off the tilt just yet. Doom is short from 23,781. 2 micros, wide stop. And we got Crude pushing lower here. New lows in Crude, $62.56 just printed. Tight range overnight in Crude. I have 63.34. See a little bit of buying here in the ES. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, SPX 6,500 right here, right now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's see if we get a rock fight.
MicroStrategy is down almost 4%. Bitcoin's not down that much. Bitcoin's looking a little bit bullish. If you trade micro Bitcoins, you can here at Topstep. Looking for us to... Yeah, that's interesting. I don't trade Bitcoin. It's been a long time since I even paid too much attention to Bitcoin.
So one of the most popular sort of strategies out there right now are all the people that is basically the long Bitcoin short MicroStrategy trade, thinking that the premium is bound to collapse at some point. It's kind of intuitive. But what's really funny about that trade is when you are engaging that trade, you're actually doing the same thing that Sailor's doing, right? You're just selling equity to buy more Bitcoin. So
selling the stock, yes.
Yeah.
Don't fight Sailor. Don't fight Sailor is what you're saying.
Well, it's one of those trades that, like, it makes a lot of sense, but it's like, you know, the old saying that'll definitely be in the book: the market can be irrational longer than you're solvent, but
yes,
seems like it should work eventually.
That okay, we tapped up at those 65.08s. 09, call it, in the ES. Sold right back down to 65.03. 71% long on the tilt in the NASDAQ. 20 as we trade 23,820, call it. You want to turn this thing around. Dow still staying heavy. About 30 points off the lows, trading 45,406. Here with about 8 minutes into this opening trade here. Take a look at the schedule in terms of light on data. We do have 9:10 a.m. Central Time, so in about 30 minutes or so, the president, it just says Trump speaks. It's literally 2 words, Trump speaks. I think that's what it's come down to. Trump speaks. So I'll keep an eye out on the wire, on any headlines that may come from that. Also, with that being said, okay, let's get some formalities, some housekeeping out of the way right here, right now. Upper left-hand corner, got the hashtag Fast Markets, hashtag Power Hour. Hit us up at TopstepTV on the X. Let's see some cool trader wins. I haven't seen some cool trader swag in a minute, so that'd be cool if you want to share that. There's up at TopstepTV on the X, hashtag Power Hour, hashtag Fast Markets. We'll turn that around to you. They're on, well, Power Hour later on today. Also, pinned to the top of the chat. Yes, pinned to the top of the chat. Topstep Daily Levels. There's an update refresh before every New York Open. Give that a click. Some real estate on the screen for that. Or if you don't, you want to keep things a little condensed and a little bit more efficient. Indicators tab. Top and Topstep X. Type in Topstep Daily Levels. Have those levels slapped over on your charts right here, right now. That's for JK. Still selling off in the Dow. Turn around in the ES. I'm not at 64.98.
Yep. Well, we bounced off again. So, like, that's a fifth time we bounced off the 6,500 SPX. Let's see. Remember, we got PPI, CPI coming up Wednesday and Thursday.
Yep.
Which makes me hesitant for, like, these big breakouts. Like, oh, we're going to bust the all-time highs and then beyond right before a very, very big number, given what is happening with the rate cuts and meeting coming up.
How sticky does CPI or PPI have to be, if at all, for them to? I mean, is this pretty much a done deal, right? Rate cut, nothing's certain, nothing's 100%.
Well,
I think the quarter percent is.
How hot does this number have to be for them to be like, hold the phone, hold on, we got to reassess, or
oh, come on,
it's pretty much a done deal.
Well, what's fun is that
micro ES as well, short.
All right, what do you got?
6504 even.
6504 even. Short 3 MES. Go ahead, Jack.
So the perception that I was just showing that 10-year chart, it's kind of like work's being done for them. Remember, rates are set on the market. If there's a perception that the economy is slowing and rates are going down, we'll see. You were talking about sticky. I saw somewhere, the PCE has been above their target for 53 straight months. So I think it's already sticky. We will see. But also, a slowing economy should also help on inflation. That's the reason why the
yeah, you're right.
Bond yields are going down as well. So there's no free lunch in this. The slowing economy will help there. And you have a slowing economy.
So. Sounds good. Doom, keep us posted on these couple trades you got here. Short couple micro ES, short couple micro NASDAQ. All right, 13 minutes into this trading session. Let's bring in the man who's been around, seen some shit. Get Hogan here. An opening call there, Hogan. Happy Monday, my man. How's it going? And thoughts?
Happy Monday. Good morning, Andre. Good morning, Jack. Good morning, Doom. Good morning, Dakota. All right. Equities, I mean, they've pretty much opened in the single prints that occurred on Friday after the regular trading hour open. The S&Ps put in a new all-time high at that time, but the NASDAQ, however, did not. However, we are in all of these single prints here, right? So when we open in those single prints, that seems as though the market is seeking any business that was not able to get done in the very brief amount of time that the price was in that area. We are looking at some important numbers later on in the week. Just remembering that, we're kind of looking for opportunities as the market is open and kind of looking for range-bound opportunities. So I'm going to try and stay patient. Look for the extremes of the initial balance. Neither the S&P or the NASDAQ have left the opening range at either extreme. S&P seems to be struggling a little behind. We're seeing some pretty decent bids coming into NASDAQ, probably partially due to NVIDIA, which has found buyers finally after the earnings open. It's been kind of drifting lower, but I'm finally seeing some buying coming back into that. Thank goodness for that. And here's the S&Ps, which is really inside of those single prints that we saw on Friday. Those single prints come all the way from 65.24 and the orders all the way down to, let's just call it down here, 64.88. All of this is just possibly unfinished business. Market is just spending time here to see if, I mean, you can see that there was very little volume per price at this level. The market didn't get a lot of time to transact business. It's trying to see if there's anything left there before it starts to look anywhere else. Again, the opening range is neither the high nor the low. I'm not looking for anything as far as directional is concerned. And, you know, as always, markets like to make a liar out of me, but that's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
Hoag, gotta go to your baby. Gold, that precious metal. We just did it.
Yeah.
Air horn. I'm not even gonna say all-time highs. I'm just gonna say air horn. What's your weekly kickoff high in gold? Gotta ask. Sometimes they seem far out there, but
it's up there. It's
oh,
up
yeah?
there. 38.86.
38.86.
$200 higher.
away. Yeah.
Yep.
You know, a few months ago, Hoag, I'd say you're crazy, man. But nope, you've been nailing it. Yeah, you've all-time highs, uncharted territory. But yes, here we go. Pew pew pew. 38.86.
Off it goes.
$200 away. New highs, gold, Hoag.
Yes.
Tip.
We got a headline out of Aramco, the Saudi Arabia oil giant titan, if you will. What was that? They're cutting prices. Thank you, Hoop. Yes, Aramco cuts prices for all crude grades to Asia in October. He's continuing to see crude make new lows, $62.37. Dow selling off. Continue to sell off here.
NASDAQ holding these 800s. Can we see a break higher, or are we going to reverse here? NVIDIA's up 2%. Hoag, that's your... We were buying NVIDIA when we were down at, what, 99s, 90s, and 80s in the stock. I remember that.
Oh, you heard Hoag talking. Finally, there's some buyers coming in. Hoag.
I know.
Those are for my kids. I'm still holding those.
Okay, well, yeah, I'm like, I know where you're long from. You're good. Let's see here. 65.01. Price got pretty much stuck in the ES. And big mover right now. Gold, not done. Man, oh man. Overnight, what is this? Just a $50 range overnight in the gold. Low of 36.22. Currently trading $50 higher. 674 last trade. Again, those are new all-time highs. And now we got the ES stuck at 65.01. NASDAQ, every time NASDAQ gets up to 3,840 or so, sellers do come in. Sell that thing down. Hey, Doom, you got a downside target for this ES, or is this auto lick, or
as low as it can get, I'll take it.
That's what I do. Dude, you trying to chase Friday? Is that what's going on here?
I got tricked Friday. Went in a little tilt. Paid the price. You know how it is. Can't be straight arrow all the time. I think I managed to hold the downside pretty good, considering that my DOL is quite large.
Yes, it is. Trade micros. Like, it is the beauty of micros. Why the stops? Manage your risk a little bit better. Let's see if the ES 1, 2, 3 times in the last 20 minutes or so. Gotten just beneath 6,500. We have seen the buyers step in. Trading 64.99 right now. Anything on the ladder in the NQ? Nothing yet.
Starting to pull back just a little
Yes,
bit.
I like
now.
78, 64, 78, or 80.
78. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I like that.
that.
I
That's
might
what I was
pick
looking to
one.
buy.
Oops.
Yeah, the president is scheduled to speak in about 20 minutes. We will not have the feed for that. We will keep an eye on the headlines and be pumping those in as we get them here in the chat, as well as here on Topstep TV. With that being said, 4,000 people watching all across the globe. Hey, about over 180,000 subscribers on Topstep YouTube channel. Be so kind. Click subscribe.
Ooh.
Click thumbs up. That means you like us. Click the bell upper right-hand corner. That means you want to be notified when we're live here on Topstep TV. 180,000 subscribers. That's wild. So we
March
greatly
to 200.
appreciate March to 200,000.
When do you think we'll get there? End of year or end of month?
End of month sounds good to me, Dakota. They'll feed us
End of month?
steaks if we get that. Yeah, that'd be
About tomorrow.
fantastic.
Tomorrow.
Hey, tomorrow.
Yeah, depends on if
Okay.
anyone goes viral for like stealing a foul ball at a baseball game or something.
That lady.
We need the shake
Shame
it up
on
to
you.
get there.
Shame on you. These
Oh,
adults
man.
stealing souvenirs from kids. What's going on?
Well, he didn't really steal a souvenir from kids.
Bullied an
I have
adult, actually.
my bones against the father. Father didn't have a spine to defend it.
Philly for you.
his decision.
Shout out to Philadelphia. Shout out to Philly.
Shout out to Green Bay Packers.
Hey,
You guys
yeah,
watched
it was
NFL started. Green Bay,
proper
my Green Bay
beatdown.
Packers looking pretty good. How's that
Proper-
Chicago Bears
We'll find out
vibe
tonight.
over there?
Still undefeated in 2025, my friend.
That's right, Dakota. We have not
Absolutely.
lost. We'll see what happens tonight. We got NASDAQ just tapped on some new highs, 23,852. ES lagging a bit. Dow, they're around the bottom, 45,370. Crude continues to sell off on that headline from Aramco. Aramco saying cutting Asian grade prices to Asia. And you can see the sell off in crude, $62.26. Hoag.
And-
Hoag, what was overnight inventory, overnight interest coming into this week in NASDAQ and the ES? We saw a wild close in the ES. I'm wondering if that did carry over into today. Are they still getting long up here?
A little bit of difference of opinion up here. The S&P has lost a bunch of open interest on Friday. That was long liquidation. And that's supported by the B-shaped profile, volume profile here. You can see it's kind of a B shape. Estimated lost about 7,600, but the NASDAQ actually gained open interest approximately 4,000 contracts. So this was more about long liquidation meeting new sellers coming into the market. So if those new sellers are trapped in the hole here, maybe part of the reason we're seeing a little bit more buoyancy in the NASDAQ, which has been lagging. But, you know, the fact that NVIDIA has found a place to find some buyers here, that isn't hurting either. So, oh, wow, look at that.
Bomb.
Boom,
Big bomb.
boom, boom, boom. Ooh, boom, boom. New
Pow.
highs. New highs. NASDAQ. The ES turned around as well. Big pop there, ES. Big pop, NASDAQ. Pushing higher here. Gold making new all-time highs again, but NASDAQ just tapped out 23,862. ES went from 6,500 even right back up to 6,505.
Yeah, there go all those shorts from Friday in the NASDAQ.
It's got squeezed.
That's it. We're out.
Well,
Bam.
yeah.
And right back.
3,300 ES contracts in a second there. Are we starting to get the roll demons around? Because we didn't move that
Maybe.
much in the ES.
Is this roll week? This is indeed roll week, isn't it?
Next week.
Oh, next week it is. Okay, yes.
Yeah, next week should be switch week.
Crude continued to sell off. Crude continued to make new lows, $62.15. Saw 3,000 lot lifting the offers in the ES. No follow through just yet. Right back to 6,500. That is tough. Stopped out there. See, turn around 50-50 on the tilts. Nothing really changed there. Got about 8 minutes to the top of the hour. Anything else we got on schedule for today? 3-6-month bill auction, 10:30 Central, 2 p.m. Central. U.S. consumer credit. But besides that, nothing really on the calendar. Fed speakers are in a blackout period. That's because it's 2 weeks. I guess when Beige Book comes out, 2 weeks before the FOMC decision. But you never know. New lows, crude. Crude continues to sell off here. Gold continues to see push higher. So that was a 3,000 lot there in the ES, Jack?
Yeah. Well, 3,300 traded in a second. Also, like, there's just like a big divergence going on between like the NQ and the ES and the RTY right now. I mean,
Right.
Russell, despite these rates dropping, is hurt by if the economy is slowing. Russell's down 0.43%. NASDAQ's up 0.72%. A lot of the high flyers are sentiment. Palantir's up 2.8%. NVIDIA, as we mentioned,
I'm
up
short.
2%.
I'm short the NASDAQ. Sorry, Jack, from 54. Going to take a nice little scalp here.
854. How many times, Dakota?
5 micros. This is a little short-term scalp. Take a profit right there at 44 for 10 points.
Done. And out.
Yep. I still have 4. I still have 4 left.
Oh, okay. Just shave one. Shave one.
Correct.
Also,
Yep. Shave one.
congratulations.
Base hits, Andre. Base hits. I'm looking for
man,
these
my
30s to
man.
come back into play.
Also, congratulations to Robinhood getting inducted into the S&P 500. Who got booted? Was it
Wow.
Caesars? Caesars got the boot. believe. But
Little
Walgreens was recently.
Walgreens, yes, but Robinhood. All up to the big leagues. 6504, 6503 last trade. ES. Is there more gas in the goose? That 3,000 lot came from NASDAQ. Grind this thing higher here. 22,862. Go to short 4. Shaved 1 there.
Correct. Yep. White
Pug.
stop. Everybody stop
Pug.
Ready.
See what you did there? New highs. New highs in the NASDAQ. New highs gold.
Shout out to my old friend Josiah.
Josiah.
Hmm.
Who's Josiah Hoag? You got to tell me.
I'm Josiah. I think it's the same Josiah that when I went to Florida, he was an Uber driver, and he picked us up at the airport and dropped us off at the place we were staying.
Oh, there's Josiah. What's up? Oh, Josiah in
Yeah.
the chat. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Hello, Josiah. Really? He's always, apparently, Josiah's
Juice
not a
with
fan
that
of Robinhood.
inclusion.
Yeah.
Well, Robinhood's up 14% today.
That'll do it.
Mm.
Shout out to Michael Patak. Richard Michael's long from very nice price there in Robinhood as well. New highs in NASDAQ, 23,871. 874s now go. And ES, see what happens if the ES gets up to 6509. About a point and a half away from that. Every time we got up to the 09s, we have seen some sellers come in. There's Josiah. Long time no talk.
Yeah. Good to see you, my friend. Hope things are going well.
700 lot up at 65.10 in the ES. About 4 points away when we go fill that thing. 700 on the ask up there. That's trade 65.06. Closing in on it. Let's see the NASDAQ. Anything jumping off the NASDAQ?
Right.
Nope.
I'm out.
All
Minus
right.
120.
All right.
Yep. I didn't see what I'm liking. NVIDIA continue to push higher. We had a little bit of a stall out there, but not worth holding onto it.
Oh, let's see here. Just grind this thing higher. Doom, chilling, all good. Yep.
I'm keeping an eye on the dom here. It's flashing. It's now or never. I might see a couple of bucks here if the next candle doesn't just zooms through all my stops.
Right.
Hey.
We might run away from this 700 lot for now.
I'm not adding to this to slip out on a pullback, so I'm sticking with what I got.
Like that. Let's see if this is, man, every time 6508s. Yes, turns. Oh, we're still 70% long in the NASDAQ. We trade about 6 points off the highs there. 23,870. We're within 200 points of all-time highs in the NASDAQ. NASDAQ the strongest right now. Continues up and to the right.
Well, yeah. Well, NVIDIA is
Just
13 and
crushing.
change percent of the NASDAQ. So like a 3 or 4% NVIDIA will bring the whole index up 0.5% or something like that.
Pretty nice. Got NVIDIA doing the heavy lifting for you 1 week. Got Google doing the heavy lifting for you the previous
I
week.
know, right?
Man,
Google is
man,
doing a lot of heavy lifting. All right, I'm
hell of an
back into
army.
this- Back into
Hell
the
of an
short
army,
here
Mark.
from 69. Let's see if we
Right.
get a push lower.
6.9.
All right, there's one take profit in 50s.
Nice.
There's another take profit right there in those 50s. Now, yeah, this is kind of what I was looking for at the beginning.
Yes,
NVIDIA,
Jerome.
yeah, watching NVIDIA pull back a little bit too. So, just nothing too crazy.
Short 3 now, Dakota.
Yep, short 3 from 69.
Take the short 69s. Shave 10 or shave 1 for 10 points. Shave a second for 20 points. Now he's got 3. And we'll see where he
Correct.
wants to take this thing. A little off the table. And allow yourself for more room to the downside. Speaking of the downside, gold down and to the right. Since that Saudi news came out, essentially saying they're cutting prices. We are down about 70
Ooh, there's
cents.
another one at 45.
On Dakota.
Take a few more right there in these 40s. Leave one micro for a little bit of a
course.
runner here.
Where's Dakota? So short 2 now.
Yeah, 20 points.
Oh, it's-
It's always a magic number. Hey, if you're gonna enter a price, and it's gonna be 69.
Happy Monday, guys.
Happy Monday. Go
no.
ahead, Jack. Get
It's
me
like
out
a
of here.
10-point range so far. A lot of what do they call it? Violently range bound again. Yes, back and forth, but only 10 points range since the open.
We got yeah, there's a see 100 lot up 865. 20,865 in the NASDAQ. 20 points away. Ooh, sold. Someone just hit the sell button in the ES. These are just market orders coming in, and there's gonna be more room here. 64.99.
Okay, I'll take 30 points on that one. I'm flat.
Very nice.
Done.
I am flat.
Let's trade. Update that P&L, Dakota.
Yep, up $78.
Well done. One winner.
Wish I was up $78.
We say, you know, we post those P&Ls and you say, oh, I'm only up $78, and people laugh, oh, you're only up $78, and you know, always someone out there.
$78
would love
is
to be up
exactly where you beat the minimum wage.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah. Not many people.
That is
I
the
don't know
goal.
And what if you're
anybody
yeah,
done the math?
if you're down a G though? If you're down a G, you're well beneath the. Not saying just you do, but just in general. If someone's down $500, someone's down $1,200, they would love to be up $78 on the day, on the week. Hell, that matter. Okay, ES in this range right now. Top of the hour has come and gone. President is scheduled to speak in about 9 minutes. What? He's speaking about? Oh, here we go. You see this picture I'm looking at? Trump hosts White House Religious Liberty Group. You see this picture on Financial Juice, Jack?
Yeah, it looks like one of the AI ones.
It's absolutely amazing.
Man, I'm starting to see advertising where it's in AI, and half the time I don't even know, like, is this a
Look at
real
that
person
picture.
or not?
Look at that picture. I would love to. I'm
Man.
see it here on Top Step X. Not. Unfortunately, you cannot see it on top. You cannot.
We're starting to see that pullback now, Doom.
Look at that
I
picture.
chickened out on adding at my price. I got 874.5 marked, and I was looking to add one like a couple of points above it, and I pulled it out. Not that it was going to get hit, but you know it's hard to add to a loser when it flashed such a beautiful cucumba at open. Here we are.
It's dollar cost
Basically,
averaging.
Looking at ES. ES looks much more bearish than NASDAQ, and as Jack said, like huge divergence in between two. And the other things I'm looking at are still pointing down. So until things change, I'm in.
Yeah, this is a base hit kind of market for me. I mean, until we get inflation data or have some type of volatility spike or some type of news to move these markets, I took 30 points out on that one. For me, it's more about managing these small losses, looking for base hits. I mean, the range so far this morning from where we opened to where, like, from top to bottom, it's 100 points. 100 points from top to bottom. So 30 points of a trade is, you know, taking, you know, over 30% of the range so far on this that we've moved from high to where we're at now. Base hits.
Base hits.
Right,
Round base
Andre?
hits. 100%, man. 100% base hits. Tread water. Just keep padding the account. She'll catch the big one. That's what that runner's for, Dakota. Short 5 MNQ. You shave 3. You got 2 on.
Yep.
If the thing goes, it goes. If it doesn't, all right, cool. Still stack the winner and added. You know, stack those W's, stack those wins, stack those base hits. Lo and behold, you're up a pretty penny by the end of the trading day. All right, let's take a look at these prices. 64.99 last trade. ES. Tight range so far. I call 13 points or so. First 33 minutes of the New York session, I should say. NASDAQ trading 23,850. Up about 60, 70 points since the New York bell rang. Big mover so far. Crude down about 70 cents since Saudi say we're cutting prices. And gold, well, you know what it is. Air horn, air horn. 36.76. New ATHs. New ATHs here.
Buy the
Jack, hit me.
Yes.
It's a Monday. Hit me with the
Yeah, let's
goodies.
hit-
You had a full 48 hours for things to show up on your radar. What caught your eye, Jack?
Well, that assumes, Andre, that I spend every waking hour of my weekend looking for material. And in fact, I've noticed the NFL effect, which is that the Monday morning, like after this first week of football, the news was rather slow as far as the economic take people were asleep. They were up late watching the Ravens in Baltimore play. But we got a few tidbits here. Yes. I don't know how you watch that game and think, well, they're probably the teams to beat. Anyway, as Andre mentioned, I took this screenshot a little bit earlier when it was 10%, but hovering between 10% and 12% implied odds of 50 basis point cut. 90% seems the most sought after option. We'll learn a lot more after PPI Wednesday and CPI Thursday. This is where we stand. Rates have been coming in on the longer end.
What's happening?
Also, Lululemon has been in trouble. Took this from Wall Street Bets. We should have seen it coming. Yes, it made a perfect down dog pattern here. I like how it included puking out of the mouth there towards the bottom. But yes, Lululemon has been in trouble. Some other retailers, though, like Macy's and American Eagle, have done quite well. So, interesting market. And I want to intro this last one before we go to the slide here, Andre. As we all know, there once was a man from Nantucket.
Yes, there was.
Sorry,
Yes.
my computer's freezing. There once was a man from Nantucket, and given his famous behavior in that limerick, well, it's no surprise he was on a lot of cocaine. Cocaine levels in Nantucket sewage are 50% above the U.S. average.
Wow.
Health data reveals. Yep.
Look at that.
Wow.
Let's let that sit.
Let's let this
Out
simmer.
there measuring cocaine levels.
You got a public health.
6505. Sorry, 6505. So off
Yes.
700 times. Go ahead.
Wow.
In their defense, they were below the nation average in opioids and meth. So it seems that is the drug of choice in Nantucket. But remember, they're checking these things. So
win some,
stay healthy out there, guys.
Yep.
Yeah.
Talking about
That's what I have
dumping
for now.
the bags.
Shout out to Nantucket. Who's watching from Nantucket?
Who's drinking the water in Nantucket?
Oh, come on. Come on. Let's take a look at these prices. Oh, yeah, we got the 700 lot 6505. 3 point, call 3 points away. I believe it did come down. It was at 6510. It's come down 5 points. See if it does get filled. Closing on it. Still there. Will they pull it? Dakota, you still Dakota's flat. Dakota's flat. I'm still in this. Hoag. Well, let's see if this thing gets filled. Looks like we're getting close.
What's up?
Hoag, levels in.
All right, I'm
levels
going back to the
gold.
well. I'm short from 58.
Short from 58. All right, 23,000.
Yep, same trade, same
858.
setup. 10 points different though.
23,858. Hoag, how do we get long? Or well, how? Obviously, just hit the buy button. Duh. Well, how would you get? Where would you get into? At what price would you get long from in gold? With this just unbelievable.
Oh, man.
filled 700 times filled.
That's the question.
Get along around 2,700 right now, but yeah, that's the hard part because you're buying at all-time highs.
You are.
You just have to try and buy a pullback, and we saw a decent pullback here. We took out the IB high, we gave it back. Now we're back above it. That's the question, Andre. That's really the hard question in the directional market is where's the right time to buy it? It's so hard to buy it up here. Don't sell it. Don't sell it. That's the one thing I can suggest is
Don't chase.
try not to sell it.
Right.
But you got to try and buy pullbacks where you can limit risk. If I'm in real short time frame, if I'm looking at the volume profile,
6507.
let's try and take a quick look at this.
600 lot offer.
Looking at the volume.
6507.
All right, so see, this is not really that fine a look. So initial balance high, 36.71 half, 36.71 half. Basically, that's showing us that with the point of control right here. That initial balance high is a level that I would look to be able to limit risk against. What kind of expectation are we looking at for the upside? We don't have any reference up there, so we're really just we're kind of flying blind. We're flying into space. But that's what markets do when they are at all-time highs and they are directional to the upside. The auction to the upside is doing very well. The hard part is trying to find your way in. And this initial balance high in this 30-minute bar was the spot. Very difficult trade today.
I guess what I'm thinking is, we see gold, right? Gold, I'd call it pretty clean move so far. We continue to see it go higher. Is anything we can use that for? If we can't get long gold, what can we play that off of? If anything, I'm looking at the correlations matrix, nothing going there. Kind of when my FOMO kicks in. Damn, look at gold go. Well, I can't get long. I can't catch it. I can't get long with it. So what can I play that off of? Is there anything correlating to this move higher with gold? And I'm just not seeing anything.
Watch it.
Silver.
If you look hard enough, Andre, you're going to find it. You're going to find a way to get in. Is it going to be a good one?
No.
That's really the question, right? So what I'll start to do if I'm looking for an entry in a short time frame of a longer time frame move is I'll try and find low volume nodes. We get down here near this low volume node, that gives me an opportunity to limit the risk. If we hold this low volume node to the upside and I buy it there, then I'm okay. If we give it back, we come back into this high volume node, we got to be out. And we've got another low volume node right about here, which is right about 71 half. 71 half is the IB high, 71 half, and that's kind of above this low volume node here. So I kind of like that level. But it's all about limiting risk and trading against low volume nodes in a directional market. I have found some success with that. But if we keep looking for a trade here, Andre, we're going to find one. Best scenario, if we're not in this already, is be patient and look for the next really good opportunity for the long.
That's my guy. That's my trading buddy right there. My trading buddy walks you back. I know you want to get in, but look hard enough, you will find it. Yeah, and look at that correlation matrix. I can put that here in the chat. There is nothing. Silver, obviously, pretty close correlation, positive correlation, that is.
All right, took profit right there in these 40s. Took a couple off.
Right.
Oh, there's 30s. Took another one off there. Took another one off at 39. Now I got my runner. Got my runner.
Nice. Short. What are you short 3 now or short 2, Dakota?
I am now only short 1 from 58.
Well, okay.
Locked in some profits. Same trade. Went back to the well. Base hits. Base hits, Andre.
Absolutely. Markets are going to give us. They're not going to give us the home runs just yet. Doom just chilling. Still short. Short with 3 ES and micro ES. Short 2 micro Nasdaq. Just chilling. Kakumba, and we need the anti-Kakumba is what we need right now.
Well, I'm sure the options boys that were short coming into the week, swinging, already got cleared out and licking wounds. So let's see the sellers step back in.
They're starting to step in now. Nvidia's well off its highs, and Tesla's turned red. Yeah, Apple's turned red. So there's some sellers stepping in this level. Will it last long? That might be a different story.
Well, we got the bottom hour coming in here in about 17 minutes. Hoag, an hour into the New York session. What information are we looking for? What are we looking for in terms of the markets, opening range? What do we think? Initial balance? What are we looking for here for the first hour of the New York session? Oh, I get that mute button. Yes,
Speaking
right now
with his mind.
we're about
Dang it.
45 minutes into it. And we'll see if bottom of the hour will be like 15 minutes. We'll be an hour into the New York session. Hogue, what are we looking for in terms of prices?
So I think
What
our
are we looking at?
expectations this morning were correct. You know, we are in the single prints from Friday's unemployment numbers. The market is just kind of hanging around here, seeing if there's any business left to do. You know, we got a 12-point regular trading hour session range in the ES. It's doing what we kind of thought. Opening range is neither the higher nor the low. It's just kind of showing a kind of range-bound activity here, and the NASDAQ is pretty much doing the same thing. I'm loving what Dakota's doing because, you know, he's kind of looking at this as range-bound. He's looking towards the top end of the range to look for shorts and taking profits as the market rotates back to the downside. I mean, what's this look like on a 5-minute chart? So we get a little bit of a push, range, and Dakota's taking advantage of it. That's proof, folks. There is opportunity here. Just may have to, you know, look for a little longer, a little shorter time frame, and keep your expectations reasonable, which is what I love about what Dakota's doing. He's finding opportunities and taking profits. You know, see money, take money. Took one loss. He's had a couple 3 wins now, and he's really just kind of trading the way the market is suggesting that he does. Really good.
Yeah, thank you, Hogue. I appreciate it. Too many times I've done the opposite, right? Expecting a
Oh,
breakout.
for sure. I mean, yeah.
And it's just one of those where, you know what? We came in
Everybody loves the
today
big breakout.
yeah, we've all done it. We've all done it before. But we came into the New York session expecting maybe not too crazy of a move. I'm watching, you know, stuff like Nvidia, Apple, Google, Tesla, Microsoft, Amazon, Intel, and there's not really much going on. And we have big data coming out Wednesday, Thursday. Nvidia was up 2.25%. You know, Nvidia is now only up 1.5%, and it's reflecting around these overall markets. It's kind of a choppy, waiting type day so far.
So far.
So far, indeed. Okay. Let's see what happens here at the ES. 3 points off the session low. 6,500. We are stuck at 6,500 in the ES. Gold 36.73. Crude did find some buyers beneath $62. Last trade 62.24. We bottomed out $61.95 a barrel. All right, it's Monday, start of new trading week. You know what happens here at Topstep TV. That means it's a new tip of the week. Last week was educate yourself. Say educate. How about this one? If you educate yourself, guess what you got to do? You got to study your performance stats. What does that mean, you ask? Well, your trading metrics say a lot about your trading. I'm going to throw it to Dakota after this one because I know he digs in deep with those. Know your win trade percentage and how it relates to your reward over risk ratio. Also track your average winning trade, losing trade, and the time you're in either. Dakota, I know you get into your stats, your performance analytics very, very well. From these, what do you look for? I know you dig in the stat. What do you look for specifically? Your first thing you look at, aside from P&L, you look at this particular metric to study Dakota's trading.
That is a good one, man. I wouldn't say there's a specific metric I look at. The first thing I do is I compare. If you guys know, or followed me on some social media, I posted a video over the weekend doing just that. I was comparing my performance, and me and you, Hogue, we had a phone call on it as well, just understanding, you know, how are my statistics performing, whether you're struggling, and even when you're doing well, you know, especially when you're doing well. It's okay to review and say, hey, I need to improve in this area, even though I'm making money. But the first thing I look at is there anything abnormal? If you know your stats, if you do it relatively often, you could look at it like a screenshot or a glimpse, and something can, you know, whether it catches your eyes. For me, a good example was my personal trading. I was taking 1 to 2 trades a day. In this XFA, I was at 20 trades in a day. And so it's like, you know, rings the bell, like something's going on. There's, you know, a hint of over trading. It should be very obvious. Sometimes it's not obvious, but, you know, a lot of times for me, it is very obvious. Even though I'm making money, there's breadcrumbs, there's clues that could help signal and say, hey, you might be doing something wrong.
I like that. We just tapped on some new lows here. ES 64.96 just printed.
Yeah,
let's see
this
a
runner.
little bit more. There it is. Doom
Should
still
have
short.
it in my
I'll
parts.
let this call. I'll let this trade. Let you guys manage the trade. I want to bring in Hoag. Hoag, you and Dakota had a chat. Going into his stats, his metrics, perhaps. What did you see, Hoag? What did you see from looking at the numbers that perhaps Dakota should do more of, do less of, or keep doing the same? What did you see there, Hoag?
Well, one of the things we talked about is and you could see it in his stats overall. I think that he had changed his style to more of a scalping in a shorter time frame at a time when I think the market was offering maybe some bigger opportunities. And we talked about going back to what was working before when there were some bigger opportunities. And I think we kind of saw that he was maybe over trading a little bit because of the shorter time frame, and talked about going back to what had been working before. And I think that's just what Dakota was talking about here. Today is totally a scalping day. I mean, he's doing very well with it. So it's as much a market state recognition as anything else. But he's a good trader, man, and he's very thoughtful in the things that he's looking for and looking at, and he's gonna be just fine. He's gonna be an ass in no time.
Love that market state recognition, Jack. Who brings
Yes,
up market
sir.
state recognition? Right now, looks like scalping, right? Market state recognition. How do you know when it's changed? How do you know when it's changed? How do you know what market state you're in? I'm asking you a very difficult question to answer because I'm putting you on the spot there, but market state recognition. How do you know what you're looking at, and how do you know when it's too late and when things have changed, Jack? Tell me your secrets.
I mean, it's just a matter for me of if you see a range, for instance, of setting a decent stop that would invalidate that for you, right? That it's breaking out. In this, where we're at right now, it's been very tight. We're maybe extending the range a little bit to the downside in the ES, which I watch, but at the same time, it's kind of what everyone expected coming in here with the data coming Wednesday, Thursday, and not a ton of news on the board today. So, yeah, that's what I'm looking at right now. What was the question?
Don't worry about it. Market state recognition. Market state recognition. How do you know if you're in a scalping market? How do you know if you're in a home run market? How do you know if you're in a trending market? Right now, it looks like you started off well. You started off strong. We're in a range right now, Jack. We're range taking.
Well, no, I guess what I'm saying is like you can identify right now is today would seem an unlikely day for there to be a huge breakout. So I definitely, a lot of times, if there's some level that gets hit way down below that we're looking for, that's where maybe you're looking for your home run where you'll trail it and you're looking for like 50 points or more in the ES on your last one. Doesn't feel like that today. Feels very much like a tighter range unless we get some sort of news.
Yo,
I like
Reason I
it.
said
You know
that-
what?
Dude,
In
go
my
ahead.
slow markets class, I compare it a lot to a quarterback where you'd have instances of, sure, you might be doing really good with one dynamic, but there's situational awareness, right? Where we know that there's data coming out Wednesday and Thursday. We kind of have a situation of what's going on in this market. And even though we could be watching, like this morning, was watching this NASDAQ break through highs, we kind of have it like, okay, are we really going to have a very huge trending day before the inflation data coming out and before everything we just discussed? So I like to view it like a quarterback, saying that's situational. We need to understand and read the situation of what's going on in the overall markets. And sometimes that's hard. That's the hardest thing to me in trading, is being able to identify what market state we're in and then be able to execute the different strategy based off of it.
Because it's
What
always
about,
a
like, Jordan Love?
hypothesis. You never really know.
Yeah. Until after the fact, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Interestingly, on the weekend, Hoag, I pretty much did the same thing what you guys did with Dakota. I went through my journal from this time last year, and I was scalping more, with some size and scalping more. And I was debating on bringing this thing, but not today. Not
What
on
is
a
that?
Monday.
Hold on.
It's my little Boomer Doomer Scalper 3000.
Hotkeys.
It's just super quick. Yeah, I gotta replace the stickers though. They kind of messed up a little bit with time.
Well, you better know those. Look at that.
It's a little micro keyboard, so you don't mess up an order if you're typing something. But it was doing me a very good favor. and I'm going to bring that back in. I'm not as quick with my
looks
mouse. I do have the conviction of today that we're completely going to just rip down. But hey, what do I know? I'm just a guy chilling in my garage in my recliner on Topstep TV.
Boomer
man.
Doomer. I like it.
3,000. Also,
It looks well used.
I kind of got it with some kids on Discord, and they kept calling me a boomer for I don't know what reason. So I slapped the stick at it. It's the Boomer Doomer 3000.
have they called you Unk yet? Have you been called Unk yet?
Not yet. Not yet.
Okay, well,
Not
that's
yet.
the next one.
Talking about Unks, I hung out with Gabe on the weekend and one of
Unk.
his buddies. Yeah.
Wow, Gabe.
We had some good
Hey,
times.
Speaking of hotkeys, you can customize your own hotkeys on Topstep X. You click on that gear the settings icon, left-hand column there. Click on that.
Oh, yeah,
top, you
where-
see
where-
hotkeys.
here we go.
See hotkeys? Set up your custom hotkeys for me. Up arrow. Up arrow is buy the market. Down arrow is sell the market. I'm not going to show you the rest of them, but yes, custom hotkeys on Topstep X. That's how you win the reversal challenge. Nope. But yes, customize your hotkeys on Topstep X. Be careful though. You got to know what they do. That's how fat fingers happen as well. But
My
headline hits.
personal tip on setting those up is like the key that
Space them.
engages, make it a combination of two keys. So the
Oh,
one
I
that
like that.
engages is a combination of two, and then you have a third that hits, but you got to
Confirmation?
program your keyboard for that. So in no chance, if you have a cat, it walks on your keyboard, and next thing you know, you come back in your office and maybe you're down, maybe you're up, but you don't want that.
Well, yeah.
I
Or
like
you
that.
get yourself a stream deck and then you can get actual to sort of like buy and sell buttons. But I'm
Yeah.
always nervous of that stuff. But if it works for some people, more power to you. Live your life.
Yeah, I mean, I have my Stream Deck here, and I have not used it. I have not set it up either. It's one of those big 32 ones. And
Yeah.
you can customize it, but I've not used it
Other-
at all.
Other suggestions on the internet I've seen from I'd say a little bit more degenerate traders than I am is use a PlayStation gamepad or Xbox.
Come on. No.
Oh.
I ain't going that far. No, I ain't going that far.
No. I mean, that's wild.
Hey, with that said, what is it? 10:27. It's my time to go check on my wife's palm trees. She'll be very mad if I don't. I'll be right back.
Okay, dude,
Gotcha.
you can't be doing this back and forth though. The producer's gonna kill me. You can't be doing this back and forth all day. They're gonna kill me if I keep doing this. But go water the
I think
palm
it's
trees and
charming.
Take a look at these. I love it. I
Yeah,
love
it's
it. Oh, I'm
charming.
sure Andrea and James just absolutely think it's adorable
Charming.
as well. It's 65.01 last trade in the ES. NASDAQ 23,841 at the bottom of the hour, coming in here in about 3 minutes. They look crude. 25 cents off the highs. A little bit of buying here in the ES. Got that 600 lot up at 65.07, about 4 points away to the upside. President say
I
something?
mean, buy the dip. That was the pullback to buy. I mean, we went down to those 810s, and now we're bouncing. We're up 50 points from that. We're catching a bid right here.
Buy the
Ooh.
dip so much as it's just been a range back and forth.
We'll see what happens with these 09s. 65.09. 1, 2, 3, 4 times. So far in this New York session, we've seen some selling come in there. Buying gets absorbed. Sellers come in. Push lower, like Jack's saying, in that range. See if this 600 lot gets filled to the upside in the ES. 4 points away. NASDAQ got a 100 lot up at 23,865. Call 15 points away as we trade 23,849. Nothing really on the tilt so far.
Looks like
pretty
we're probably going to close this initial balance with just a 15-point range in the ES. So, yeah. Tight.
Mm.
Market state,
Fire
Jack.
stepped
What's
in
the, yeah, we'll see if let's go for the 600 lot. See what happens we get to the 65.09s. 4 points to go.
Cash
Kakumba
Kyle
is
says he's up
back.
15,000 today.
Really? Well done. Hey,
Nice.
hang on to
Nice
that.
work.
Hang on to that. It's a nice hell of a start. On a quiet Monday like this, you hang on to that. Stay ready. Stay ready.
Mhm.
Well, the competition is snoozing, twiddling their thumbs. We're locked in here on Topstep TV. Got your trading buddies here, making sure you don't go chasing markets. You don't just trade just to trade and feel something. I've been guilty of that. Stay locked in here. The move is coming. The big move is coming. The opportunity is coming. You've seen Dakota See what happens if we get up here into the 6509s in the ES. Take a look at NASDAQ. NASDAQ closing in about 9 points off the highs there. 2008.66. Every time we've gotten up. You are or not?
I'm not. Nope, I'm not going back to the well. It was okay the first time. This time, it just looks like we have a lot more momentum now getting up to these highs. Where
Well, it'll be like
we have
seven times now since the overnight that it's tapped on that 6,500 SPX. I love the back and forth in chat with the Bears and the Bulls, but it's like today, you guys have both been right. I mean, like, you guys have been able to buy 4 or 5 times and make money. They've been able to sell 4 or 5 times and make money. So we'll see. Was this range gets broken, y'all can take a victory lap in one direction or the other.
There you go. The numbers in one direction. Hoag, bottom of the hour. Coming right here, right now. Initial balance
right
set?
here, right now.
Initial balance set.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay,
Yep.
hit me with those prices. Hit me with the prices in NASDAQ. Initial balance, first hour of trading. We're looking for the upper end and lower end of those prices. NQ, initial balance is?
S and NQ initial balance. All right. We got 23,876 on the upside, right up near it.
Yep.
23,771, the downside.
Yep.
S&P
Yes.
IB low, 64.95 quarter. IB high, 65.09 even.
There you go. Thank you, sir. There you go. In there right now.
We're up here at this
Is this the
870s.
breakout? Is this the time that the range trade fail? Is this it? The moment of truth right now. Session highs, 65.09. We train 65.08 first hour of the New York session. Maybe we'll sell it up here.
Like it.
You've been able to sell it up here first hour.
Like it.
These were 60-point palm trees.
Stop.
I'll give it another 5 minutes if it doesn't rip through this, but it's turning into the short that I don't like anymore and I don't want anymore. Turning. Not yet, but let's see.
Haven't seen much from the president. I haven't seen many headlines. So scheduled to speak about 20 minutes ago. Haven't seen much there. Hear about the first hour into the New York session.
Just say tariffs.
Yeah.
6,500
right here, right now in the SPX.
Empty stage. Thank you, James. Empty stage right now. It's not taken to the podium. Just a moment. Is this when they 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. First hour. Again, first hour session. The sellers have come in here, both ES and the NASDAQ. Dow, I almost said Doom. The Dow kind of trading in the middle of its range right now, not at the upper end of that initial balance, like Hoag was saying. Initial balance, essentially, what's the highest price it's traded?
There
First
it goes.
hour. Here we go. All right, NASDAQ has tried to, just did print new highs, 23,880. Those stops that just went off? Perhaps, probably. There's going to be more push. More push. More
Friday's
push here.
high is 890s.
That's trying to do it as well.
890s in the NASDAQ. Friday's high. Or basically
right?
900.
Okay.
Yeah, 23,900.
Oh, that's
This
right.
is,
That was like, that came right off the pop on the New York session. Right when the opening bell hit in New York, we topped that. Then we ran that infamous poll. I ran that infamous poll. Will we make all-time highs in NASDAQ? And no chance. So, okay. Well, here we go. ES.
No rejection.
Look at those wicks up. Yeah, look at those wicks up there.
Yeah, you can see on this chart that showing of mine right now, this sort of like bouncing back and forth between options levels. Now, of course, there's a rock fight here, but we, bounced pretty much at 64.60, kind of tested below it. And now we're going to test 6,500. See what's going on there.
Okay. What happens if we get to 6,500s? If we get down to 6,500s?
We already did. It's just
like it down
sort
there.
of like, I think it's important to see that these are sort of decision zones, right? You could fade it or break it out, but it's a good, if you're looking for the turnaround or acceleration, it's a good place to look.
Whoever had their stop loss at the high of day, man, stop loss is a better entry than the NASDAQ. We just popped them and
to that point,
sold off 30 points.
Actually, Deanna, Coach D, shout out to Coach D. It was a long time ago. We first came on. how'd you say, Andre? Don't put your stop in an obvious place.
Yes.
100%. And it's easier. I mean, you think it's like, pretty common. But what does she mean by that? Round numbers, perhaps. Don't put it, 65.09. Put it in 65.10 quarter or something like that. And of course, we stops there. Don't put the stop in the most obvious of places. So,
I'm
Yeah,
35
well, like,
points
versus
above
I hate
Friday night. Sorry.
if you see someone with a stop like one tick above the high a day. I mean, like, yeah, that kind of
That's
worked here for now, but that's a recipe. What I don't like about that, if it gets up there, it's probably getting hit, but also you're like risking your slippage at that point because if a bunch of stops pop, um, you could get slipped quite a bit.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, like that. Like that.
Yeah.
Crude might be rolling over here a little bit.
What's gold doing?
$62.15 headline coming out from the Saudis saying essentially they're going to be cutting prices for October. And we have seen about $61.95 new lows there.
Saudi Spirit Halloween deal. Spooky oil. Yeah.
Wow.
Wow.
36.70 last trade. 36.70 last trade in gold. Hit that air horn earlier today. 36.77. What does air horn mean? That means new all-time highs. Gold very, very strong up and to the right. For the president coming to the top of the hour here in about 25 minutes. Shout out to the range shares in the chat. Who's been taking advantage of this range of these ranges? And if so, just let me know what markets you've been doing in the ES or NASDAQ. Or there's another market out there that's been in range bound that you've been able to really capture the opportunity. Base hits, right? Stacking $100 winner, $50 winner, $80 winner, $30 loser.
There's someone.
Right?
Lane says just past 550K combines. I'm taking a nap. There you go.
All right.
Good decision. Naps are good.
Yes.
Well done. We'll be your background noise. Go to sleep. We'll help you take a nap here, Elaine. So you just stay there, and we will take care of you. Yeah, absolutely. Keep Topstep TV on. We'll let you know. Trust me, I'll let you know when the markets are cooking. You'll wake up to.
I do it. I'll keep Topstep TV on, and I'll do like laundry or eat lunch or something. And then whenever I hear your voice starts to get really hype, I'll take a look at the markets.
You're saying it works. Okay, good. It works. There's the feedback.
Yeah,
I was looking. I was wondering if that actually worked. Well, there you go. President. We got president saying anything? I'm not seeing anything just yet.
Yeah, James watching him back. It seems for some sort of like religious liberty group thing. So I don't know if it'll be anything off the bat that's going to move. I have no idea if there'll be a Q&A or anything like that.
All I need is one mic. All I need is one mic. Shout out to Nas. Nas has a song about
Shout
that.
out to
Okay,
Nas.
with that being said, new week, new feature, new update, new enhancement to Topstep X. Who's better than bringing in the good news than Gabe? Gabe, come on in. What's happening, my man?
Yeah, buddy. Good morning. Happy Monday. Man, I am thrilled to announce that traders, we've got a new update on Topstep X, one of the many continuous updates that we continue to provide. Position brackets just got more flexible. Now, if you're not familiar with what position brackets are, position brackets in Topstep X currently let traders preset a safety stop to cap losses and a profit target to lock in gains so that the plan runs with the trade. So if you already go into Topstep X and you go into your risk settings and you attach automatic position brackets so that a stop loss and a take profits added to every trade, they've been global previously. So they've applied to all of your accounts if you're copy trading. Now, each account can have its own custom position bracket set up. So accounts act individually, which is perfect for those that want to give each account specific risk parameters. Maybe you don't want to apply, a $200 risk bracket to every position you take across every account. So we're giving traders more customizable opportunity to select how they want to manage their risk per account, per strategy. And this is a game changer for anyone running multiple strategies. But pretty much that's it. So more flexibility, more control. That is the new Topstep X position brackets. And don't forget, also on the horizon, MP's been talking a lot about the potential OCO orders and traditional brackets that everybody's been requesting too. So continuously finding ways to improve week after week here at TopStep. So make sure you go check out TopStep X position brackets for now if you'd like to go take advantage of that new flexibility. And I'm going to send it back to you, Dre.
Thank you, Gabe. Absolutely. Amazing ways you can really tweak different accounts for different risk reward, different risk settings as well, different strategies. Really fine tune that. 5 accounts. That's really good stuff. Thank you, Gabe. Well, Gabe was bringing in that awesome announcement. Did tap on some new highs here in the ES 6511. Just printed in NASDAQ. 5 points off the highs, 23,873.
Yeah, not a lot of momentum behind this. It's like we're just what we were saying. It's a quiet day, slowly drifting up into the right. We tap all-time high, or not all-time highs, pull back, highs, pull back, consolidating.
Yep.
Well, if you look at it from like the market makers end of it, on a day like this where everyone knows that we got the data come out this week, there's no news. It seems like a really easy day to seek and destroy the zero date options, which account for 60 to 70% of all options volume these days. So
incredible.
It would not surprise me to see this. We may, move all over in between, but I know it's only 9:40 in the morning. Looking at that 65.10 for the close, very well could happen.
Where we are right now.
Seek and destroy.
Again, all-time highs in ES 6541. That did print on Friday, 6141, and the orders. I say the orders. That means 3/4. About 30 points or so away from that. Gold making another run here. Less than a buck away. Less than a buck away up and to the right for the gold. We got 70% long on the tilt in the ES right now. Once I see 70%, I finally keep my eye on that. Looks like the NASDAQ might want to take this thing, or at least tap on the highs again.
What if we run to all-time highs today? I mean, expect unexpected. Right? I see someone saying in chat. Nvidia's up 2%, and Amazon's now up 2%.
I'll tell you what. If we pop the all-time highs today and say the ES, I would be very much looking to see it run through there in stops and then sell it when it comes back into that range.
Okay, there you go.
Okay,
just like last week, Jack.
Yep.
Well, here we go.
Here we go.
30 points to go. 30 points to go. 65.11. 65.11. 65.11. 3/4 in the ES. New highs just printed there. NASDAQ the same. 23,886. 886. 180 points for all-time highs in the NASDAQ. Gold.
I'd be really amazed if the NASDAQ put in an all-new high today.
It's not that far. I mean, it's really not that far. 180 points.
No, you're right.
One headline.
We are talking about the NASDAQ here.
Yep, very thin. Let's look at that ladder. Anything showing there on the ladder in the NASDAQ? I haven't taken a peek there in a second. What do we got?
Really quick point of interest coming up in the ES. 65.14 would be exactly where we were when the unemployment number came out at 7:30 Friday morning. We're almost there.
14s, yes, indeed. We're pushing higher here. We got this 500 lot up at 23,905 in the NASDAQ, about 22 points away from that. As we trade 23,882. Let's go seek out that liquidity. Grinding higher here in the ES. Okay, looks like markets may have woken up a little bit here.
I think some of these bids and offers that we're seeing in the equities are largely related to rollover.
Oh, what's rollover, if you don't mind?
Sure. Rollover is when you want me to go through the whole thing, or
no, not the whole thing. Not the whole thing. I'm just messing with you. I know we've been working on stuff. What's roll? We changed from currently, right? ESU, right? U stands for September, the September, and it's going to roll. September is going to expire next week, and then we go to what month?
Well, we will roll into December probably a week from tomorrow. That'll probably be switch day.
So what's the process?
Then the
What
following
exactly are
the
traders?
Friday after that will be expiration. But the September contract will be expiring in a couple of weeks, and all of those positions and all of those traders who want to maintain those positions in the September contract will have to move those positions into the December contract. That's why we call it rolling over. You're rolling all those positions into the future contract month. So it just makes the markets a little bit different. The longer time frame focuses more on getting a cheap rollover or actually making money on the rollover. Last thing they want to do, of course, is lose money by moving all those positions over. So it takes some of their focus away from directional activity and it keeps it focused on getting their rollover. It takes some energy from them. So the tendency is to remain somewhat range bound during rollover. But anything can happen, baby. We got FOMC right in the middle of that week. Roll a week.
Even better.
Roll week.
Man, when you were filling paper, Hoag, on the floor, how much did you cleaned up when you were filling orders on the floor? Yeah, those were good weeks.
Well, yeah, because you doing the spread, you're for every contract you're doing two. So, filling spreads was good. The people who are really cleaning up were the locals in the back months. So let's say we were still on the trading floor, and the December is the back month. So any market orders that come in the December contract, the locals in the back month would try and lowball or highball the bid and offer, and if they got hit, they would execute the opposite in the front month, which is the September, and they could lock in significantly better spreads by doing that, and then just unravel those positions using the spread.
Not fair. Completely fair.
They didn't tell anybody about it either. They walk out of there with wheelbarrows full of money, but they never made a dime.
You mean they didn't take pictures of the Lamborghinis and post it on the internet, Hoag, when they were cleaning up? That's you figure they would have, man. That's wild. They didn't do it. No. It was like the rich ones.
Nobody on the floor ever made a dime.
No, but then you go to the parking garage, One Financial Place. There, you got a parking garage. You're like, oh, there's the real ones, and they own it. All right, new highs in gold, 36.78. More gas in the goose to the upside in the Nasdaq. Got my eye on that 500 up at 905, about 20 points away. Look at this. ES finding some more steam here. 500 lot on the ask, 65.13. Look at these bids come in.
As that continues to go. Just touching the highs and pulling back.
Hey, DOLR dollar. Oh, yeah, you remember that. CME Park Garage was like a car.
Oh,
sure
yeah.
was. Sure was. Hoag, what do we got for Delta? Is it positive? We just lifting offers?
Yeah, it's positive in the S&P's 5,000, positive 2,100 in the NASDAQ. But again, coming into rollover, that's going to mean a little bit less and less until we get through expiration.
All right, I'm short. Short from 880.
880. 23,880.
Yep.
Was in Q plus 2K. Cool. Not done. Gold not done.
Looking for the same thing. Looking for the same thing that I was looking for this morning. Kind of seeing some hesitation here in like Nvidia and some others. We're kind of getting this chop around these 80s. We're near these Fridays high as well. So if we get a 10, 20 point pullback or little sell off back down to these 60s, I'll be happy. Nothing too crazy. Same position size, 5 micros.
Downside, okay. Eat O. Let's trade 875. Doom, you've been waffling back and forth. This is the line in the sand. Now or never. Is it still now? Or is it never?
Very tough to put my finger on it. As much as I don't like quoting this loser, it's on this bar. It's definitely on this 15-minute bar.
Okay.
But what's a high? Like, what's a previous high if we don't run up a little bit over it and then sell? Man, What is this? This ridiculous. Good thing I'm in micros. I would have been on the streets if I was with a mini here.
No.
That's the
No.
beauty of it. That's the beauty of the micros. 600, 400. What do you got there? I'm looking for the yes. Yeah, I see that.
Dakota's preempting a failed upside auction,
Right.
Oh, am I?
which might be a really good trade location.
You looking for that setup?
Remember the NASDAQ IB high 23,876. We start holding below that, you're going to look real good here, Dakota. But we've got about 10 minutes before we can verify the failed upside auction.
Got it.
Yes.
S&Ps look strong.
They do.
Yes, it
We're getting
does.
very close to closing that gap to the unemployment candle. Get that about
Was it
14
14s?
and a half. Yeah.
Right.
If you want to be real specific.
Stacking these offers, they keep lifting those offers. Top of the hour, about 11 minutes, 10 minutes or so. Okay. How about this? So we're about hour 20 minutes into the New York session here in the States. So let's see, let's take a look at our live leaders. Live leaders here. Topstep, boom, live leaderboard. Up number 4 on the big board, up almost $12,000 so far today. Got Trader J, number 227 on the big board, up $8,200 so far today. A lot of time left, but that is good to see. Hang on to those profits. Hang on to those profits. Got a long week ahead of you. That's a great way to start the trading day and hell, trading week. That's a hell of a week. I mean,
that's a nice comeback. Good job,
90
man.
minutes in. 90 minutes in. It's the beauty of trading, but obviously there's the flip side to that as well. If you're down, don't make it so the rest of the week, your Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday is all about trying to dig yourself out of the hole you made for yourself on Monday. Small wins, small losses, or if you're like those two traders, big wins. Good to see it. Real trades, real profits, real losses.
Off.
What's up, Dakota?
I took 3 contracts off here at 865.
Nice.
Yep, 865. I was looking for those mid 60s. Got them. I have 2
trader, who it is?
2 on. 2 on.
Nice trade, Dakota.
Thank you.
This trade indeed.
Run back down and
Dakota,
push these 50s.
I've noticed a bit of shifting gears with the trading today. You're coming in with 5 micros, right? Coming with 5 micros, you're looking, you peel 3 off quick, or relatively quick. Not quick, but 10, 15, 20 points, right? And you're letting the other 2 ride. And where are you moving your stop? Are you moving your stop essentially to entry? Or are you?
Yeah. My stop is where it needs to be, as in I'm looking for areas for pivots. After I take profits, then I'm looking for, if you see on this 100 tick chart, these little pivots. So I'll move my stops based off of that. If we break down, if I peel some off, then I like to move my stop for reasons. Like there always has to be a reason for me to do an action in this market, and moving a stop is an action. And if the market's not telling me, hey, this is a valid place to move your stop loss, then I'm not going to touch it. Biggest pet peeve of mine is somebody who moves their stop loss out of emotion. Like, I just don't want to lose money, so I move my stop. The market comes up, hits break even, stop, and then it turns around. And then you are a lot more frustrated. You have act out of emotion the next time, and then you're second guessing yourself. And so as long as you have a valid reason whenever you're making a decision in these markets, then that's fine. And that's kind of what I'm looking for. We pushed down to these mid 60s. That's where I was looking for profits. I took off 3 contracts, and then I moved my stop loss down. First, my stop loss was up here at like 906 above Friday's highs. Took profits. I moved it down to 90. If we do end up breaking down into these 50s, I'm going to move my stop loss below this pivot area, which is 75s. So my stop loss would be a little bit better than break even. And I'm moving my stop regardless of where my entry is. My stop loss does not matter, and is not, I guess, correlated with my entry. I don't know how to say that right.
No, I get what you're
Stop
saying.
doesn't matter. Your stop doesn't matter. In terms of
my entry doesn't matter. My stop loss and my entry Like, I'm not going to move my stop loss just because my entry is at a specific location. Like, if
Okay.
I'm going to quote a great man who said,
Does that
"The
make
stop
sense?
has to be where it has to be," and that's that.
It has to be where it has to
Could have
be.
said it better myself,
Yeah.
Doom. Could have said it better myself. That's it. That's all. We got 70% long on the ES tilt right now as we trade 65.12. Got a 600 lot up 65.13, and our 400 lot up at 65.15.
I added one micro new average at 810 and 3 ticks.
810 short three.
What's my exposure here? Another $100. All right, we good.
Stop it! Whoa, what did you say, man? I've said
The
that
stop
before,
has to be
dude.
where it has.
No, after that. I said that to myself. What's another $100?
I forgot. I forgot.
That's a dangerous.
I'm like a wine bottle. Once you pull out the cork, it's all.
Oh my god, I've said that before. Oh, where's Burnell, my trading buddy? 65.13 quarter, a last trade. Grind this thing higher.
Doom, what's your average price in the NASDAQ?
810 and 3 ticks, about 811. Call it 811.
I've said that. Oh,
I'm
man.
still so out of this. Like, what? It's almost 70 points.
Silver all-time highs? All right, sounds good. Top of the hour in 5 minutes. We'll see if we get that failed upside auction or not. That being said, he is back and better than ever. You saw him in opening call. Now you're going to see him in fast markets. Mr. JD in the house. Welcome back, JD. Good to see you. How you been, my man?
What's up, guys? Hey, just a heads up that 600 lot at 1375 just traded out in the ES. 500 lot, well, total 600 offered all day.
Close the NFP gap. Did it.
Certainly did. All right, guys, let's take a look at Friday's top 5 live funded P&Ls. Here they are. Up at the top, we've got Modism, number 3 on the big board, $16,000 in profit, trading the NQ on Friday. We've got an anonymous hamster in second place with a $14,000 profit trading the NQ. Yihang, number 25 on the big board, $9,900 trading the NASDAQ. Trader J, you just saw him on our live leaderboard. Picked up just about $7,000 on Friday. Tack on that $8,000. He's up today. Good couple of days for Trader J, number 227 on the big board, and moving up real fast. And then we've got Donovan T, number 159, trading gold. Our lone gold trader on the list. Just about $5,500 in profits on Friday in that live funded account. Nice job to all of these live funded traders. We have also got some payouts to look at from Friday. Let's pull these up. Impressive numbers from these live funded traders also. There they come. Up at the top, number 65 on the big board, Sol with a $63,571 payout on Friday. That is a huge amount of money. Especially, what a great way to start a weekend, right? 63 grand in your pocket. See you later. Alan T, number 141, also $57,600. Decent payout. Samuel A, number 158 on the big board, $31,500. Jacob B, number 32 on the big board, $14,547. And Ian C, number 199, $7,500 payouts. All these traders pulling real money out of the real live markets and lining their pockets with it. I hope all of these traders had excellent weekends. It's pretty nice. There you have it, guys.
Wow.
Great stuff. JD, did you injure yourself this past week?
I did not injure myself. I spent most of my trip dealing with contractors. To be honest with you, it was a mess. Had some problems with the house, and yep, here we are.
Talk to my man
All right,
Jerome
I'll catch up
Powell,
with you guys in a little bit.
general contractor of note.
Well done. Yep. Get your hard hat. What do we got, Hoop? Yep.
I'm
gold
flat.
Continues to cook. You're flat. There you go. Nice trade, Dakota.
Yeah,
What's that
someone's
P&L
knocking
at?
at my door. I got to run and get something.
Dakota, what's your P&L before you go? Someone's knocking at Dakota's door. Who is
352.
it?
352. I don't know.
Who is it? Can you take us there live? Take that camera with. Let's see who's at Dakota's
Dakota,
door.
Dakota's grabbing his blunderbuss.
No, it's stuck here. It's stuck here. All right, maybe next time.
Who is at Dakota's
away.
door? Is
And
it
there goes the
Starbucks
short now.
order?
Yeah.
Doom is in. Short 3. MNQ 23,810. Is the market going to roll over here? Hoag, we're talking about a failed upside auction. Got 60 seconds. 60 seconds. What do we think?
It's looking
Hoag?
like it in the NASDAQ, but not the S&Ps.
NASDAQ, not the SPs. Nope.
What a
They're looking different directions.
Look at the Dow. Look at that Dow chart if you get a chance. Yes, they are. Gold. I gotta say it. I don't even know what the count's up to. I don't know if someone's keeping track, but yeah. Pew, pew, pew. We are $20. $20 from $3,700 now. It's incredible.
You want to know what it was?
Yes, I do. I called it. I said Starbucks. I said Starbucks. 100%.
Andre called it. And
Pumpkin
Andre
spice.
called it.
Is it a pumpkin spice latte, Dakota?
No,
You are
no,
Gen Z.
no.
It is not. It is
No.
not. It is not. Very good. Take a look here.
And look at that short. That short paid pretty well.
It did.
Yep.
Hey, Coach Dakota, do you guys have the meat salesmen that come by, knock on your door?
No, no.
No.
That have like
What?
steaks
You got
that
that in
fall off the truck type of deal, by the real deal?
Come
No,
on.
I live in an
They got that in
apartment where you need a
Florida?
code to come in. No soliciting. No soliciting. You have to
We
give a
used
code.
to have them a lot in Florida. They kind of shift, you know. It's either, excuse me, sir, can I take a moment of your day to talk about Lord and Savior? Or, hey, brother, I got some good steaks on the real deal.
We got
No,
we got
I mean, there's a lot of soliciting, right, for what you're saying, Doom, around here. But I live in an apartment where you need a code to get into the section.
Gated community.
Yeah, I
Dakota?
can't stand people
Yeah,
bugging me.
Dakota living large.
I'm all right with them. But
Oh,
some are
I
really
live
annoying.
just. I live not far from a witness temple, Andre. So yeah, I get solicited a good deal.
Oh, they know you very well. They know who you are.
Mm-hmm.
They do their market analysis probably better than I do.
Uh-huh. I like your shoes. Do you have a
Hey, I
moment?
love
Do you have a
those,
moment?
man.
Just
They're good.
Hoag, top of the hour is come and gone. We are now 29 minutes till the Euro
So-
close. How are we looking on those auctions, Hoag? I'll tell you what's that has not a failed upside auction is gold. Gold is just an absolute monster. Gold
Just
look at that, just grinding 20 bucks higher since the New York bell rang. Look at that thing go! What
I'm
an
not sure you
absolute
guys-
beast!
Up in Chicago had like the most annoying I ever experienced was the people about 4 or 5 years ago. They're going door to door asking you, "Do you want to sell your house?" And they will come like right in my afternoon nap. Man, you get me up for my afternoon nap. I'm a beast. You don't want to deal with me. I got chased one down the street. Yeah, I snapped it. Like, oh, I'm going to sell you something.
We're gonna catch a case is what's gonna happen if they keep doing
Right,
that shit.
right, hey.
Dude, I'll tell you what. Here we go. We got some stuff out of the New York Fed here. 3-year consumer August survey found worst probability of finding new job since June 2013. Yes, August survey found worst probability of finding a new job since 2013. This come out from the New York Fed. 3-year consumer
Wow.
inflation expectations unchanged at 3%.
Interesting.
August credit excess expectations deteriorated a bit. Sounds bearish to me.
Andre, I would be short the NASDAQ and long the S&Ps.
Short and as long. I see. Yeah. Okay.
You see it?
I do see it. Show
You
it
have
to
the
me.
bill.
Can you go to two? Go to two. If we're gonna show on your charts, let me see it on your charts here. Ho, go to two of them. Bring those
course.
up. I do see it.
So this is the
Fed
NASDAQ.
perceptions of
Failed
Here's
upside
some
auction in the NASDAQ.
yeah.
Market looked
Yeah.
above the initial balance on a 30-minute, closed back below that initial balance high on the 30-minute. So 23,876 and a quarter becomes our area of resistance. So we've opened this 30-minute bar below it. The possible expectation is for a move back down to value low or even the IB low, which is 23,771.75. What about the S&Ps? S&Ps is the opposite. So here we have a successful upside auction in the fact that the market opened or closed this 30-minute bar above the initial balance high. The expectation is that buyers are still in control, and we could continue to move the move to the upside. The question is, which one wins?
Well, or we could just do the old 3-to-2 ES to NQ ratio.
Oh man,
Getting to become some spread bros ourselves. You know what I'm saying?
who wins, Hogue? Whoever's got the most volume? Whoever's got the
I
most
don't care
gas.
who wins.
It doesn't matter. Correct. The answer that
Right.
it does not matter. More from the Fed, New York. This is the New York Fed. August. This is August. August. Year ahead income and earnings expectations mixed. August home prices rise. Expectations unchanged. Perceptions of the current financial situation lost ground in August. There you go. New York Fed out right now. Euro close. 25 minutes at the. What is back in?
Yep, I'm short
got?
56 3/4. 56 3/4. Very similar.
Yep.
All three of these
5
trades this morning are very identical to each other. Looking for
MNQ.
40s. Yep. 40s, 30s. Same play as what was looking for this morning. I mean, this is the same level. Last time I got in at 69, then I got into the 80s. Now I'm looking for that same play. Stop loss is at 93. So we shall see.
Before we're
Oh,
done with
what's
the
your
fast markets,
what's
I
your
want to see
profit
your
expectation in this, Dakota?
yeah.
What's
You
that?
got some considerable risk in this.
Yeah, I'm risking 36 points here. My stop loss is at 893. I'm short 5 micros. It's
Reasonable and probable profit target right now.
yeah. I'm not looking for anything crazy.
Okay.
Yep.
Hey, Dakota,
Looking for us to come back down and test these 30s.
I want to take a look at your dashboard before we get out of fast markets. Let's see what it looks like today with your style, your hold time, just everything. Because you're sniping right now,
Yeah.
and I like it. You're taking what the market's giving you. So let's see how it plays out. Golds continue to push higher, 36.84. ES 65.16, less than 30 points, we're talking 25 points from all-time highs in ES. Is that 9 or the 905 still offered in the that was I cannot see it right now. Doom still in this. Doom still short the MES and MNQ, correct, Doom? You're just right.
I'm about to flatten out here. This is screaming buy it. But knowing how wrong I've been so far, how do I approach it?
That's the tricky part. You said the magic
Hey,
words,
trading
man. You
it-
said the
hey,
magic words.
This trading stuff is not easy.
No, well, when you said what's another $100, that's when you know.
Hey,
Said it before. What's another $1,000 at this point? And it's not. I'm just saying, yeah.
That's a little
Not a good-
capitulation there.
hey, if it really depends on your day's average, and I'm definitely underperforming here. The past say a couple of days, not good, not good. Do better.
Take a look at Dial.
Hey, there's always time.
I'll tell you what. Hey, how did Friday end for you? I remember you got done with fast markets.
Oh man, bad. I had it
Bad.
good.
Okay.
Hey, I had it good.
I know.
I made a good trade on ES. I kind of hold into the end of the day. You guys were doing the challenge.
Yeah.
And I got robbed another $400 after that, but I managed the downside pretty good. I finished really red, but it was still pretty good.
Okay.
My Friday score was 2 out of 10, so it wasn't 0. I did something good.
Yeah, well, you salvaged. Yeah, you did. I remember that. You're down a couple. We got off fast markets. That was non-farm Friday, of course. But nice. I was following you in the chat, and you did. You jab. Oh, it's all good. All good. You still got that fight, you man. You got that dog in you, Doom. Yeah, always.
Oh man, still the reset counter.
Do you grade yourself then? Do you grade yourself after each session? You said 2 out of 10, or
Yeah, I have a grading system. Instead of, I used to do a lot of trades. I simmered down a little bit, but it's still a lot. So reviewing every single one of them at the end of the day is a little bit too much. But I judge awareness, execution, like my personal emotion, and so on and so on. I have a grading system. So it's the P&L, and a number below it. How I did that day. And if I score under 30 on the week, man, it's Sunday school.
Got
And
it.
it was
Okay.
Sunday
I like that.
school.
No, I like that you're doing that because you're grading yourself each day and then seeing what your grade is for the week, right?
Yeah. I had days that I performed really well. I was taking my setups. Just the market wasn't budging. The market wasn't budging. So
Sometimes it's like that.
that's a thing. You could score a 10 and still close a negative day.
I was
Correct.
just gonna ask
Yeah.
you. I was just gonna ask you.
Me too.
Last time you got an 8, 9, or 10 on a down day.
On a down day,
Yeah.
I never had a 10 on down day. I think my best was like 8, just
Sure.
because I pretty much did everything right.
Yep.
But my emotions, I didn't take profits when I was supposed to, and trades just ran back to break even, or I take profit partially, kept the original stop, went back to it, and such and such. I used to scalp more too, so that's where the whole issue with reviewing every trade was. If you look at the chart, I don't know, 50 trades in this
Sure.
first 2 hours of not even
A lot.
of the trade, and yeah, you can't just go every each one of them. Just once the chart has printed, it's really hard to simulate what was happening like right now. Was this candle going up? Was it going down? And market replay doesn't really cut it that well in that manner. So
There's nothing quite like
scorecard.
actually being in it. Yeah, I got you. Look at the who we got? We got Psychotropic Thunder. Can we talk current price action? You tell me the market, Psycho. I will tell you the current price action going on there. 'Cause right now, new all-time highs gold. All right, that's 36.84. Dow. Since the New York bell rang, Dow sold off. Call it 200 points. Bottomed out at 45,321, and it's just been up and right. That looks like a V to me. And here we go. Continue to grind higher in the ES 65.16. Call it just print. New buying coming in on the NASDAQ 23,877, 878. 10 points off the highs there. You got crude.
I'm flat.
Flat. There you go.
I'm about to.
So guys, one of the things about the failed auction,
Oh, shit. He's talking shit.
7 is time. All right. So let's look at this on a 5-minute chart. There's your failed upside auction in the NASDAQ. What doesn't happen after we leave that failed upside auction? We don't see any real momentum to the downside. We don't see any lower lows. We don't see any I want the failed upside auction to happen fast, right? So we already have information that's contrary to a failed upside auction in both the S&P and the NASDAQ. The S&Ps did not fail. It succeeded, and it's continuing to try and push to the upside. The fact that we didn't get a deep rotation after the failed upside auction in the NASDAQ is a caveat that says, okay, it looks more like the S&Ps are going to win this battle than the NASDAQ, because we really didn't get much of a pushback. And again, we're still putting in on the 5-minute, we're putting in higher highs, higher lows. We didn't get much of a pushback off the failed upside auction, and we spent too much time just underneath this initial bounce high. That is one of the things that I always look at and to keep in mind when I'm in a failed upside auction, whether it's preempted or not. I want it to go my way relatively quickly. Relative, yes, that's a subjective term. We really didn't get much of a pushback off of that, and we really spent too much time just under the initial bounce high for me to stay in that trade. It may still play out, but it's just something to think about when you take that.
And someone in the chat says, Dakota says, don't move your stop loss, and turns around to proceed to move. I did not move my stop loss. I just got out of the trade. If you don't like a trade, it's a lot easier to get out. Just get out. You don't like it, get out.
Get out. You always get back in.
You can.
It's cheaper to get back in. Which I might be
Absolutely.
getting back in here in a moment if we don't break to the long side.
Very good, Jack. We hit those non-farm. We hit the top, the non-farm candle in the
we're living it right
65.
now. The next sort of resistance area I would see before like the all-time highs is around like 25 to 28. in the that's the highest call level I have for 0 dates in the SPX are 56.20, so like 56.28 in the futures.
Oh. 515 gold. I can't stop talking. I have to. I look at that thing. It is just an absolute animal. President is hitting the
Like a
wires
tremendous
here.
machine.
It is a tremendous machine. A little pop here in ES. Nothing coming out of the present market moving for the time being. We'll keep an eye on that. If anything does unfold on that. And we got the euro close by the hour in 15 minutes. This market will turn over from there. But ES, 25 points, 26 points away from all-time highs. Can we get there? Stay tuned to find out. All right. Go to James. James, I haven't heard from you yet today on this Monday. Well, I have heard from you behind the scenes, but the people haven't heard from you yet, James. Come on in. Happy Monday.
Happy Monday, and hello. Hello, the people. I'm James, and I'm here to tell you about two things really quick I think you should know about. First, Trustpilot. It's how we get better. It's how we make the show better for you. It's how we make our program better for you. And we love to hear your feedback. Whether positive or negative, we want you to head over to Trustpilot and give us your honest review. Let us know, do you want Jack and Andre to wear more bright colors instead of white and black? Do you want to see more segments that feature trading techniques? Do you want to see me juggle? I can't do that. But if you want to see it, you can leave your review at Trustpilot. We take all stars. We appreciate 5, but give us your honest feedback. It's how we improve. And of course, thank you for being part of the TopstepTV crew. We couldn't do this without you guys. Speaking of, this week, in lieu of Lunchbox Trading, we're bringing back group coaching with Hoag all week long. Join Hoag and one of our Topstep coaches as they sit down for an hour to 45 minutes of answering your questions live. We're going to be dropping a form in the chat for you to submit your questions for Hoag. Get in there, fill it out, and then we'll be back here for group coaching with Hoag. That's today after shoulder tap at 12:15 p.m. Central Time. We love this segment. We started our show with this segment. We are so excited to bring it back all week long to help you get your trading questions answered from Hoag live. So again, check out the link in chat. Be back here at 12:15 p.m. Central Time, and we'll see you all week long. Back to you, Andre.
Thank you, James. Good stuff. Yeah, you got the form link pinned in the chat. Get those questions in for Hoag. Get all those questions in. There's no such thing as bad. Ask them the easy ones, all of it. Just, any questions. Hell, I'm still asking him questions. We're still learning stuff.
Yeah, to James' point, the Topstep colors are white and black. I can't wear green because I would turn visible, like you can see with these brilliant cups MP got for Topstep TV that are just so happen to be the exact same color as a green screen.
Trick people out.
Or just have a head of you.
Yeah.
What's this one? Euro close 40. Yeah, get those questions. There it is. Oh, a vigorous swing. Look at that. Wow. The mountain. How about that?
Magic
That is wild.
Look at that. Magic of TV.
Look. Jack disappears.
Again, pin on the top of the chat. Get those questions in for Hoag. Ask I might put a question in there if that's okay, Hoag.
Please do.
Delta. Ask them about Delta.
I'm back in this short. I don't know if you guys heard
short.
me.
Oh, shoot. Hit me with that price, Dakota.
73 3/4. Same trade,
873.
same setup.
873.
Yep. 873 3/4.
Thank you. 5 MNQ. Very good.
Correct.
President is nothing. Market moving for now. You did hear about we got group coaching back. What else do we have coming up on the schedule for today? After this, of course, we got morning recap with Hoag. And then we have trade with Topstep. We got Coach Jay. We got Amory. We got Deanna. We got shoulder tap. Ooh. Hell yes. With Jack and Ben. Group coaching. Hoag and JD. Our players. Dominic G coming back with JD and myself. And then round out the hour. We got the power hour. Myself, Jack, Mohammed. Of course, at the buzzer with Jay and Coach Paul. And then we got this fella, this handsome devil in the lower left-hand corner. Just got a fresh Starbucks order. Slow market 7:30 p.m. And who will be joining you on slow markets at 7:30 p.m. Central today, Dakota?
It's Monday. It's Monday, Andre. So I got Coach Jay. Man, name a better duo. Name it. I
Can't.
Coach Jay and I have been working together for
Jordan
2
Pippen.
years now, and it's been amazing. It's been amazing. We became really close friends, and I'm looking at flights over there to New York.
Now you got it
And
going here, Dakota. Man, that hung up there a long time.
yeah, I mean, there's a good example of it's better to just get back in than to hold and hope. It's cheap to get back in, and I'm short from 73, looking for these 30s, and
Oh, you're going to get the
about to take.
rotation. Nicely
Yep,
done.
I'll take a couple off right there at 51. Then I'll move my stop because now we made this pivot right here in these 80s. So got a nice little tight stop. There we go, chat.
And
But,
back to 6,500 in the SPX.
Indeed, 65.10 in the ES. Yep, rolling over, take a look at the NASDAQ. 40-point pullback or so. Trade 23,846. Gold continue. Gold, not gold as well, obviously, but crude. Been on the grind higher here. Trading $62.59. Nothing jumping off the tilt right now. We'll close in 10 minutes. 10 minutes. 5-minute candle just opened up here. Profit taking. What'd that do to Delta Hoag? Were those new shorts? Or was that just some profit taken up here? We had what?
We just had some profit taking. S&P's 5 minutes ago was positive 4,000 Delta. We're at 1,700 now. Prices come back to the IB high in the S&Ps. This is a kind of a critical level here. But NASDAQ again reminding me, hey, stay patient. It was still a valid trade.
Yes, sir. Just took another one off at 45.
Nice.
Got two runners. See if we can come back down to these 30s. I'm looking for these 30s.
Look for these 30s. All right, last trade, 20,845. How many do you have on right now, Dakota? 3? I'm sorry.
2. Yep.
2.
Back to 2.
Oh. Just rinse and repeat on this entry and exit.
Yes, they've not been exactly the same, right? Like it's not cookie cutter because the price action is not exactly the same every time we get up there. It's same trade though, in a way, right? Base hits, taking off profits. I'm up 25 points, cutting losses short, which has been key, right? Hey, it's okay. Get chopped up a little bit, get back in, and ride this winner.
Man, I'm itchy to add a mini here, but I'll
Doom.
Nope.
Doom.
Nope. I ain't got the. I ain't got it. I am gonna let it play out.
Go your direction. Don't.
No, that ain't it. It really cooked up this high, both ES and NASDAQ. If it doesn't bounce from 65.10 and here at 843-ish, it's still a good and valid trade, even better. If I'm gonna let it cook without touching it.
Look at that.
Not too much touchy.
Yep. A watched pot never
High
boils.
behind the S&P is 6509. Finding a degree of support there in the S&Ps.
That initial, yeah, it is 6509 quarter.
Yep.
6511 last trade. 20,000.
Yeah, and that would be exactly 6,500 in the SPX. We've had a little bit of movement now in the Mag 7. Nvidia back to just up 1.6%. Tesla down 0.75%. Google scratch.
Yep.
Apple, the contrarian, down a little bit today.
When's the event? The event's tomorrow.
Today, right? Or it's tomorrow?
I believe it's tomorrow. I'm not sure what time. I'm sure we'll be keeping an eye on that. Expect a new iPhone 17.
What do they do? What do they improve on anymore?
Yeah, it's just a new camera. They just changed where the cameras are. That's all they do.
Yeah.
This one weighs 1
Got
gram.
a fourth camera. Take a camera away.
They're like drivers in golf where it's mostly marketing. You don't need the new one every time. But if you have one for 5 years, you notice a difference. Like I only switch phones like every 5 years. And I'm always like, wow, this is pretty slick.
Yeah.
That's what I say out loud. I go to the guy at the store, I go, wow, this is pretty slick.
Yep. My iPhone 13 is ready to go bye-bye. Time to get that 17.
How do you know what number you have?
Andre, is your screen broken on your phone?
It is not. It is not. It is just time. It is just time.
Go to your settings, Hoag.
Hoag. Look at your bill. I'll say that. I'll tell you what you're paying for.
You think I look at bills?
Wow. Well, not if you're long in video from where you're at. I wouldn't be looking at bills either. Shit. This 36.82 last trade in the gold. We got 6 minutes till the.
This is a 12.
There you go.
All right.
You and I can both get 17s there, Hoag.
Everyone's
Maybe
an
it's time
Apple.
for a
You,
new
are you,
phone.
you guys all have Apple phones, right?
Oh, that's right. You have green. You have a green phone.
I have Android.
You have green.
I'm a OnePlus guy.
There
And
it
they
is.
start doing what Apple does. Just new number, pretty much the same phone with a little bit of improvement.
New phone. Who this? What do you have, Doom? What do you have?
OnePlus.
What's that? Sorry.
That's the name of the brand, and the model I bought is 10, which is an old one. I had 9. I bought 10. I'm buying the new one now. Android guy. I used to be an Apple guy for many years until they switched from buy software to subscription-based software. I was like, that's a total ripoff. I'm falling for that.
What's up, Flyer Jim?
Yeah. Hey, personal views. My wife is an Apple lady, and she's the photographer of the family. I enjoy beautiful photos of me. So I'll buy her any new iPhone she wants.
I mean, you're. Oh, those 09s. This thing turned up a little bit in the ES. 13.
NASDAQ held those 40s.
Did.
Let's go through them. Let's go through these 40s, C30s. Maybe I could take another one off and call it a trading day. What a trading day!
Well, before you do that, I want to look at your stats.
Value low in the NASDAQ today. Currently 23,820.
Okay, now we could look at my stats.
Hold on. Well, let this trade play out.
Yeah. After this, before we go, we'll look at the stats. I already know what I have a critique already. Still too many trades, man. Still too many trades.
If it's scalping or taking like short-term horizon trades, too many trades is not that bad. Unless you go over, I don't know, 270, 300. And in my opinion, if you're taking like 300 trades,
that's too much for sure.
But
on a day like today, Dakota, I don't think you're over trading.
I
appreciate it. I
It's
think
like
so.
to switch the micros too. Like it's hard to sometimes I'll have one trade that I feel like if I have 10 micros on involves like 30 trades because I'm just scaling in and out of micros in the same trade.
Yeah. Let me put it in a little bit perspective, right? I put out like an 8-minute video over the weekend, and I was comparing the way I trade off camera in my personal account versus what I'm doing on camera with the prop account. And the difference between how many trades I'm taking is dramatic. 1 or 2 a day.
Sure.
1 or 2 a day. Yeah. And I've been doing well. And, here's an example. Today, I took the very first trade, right? Remember that very first trade? It was a short. It worked out amazing. Yes. Typically, I'd be locked out and done. But I continued and I placed a couple more trades. It worked out. I got chopped up on 1 or 2. I'm in a short again. It's working out as well. And I don't know how I feel about it, to be honest. Like you said, it might not be. I'm still profitable. But if we go back and run the tape, I think I was at like $350 worth of profit after the first or second trade. And, 3 trades later, my P&L's right back to where it was. I'll have to double check. We'll double check once this trade's over.
For sure.
2 minutes until Euro close here.
Yeah, what do we do with that? Just looking for anything specific in particular at the bottom of the hour, Jack? More buying? I think it's going to come step back in here and take this thing.
Yeah, more buying.
We see this thing roll over. Why we say that Euro close? It's not just an arbitrary number. We do see. Look at this. They're going to preempt this damn thing. So
I have a question for Jack.
Yes, sir.
I'm not in a debate, but is MES and ES the same product?
No. I mean, like
So
tactically, I mean, like they're essentially fungible though. Like I still we'll wait for Euro close. I think I brought this up in a show, but I saw a post months ago on Twitter that nearly broke my friggin' mind apart of someone with a trader handle talking about how there's all these people trading ES and all these different people trading MES. Maybe they're using NQ and MNQ, but somehow they always move together. It's like that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. There's no conspiracy. There's arbitrage opportunities.
right.
Like, guys, this will never happen. If you ever see like the MNQ trading, 30 points different from the NQ, take that
jump in,
for all you
all
can.
in. Well, that's not
All
financial
in.
advice, but that
Yeah, I should have bought that. Now the question is, can you be short a mini and long micros? Same product, kind of.
Yeah,
You can,
yeah, you can in Topstep. Like we've done it before, where like if you're in a
New highs,
mini
yeah.
and want to take some off, new highs, yes.
Yeah, I'm flat.
Okay. I'm asking for a person that states that you cannot do that, and apparently they don't value my opinion and what I know. So thank you guys. Appreciate it.
Well, you can't
Always
you
good to
can't
have
do
you
it
around.
in different accounts. What I mean is they're not the same product
account.
in like that they're fungible. If you're in the same account, yeah, you could trade minis and micros the other ways. What you can't do is be like long 5 ES in one account and short 50 ES or MES in the other.
Right? Yeah. Or,
And
hey, buddy, you
listen,
hear
they
that?
can have someone mentioned they can have different closing prices. Sure. I mean, there's a level at which remember there's cost of commissions and there are like it's not the juice isn't worth the squeeze if there's a very small deviation, but I guarantee you that there are algorithms that will put them very much in line very quickly. You're never going to see a sizable what do you call it, divergence
Spread.
between you're never
Yeah.
going to see a sizable spread between them because that would get eaten up right away.
Humans ain't
Free
grabbing
money.
that. Humans ain't grabbing that. We used to though. We used to. Cymex versus the CME. Oh, we used to clean up back in the day. All right. Europe has closed. London has closed. Dakota, you are flat, correct?
Yes, I'm flat.
Doom still in this.
Doom, you're going to
Doom.
start getting
Doom, what you
charged detention if you stay here any longer.
All right. I want to see. Hey,
Oh,
Dakota, let's
come
take a
on.
look at those stats. Hold before you get out of here and get ready for morning recap. I want to let's pull up your. If we pull up your screen, I just want to take a look at your morning stats. We're about 2 hours into the session. You've been taking little trades. You say you've been trading too much. Let's go to Dakota's screen. Let's take a look at his dashboard here on Topstep X. We'll keep you posted. If you can zoom in on that just a little bit, Dakota, I want to really get in there. Let's take a look at the metrics.
Let's dive in. We could dive.
Yeah, if you don't mind.
Transparency. I don't care. I don't care about this, but let's look. See, my P&L this morning. This is Mountain Standard Time. It's like 9 a.m. around 9 a.m.
Right.
8 a.m. Central Standard
How
Time.
many trades have you taken? Yeah.
And remember, the way trades are calculated are a little bit different, right? Because getting in, getting out. But essentially, I took about like 4 or 5 trades.
Sure.
And my P&L is right back to where it was. And so I went through maybe 2-3 extra trades, lost, chopped up, lost, getting back into it and finishing it now. And then we look at the stats. It says 25 trades, but I
know what you're saying.
I think it's 5 trades. I think it's only 5 trades.
5 micros. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm just going through
way I count them, I see 6, but that's just me.
Fair enough.
Okay, maybe it was 6. It could be 6. But could have been better off just finishing up 8 a.m. up $300 or so, and then saving that mental capital, not putting it at risk. I'm finishing up 330, so 3 or 4 trades. That's all I was saying is 2 or 3 trades be done for the day. There's no sense of over trading, risking what you've already made, especially in a market like this.
Okay, good stuff. You felt like you overtraded? Because
I felt like I
maybe you know why, Dakota? It's because the markets weren't whipping around. They weren't whipping around. The volatility wasn't there. You took 5-6 trades, and maybe you feel like, but you didn't. You're up $300. $300 here. Thank you for that, Dakota. Look at that. Good stuff. Look at the back of his baseball card.
Yeah.
What I think you did very well today. I don't see you as over trading today. I think you traded this market state just right. Just right.
Damn.
Fair enough. Hey, I'll take that.
Nice
I'll
work.
take it. I'll take it. Any more trades would be over trading. So I'm going to go ahead and click on lock myself out. No sense. No sense to place any more. This is,
Well,
I mean,
Well,
Well, you're on,
That's it for
you're
me.
on Topstep
All right.
TV right now. Oh, all right. Well, oh, he did it. He did it. He did it.
I did it. I
Good
did
job.
it.
Good job.
Hey, we have tomorrow
right.
and the next day and the next day and the next day.
Favorite wrist.
I-
Everyone.
If Dakota's done, I'm going to sign out and get ready for the recap. Great hanging with everybody today. Dakota, Doom, Andre,
good seeing
as,
you.
as always.
More Hoag.
Thank you for your insights, sir.
Thank you for your service. More Hoag
You.
coming at you later. Hoag got more Hoag coming at you. Group coaching, noon central. Of course, morning recap after fast markets. All right, 65.16. We topped out at in the ES. Right back down to 65.13. Last trade there. Crude, chill about 18 points off the high of crude. NASDAQ, chill about 18 points off the highs. I do this all the time. 23,873. I say a lot of words, Dakota, a lot of markets. I hear you chuckling over there. You're trying to distract me. No.
It's so true, man. It's so true. It's Monday, Andre. And you know what I'm happy
Right.
about? I'm happy that we identified the market that we're currently in and expected this type of market condition. And it's playing out. Playing out pretty well with the way we were seeing it.
It is. I would totally agree with that. The markets aren't really rocking and rolling. Look at the ranges. Look at the range. We got talking about 110 point range in the NASDAQ when New York rang. About 23,772. Now we're trading 23,870. Call it when the bell rang in, I guess, low of the session, 64.95 in ES. About 20 points higher, trading 65.16, call it. So ranges are tighter, but the volume, you're not there. There's volume continuing to build up here in the ES. Take a look at the profile here on Topstep X. Always gives you a good indication who's doing what. The more volume that trades up here, it coils up, right? It's like the market's coil. And when it pops, it will pop.
Correct.
We got
Yes.
inflation data. We got a lot more inflation data coming out this week, Wednesday and Thursday. I do believe. Luckily, it's not Tuesday and Thursday. We did have a gentleman trade around with us that would not trade because CPI and PPI were not on back-to-back days. This time, sir, you can definitely trade. Oh, all right. News time.
Ooh, okay.
James,
Favorite time.
hit me with
Yes.
Yep, favorite. Wow, Dakota's favorite time.
This
James,
is good
come on.
stuff.
We're here.
Yeah, ready for this. Here we go. The only news that matters.
Hello, everybody, and welcome. It's your Monday edition of The Only News That Matters. How was your guys' weekend? Mine was great. I met Lil Salty at the Salt Shack. That's right. Did you know the Salt Shack has its own costume mascot? I didn't, but I met him. It's
Wow.
he's really cool. You can look into his eyes. I'll tell you exactly how you're gonna die. And it's a great venue. I cannot stress enough. I love the Salt Shed. And nothing
Look at
makes
that.
you feel young than drinking 2 to 10 beers, fighting your way to the front of the crowd and singing with the lead singer of the band. There's me in the bottom right corner. There's Jeff Rosenstock with the mic. And it was a great time. Great Friday. The hangover on Saturday was well worth it. He jumped in. They were singing You Ought to Know as he jumped into the crowd. And at one point, it's on someone's Snapchat. On one point, I have the mic and he handed it right to me. You saying, you ought to know. Amazing time.
Good. That's well done.
Now, on to the news you all came for. Out of New York, what a great weekend these guys had. 4 hikers rescued after suffering debilitating psychedelic mushroom high. I've heard of being
Oh boy.
aggressively high. I've never heard of being debilitatingly high, especially on a psychedelic.
Wow.
Imagine you and your buds go for a quick hike in the woods, you eat some little mushies, and all of a sudden, Dan's freaking out. He's starting to climb the trees and become part of the squirrel people. Yes, they had to text the local authorities, help, we are lost, where a rescue team quickly went in, found the 4 hikers, and got them out. They did have to go back for their keys the next day, but they did not send the hikers back into the woods. They went and got it for them as they found it in a bag under a log. These guys had a great weekend.
New York.
New York, upstate New York. Yep, just getting back to nature and freaking out about existential crises. My time. That's how I like to have a good weekend.
Getting lost in the mountains in New York.
On shroom.
I didn't realize there was
Can it
mountains
get
like
any
that.
worse than that?
Boston over there.
Yeah, let's see.
There
The Slide Mountain Wilderness near Great Ledge, an interconnected trail hike ranging from 11,000 to 2,600 feet in elevation. So there you go.
That's
I
not
got
too
some distance. Yeah,
A little bit, yeah.
Also that happened over the weekend out of Oregon. No, this is not a scene from Arrested Development. This is a man was arrested for allegedly living in a crawl space of in an Oregon housing complex. But I did immediately think of Arrested Development when they live in the model home. There's many scenes just like this. Neighbors were tipped off when they saw a man who they knew didn't live in the area, but he was accessing a home that was allegedly vacant. Although when he quickly opened his little side door, they saw lights outpouring from it. They quickly contacted the homeowner, who investigated. The crawl space door, the key that actually the owner had, didn't work. Crazy. Bust down the door, and they found items such as a bed, lights, chargers, TVs, and other electronic equipment, all plugged into the home's power supply. And part of you might be thinking, what's the big deal? It sounds like a really cool site. He likes camping, he's enjoying the outside. Oh, they also found a pipe with white residue that tested positive for methamphetamine. All right, well, sorry about you, dude. You gotta go.
So that's where the rent money we're going.
That's it. Yeah, you know, that's how you get from a trespassing charge to something a little bit higher. You know, don't.
Too flagrant.
Also, yeah, we don't have a disclaimer for don't do drugs, but guys, don't do drugs. Okay. If you do, film it.
Come on.
And then
addict.
My last news story for the day. I take this story very seriously. My name is James Harden, and everyone never lets me forget there is a basketball player named James Harden. Really? Oh man, I'm 34. That's the first time I've heard that. Well, this guy has a name also similarly. Mark Zuckerberg is suing Facebook because his account getting shut down for being an impersonator. Well, Mark Zuckerberg is a real lawyer who's been spending a lot of real money on plugging his law firm on Facebook. He's spending upwards of $11,000 to have his ads featured, and yet Facebook immediately takes them down and bans him from the platform and offers no refund. He says it's kind of like paying a bunch of money to get a billboard put up with your advertisement on it, and then all of a sudden people show up with sheets thrown over the billboard and no one gets to see it. The first time you think it might be a bot mistake. The second time it starts to feel more personal, and the third time you sue Meta. So he is going after them. Meta has restored his account. They have apologized, and they claim that they're going to really take a good look into making sure this doesn't happen again. Coming from the social network that's let bots impersonate my great aunt more than 5 times, and then tells me we're not taking it down. Yes, Meta, you're truly doing the Lord's work over there. Anyway, best of luck to you, Mr. Zuckerberg. Hopefully every time you buy a beer or some cigs from 7-Eleven, they don't say, hey, aren't you that guy from Facebook? Because I'm sure that doesn't get old.
God, that would suck to be named Mark Zuckerberg.
Could you imagine? Like James Harden, at least he's good. I mean, he's good at the game, right? I always say. Actually, I found that the way to get people to stop telling you that your name is James Harden is to just get really invested in it and just start talking at them. They eventually just don't want you to talk anymore, and they let you leave in peace. So, approach me if you dare, internet. I will talk your ear off. Anyway, those are the stories I have for you today. Me and Little Salty are going to go in the woods later. I'll see you guys later on.
Hopefully.
Make sure you come back.
Next time in Chicago, I'm hanging out with James. He's a proper wild man at 34. I like it. That photo was
Forest
gold.
Preserve. Get rescued.
What a weekend. What a weekend. What a weekend. Oh, what we got here? Oh, we got about 10 minutes here. 10, 12 minutes on Fast Markets. We got Doom number 130 on the big board. We got Coach Dakota, Mr. Dakota. Fast Markets as well with Jack as well. We'll take a look at the prices. All right. 65.11. Last trade, ES. NASDAQ, 23,864. 864 there. Gold. Oh, wow. Sellers did come in a little bit. About $12, $10 off the highs of trading 36.75. Anything on the schedule for the rest of economic calendar, I should say. This looks like we do have consumer credit, 2 p.m. Central. Consumer credit, 2 p.m. Central. Besides that, nothing really. I do sometimes give it a refresh. Yeah, consumer credit, 2 p.m. Central. From there, Doom, talk to me. You've been flirting with cutting these trades.
I was thinking about how not the trade. The trade is there. The stop is there. I was thinking about how Gabe was super solid and refused to get lured into getting drunk with me in downtown Saturday. So he was like, "Oh man, I got stuff to do tomorrow," and he's buddy too. And
He's a good boy.
He's a good boy,
Doom.
Yeah, good boy. Good boy. Okay. Yeah, I was gonna slip him really bad too. Shots, but hey, maybe next time. One of those times he's gonna break.
Shout out to Gabe. Gabe. How about that one, Gabe?
Good pool player, too. Good pool player.
Good to know.
Yep. Also, okay. If you be so kind, click subscribe one more. Oh, not one more time. Again, click subscribe. Again, click the thumbs up. Looks like we just lost a like. We went from 550 to 549 there. Thank you for that. Click the bell if you'd be so kind. Got nothing on the tilt for right now. When I say nothing, I mean 50-50. What's up, Doom?
I'm helping with a like. I always forget just because the show is so catchy. I forget about the buttons below the screen.
Don't, please. Again, group coaching. We got the questions pinned to the top of the chat. Submit your questions. Listen to Hogan and JD. You're getting a wealth of knowledge there. Oh, JD, for what's worth, both their fathers were in this business. This is a family business. We're talking 80, well over 100 years of combined knowledge, experience. It's in their bones. Get those questions in there. You're getting the goods here, and
you get it for free too. It's not behind a paywall, right?
Yeah,
no, it's not. Again, their dads did this, and now they're doing this. So again, they've been around. They've seen some shit. They would look like we had some selling coming in there in the ES 6508 last trade. Overnight VWAP 6504. You know, they can roll this thing over.
Those options.
Yeah,
6500 SPX.
I really want to start seeing this trading below 504s or 6500s on ES, and maybe add into this. Maybe it's still in no man's land here. I know that I got the early short. I'm not building conviction, but I got into this with some expectations. So entry and location was not good. Stop it was supposed to be where it is, and it's staying there, just letting it play out. And if it brings more fruition than I was expecting, I'm definitely going to add to this. Otherwise, either one's going to hit the bell or the stop. I don't feel like scalping today, honestly. Got me by surprise a little bit. And maybe tomorrow. Tuesday is a good day for scalping. Tuesday, Thursdays are the best days for scalping.
What does that mean? What does that mean? Tuesdays, Thursdays, best day.
Tuesdays, Thursdays. Statistically, when I look back at my journal, like the best scalp trades and stuff, best scalping Tuesday, Thursdays. I don't know. There's something about those 2 days where I did good.
Those are just days on the. All right, fair enough. We did see a little bit of selling coming in there in the ES. NASDAQ, not so much. Someone asked in the chat, is there a top quiz? No top quiz today. Top quiz taking a bit of a breather. Yeah, you say you want more Jack. Well, Jack, you're going to see him in shoulder tap.
I'm still here. I'm here for shoulder tap.
Oh, yeah. I know. Yeah, you get him in shoulder tap.
Like Jack needs.
I gotta say, I love people in the chat. You guys are awesome.
People in the chat are the best. Don't talk shit on the chat. I love the.
There's some selling coming in.
A little selling. I think you're being facetious there. Yes, absolutely. It's a little bit of selling here. It looks like it's pretty light volume. There's hitting some bids. Anything on the ladder in the NASDAQ? All right, last trade 23,838. Down about 50 points off the highs.
Yeah.
Nasdaq ladder's starting to pick up a little bit here. Starting to see some movement. It's a little thin on the ladder. 2 on the bid, 2 on the ask. ES 65.04 last trade. Been seeing that price a lot. And buyers stepping back in gold. Gold again pulled back $13 off those highs, all-time highs. Pulled back down to 36.70, call it. And pushing higher, 36.78, $7 off those highs. Can we keep pushing? Just buy the dip, man. What a chart there. And
Buy the dip.
what a chart.
Buy the dip.
It's rather than
Nasdaq finally got down to those 30s.
I'm not reversing this. I've been too dedicated into it for to let the market break my conviction. Usually that's how my day goes.
Sure.
You guys are without. I'm just going to talk to myself all day long.
100%. I've said everything you've said today, Doom, I've said to myself. I've said all that. I'm not gonna let the market.
You know how it is.
I've said all this before. What's not $100? Like, I've definitely said that one before.
Hey, I've done it too.
What's another $1,000? And it's we've all been there. But you've been able to ride it out right now. It's well done. We got gold. We're gonna do it. Look at the buyers just step in. $5 to go. Jack, a couple minutes left here. Any prices of interest? 65.14. We get back up there in the ES. Obviously, we pushed through up to the 16s. What was the next price to the upside? You're looking at 28s or something?
Yeah. It'd be interesting to see how it reacts to breaking the lows of the day again. But it's tough for me to take ES trades around here because we are just so stuck around that 6,500 SPX level, and we haven't really diverted too far from it. It's like right here at like 09, 08. We went as high as like 16. Is that enough to short it? I don't know. I was looking above for like 26, below looking at 64.80 if we ever get there, and then of course 64.60.
60 Dakota. Well, we always come in by the dips, my friend. All you did was get short today. I love it. You changed on the fly, Dakota. That's what you got to do. Any prices of interest? Any prices of interest?
Don't get me wrong. Here? I'm still for buying the dips. It's relative, right? When we have a big sell-off, buy it. This morning was choppy price action, so I was just scalping a range and looking for this chop. I was only looking for like 10, 20 points at 30 points with a runner. Nothing too crazy. I'm expecting this kind of price action to be the rest of the day. As of right now, without any headlines or any news coming out, I see no reason for this market to change the messy price action that we've seen this morning. At least in my view, it's messy. Someone else, they might just absolutely love this. And we have CPI, PPI coming out Wednesday, Thursday, and not much on the dock, to be honest. Maybe we just continue to do more of the same. I'm done. I'm locked out for the day. And yeah.
So you in slow markets, 7:30 p.m.
Slow markets. Yeah. That's different. I consider that the next day because that's Tuesday's price action. Jay's going to be joining me. Yep. It's technically the next trading day during slow markets.
Yeah, 7:30 p.m. Coach Jay, speaking of Coach Jay, Coach Jay coming at you after a morning recap. Trade with Topstep with Deanna and Marie. Coach Jay again, Shoulder Tap, Jack and Ben. Very, very happy to see Shoulder Tap and group coaching are both back on Topstep TV. So a lot more coming at you. Stay locked in. Don't get lulled to sleep. These markets are getting ready. I don't mind these types of Mondays. Kind of just gets you warmed up, get you kind of a nice light lather into the rest of the trading. Well, most important thing though is don't get yourself into a hole where the rest of the trading week, obviously we're not done with Monday, but Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday is all about just trying to dig yourself out of that hole you made for yourself on Monday. Keep the losses manageable, keep them light, and be able to get yourself back. Doom, talk to me, okay? What's the plan for the rest of the day? You're getting off camera.
I'm going to let it go.
Okay.
I picked up a condition on a very large time frame, and that's why I'm having the wiggle room.
Yep.
And I know that if I'm right, it's going to be big, and if I'm wrong, it looks kind of big, but it's not. It's good. I like it. I'm going to let it roll. And probably watch Hoag and make me something for lunch since the wife is on vacation.
That's right.
You know, another day on the job, man. Chill around the house, look at the markets, eat
Very
something,
good.
watch TopstepTV.
Okay. Keep us posted.
Yeah,
See in
one
chat.
day.
The Doom Lord. You see him in the chat. The Doom Lord. Love having him on here. 130 on the big board for a reason. How much are you going to, if you don't mind me, how much P&L risk are you taking on this?
Well,
If you do get
I lost about 1,200 during Asia, which was not good at all.
no.
I'm risking close to 900 on both positions combined.
Okay.
I'm keeping an eye on this. If it really starts giving me the bullish vibes, I'm going to reverse it and start buying. Not only to close my shorts, but I don't see it yet.
I haven't seen
Kinda,
much just
Nasdaq ran up a little bit more. He has kind of dabbled in the range, pushing back out of it. It's settle somewhere. Just find alignment, unity, unison. Just give me something.
give me something. You sound like me, man. You sound like me. Gold continue to push this thing higher. Again, we bounced off overnight VWAP in the ES. Never got to overnight VWAP in the Nasdaq. Well, get there in a while. It's been a few hours. Anyways, that's 23,864. Starting to see the ladder pick up a little bit in the Nasdaq. Here's we trade 864s at 500. So 400 lot up at 23,905. You want to say, I'm not sure if it's there still, but we did see that flash in a few times. Feels like we're starting to pick this thing up. Just, of course, as we got to throw this over to morning recap with Hoag. That being said, shout out to Doom. Shout out to Dakota. Jack, I'll see you in Shoulder Tap and Power Hour later. With that being said, this is Top Step TV. Let's go. Markets are starting to move. Can we get to those highs today? Come on, let's go.
Click like, click subscribe. This is Top Step TV.
Hey, welcome to morning recap. Happy Monday, everyone. Hopefully you are showing green on your P&Ls. Of course, we're always hoping that for all of you. And looking forward to going through what's happened this morning, a little bit of context, a little bit of the trades that we've taken. 0 for 2 for the opening range trade this morning. And man, oh man, did we got rooked into a short in the gold early today just by one tick. Oh, man, I had a bad feeling about this one, but hey, that is the breaks. That opening range trade is mechanical. You take it, you know your risk. Had a good one on Friday, not so good today. Let's take a look. As always, starting with the context, been saying for since the beginning of the year that gold is a buy. It continues to be a buy. Another new all-time high today. Why would we buy it today? Well, we opened at the high from last week, which was the all-time high. We rejected value from Friday. We traded basically right down to settlement. The opening range trade got triggered in a short by one tick below the opening range. Why couldn't we have just left that one tick down there and gotten long at the high of the opening range? But it doesn't matter. It's just a small loss, and we'll make it back over time. Let's take a look at it. Here's the 5-minute. All right. So, yeah, the opening range just ticked us out by one tick. Opening range was 36.53.60. It did look below, and we actually got a better price on it because we weren't quick enough to get the stop in there before that. So we did beat the entry, but the market beat us. So we looked at short. We ended up short 36.54.20. Got out approximately here, just around 56.50. $215 loss. And look what happened the rest of the day. Just continuing rotation higher, rotation higher, rotation higher, continual move to the upside. Still lots of room to the upside, folks. This auction and gold has been performing very well. We've been adding open interest. We've had negative delta. We have negative delta now. The longer time frame buyers are still present in this market. Try not to short it. And if you do, maybe it's a see money, take money. Maybe you'll catch the big pullback, but just be cautious. Let's take a look at the crude oil opening range trade today. Same thing, kind of similar. So we were kind of looking at some news and some headlines from two different spots. There was an analyst that was saying crude was going down to $58, and then there was the OPEC meeting over the weekend that said they were going to produce at a slower rate or increase production at a slower rate than in the past this year. So there was some conflicting information. I wasn't quite sure what was going to happen. We had the potential for an island bottom here. That potential is now gone. The island bottom is Thursday to Friday. We created a session gap. Friday to Monday, we created another session gap. That has now been closed. The island bottom is no longer a strong reversal pattern. We also talked about the fact that we had some weak lows here, low excess to no excess lows here. This exactness exhibits weakness. Wouldn't surprise me for price to come down and check those levels in a reasonable amount of time at some point here in the future. But let's take a look at the opening range trade. So, yes, opening range. 62.86 to 63.02 got us long. 63. No, that's not the opening range. This is the opening. Oh, yeah, that was the opening range. So we got long. I think we're a little bit off on our high here. We got long. 63.02. Yeah, that is correct. 63.02, not 63.20. 63.02 gave us a little bit of hope. And well, there's no hope in trading. The market turned around and took us out at our stop, 62.77, a loss of $150. So the house account currently down $360. All right, the market has continued to push lower. Pretty decent push down here, taking out the session range from Friday, Thursday to Friday, and then Friday to yet today. That has now been taken out. I'm still looking for the market to come down and check these weak lows down here. We'll see over time. All right, no house trades in the S&Ps today. We do have Doom, which I believe is currently short 3 MES 6504 in the micros. So good trade for the micros. Looks like it's going to be an all-day sucker. I'm hoping that the market does kind of recover and re-accept below the initial balance high, which is 6509. We shall see if that plays out that way. Of course, we are hoping so for Doom and for all of those of you that might be short. Market really did a good job of kind of showing a failed upside auction that was relatively successful. It came back, tested right to the initial balance low, found buyers there again. Those buyers seem to have vacated the room. Let's see if we can get a nice rotation back down to the initial balance low for Doom, 64.95 quarter. Now, Doom also trading the NASDAQ during our session today. And again, he's short. He's shorted at an average of 23,810 and is still holding onto that trade. Of course, those are micros, so much easier risk tolerance on those. Dakota shorted his first attempt here, 5 micros, 23,854. Got out of those at a small loss, 23,873, a loss of $120. Dakota then still looking for shorts. Dakota's been looking for shorts all day. Every trade he took, from what I'm seeing, was to the short side. This was a good one. Shorted 5, 23, 869. Got out of those at an average of 23,840 approximately, making his overall account up about $78. So nice recovery on that, Coach Dakota. Now, as time went on, we were kind of looking at this initial balance high here, and you could basically kind of see range. Okay, range. So Dakota started looking for shorts up against these highs. The upside, the failed upside auction succeeded actually in the NASDAQ. So the failed upside auction to some degree is still a valid trade. He took 3 more shorts, maybe 4 more shorts, up in the area of the initial balance high, 23,876, taking profits on most of them, finishing his day up about $337. That is supposed to be a dollar sign. So great trading by Dakota, great patience by Doom. Doom is just very patient when he gets into these trades. And again, we are, hoping that he has a great outcome, as we do for all of you. Let's take a minute and take a look at the quotable quote. All right. So I don't know who this is, but I like it. The blueprint is believing in yourself. The cheat code is discipline and consistency. The truth is, nobody's coming to save you. Your outcomes in trading, in life, and in everything pretty much depends on you, your ability to be disciplined, to find consistency, to believe in yourself. Of course, these are all very, very important. So it's up to you what you are able to accomplish in the markets and in life itself. And we hope that you are all able to achieve wonderful things in trading, and especially, more importantly, in life. There's our quotable quote for the day. We are coming up with, let's see here. We have Coach Jay coming on here with Trade with Topstep with 2 of all of our favorites, Deanna and Anne-Marie, coming up for Trade with Topstep again with Coach Jay here in just a couple of minutes. Folks, this is Topstep TV. Let's go.
Soybeans, meal, oil. You want to buy some soybeans? Soybeans. Who wants soybeans?
What's up, everybody? This is Dolby Time from Topstep TV, here to talk about some of the cool new features that we have for the new dashboard. My favorite one is going to be reset banking, something that did not exist back when I was doing trading combine. So what you can do, you can bank a reset with every trading combine rebuild, and you can use it on any active account at any time. So that means if you're trading in the month of June and you don't use any resets in June, that means that free one that you typically get on your rebuild date is going to get rolled over into next month. So how cool is that?
Welcome back to Topstep TV and Trade with Topstep. You guys all know me. I'm Coach Jay. You know our other guests as well, and I think this is the best looking the show has looked all day today because we have Emery and Deanna Angelo on with us, and probably the smartest the show is going to get for this next 45 minutes or so. I'll see what I can contribute to that. But Emery, Deanna, how are we feeling today?
Pretty good.
Yes, pretty good. D?
Yeah, pretty good. Yeah, I'm alive. That's always good.
That is always good. What a wonderful day to be alive. What a great day to be alive. The markets are active and open. D, talk to us a little bit. You were saying that you haven't placed any trades today so far. If there's anything in the markets that you're looking at to potentially take a trade, let us know. But what have you been doing with your time since you've been, staying out of the markets a little bit?
Yeah, I've been working on getting the Topstep X API working. So the what you see on my screen here is just test trades because I've been creating an infrastructure that I can easily basically change with the strategies that I want to do. And today, just literally like a couple of hours ago, I managed to get the real orders working through that new library that I've been creating. So, so it's pretty exciting. I'm probably looking at another few days, so just working on that infrastructure. And then I'm gonna spend a little bit of time just testing it out to make sure everything works properly. But yeah, so it's a bit of a breakthrough today. Because what I'm doing, I was using the API documentation. However, I'm kind of transferring everything over to Python, and that kind of caused me some issues and stress. But with that, it's all working. So yeah, it's good. And I have an idea for one of the strategies that we run outside of this Topstep thing. So I want to port some of them and to run them in Topstep. And yeah, so I think it's going to be much better because I can just focus more on the data side of things because that's really what I enjoy. I'm a complete nerd when it comes to that. And yeah, it's been great. I've been down the rabbit hole, lost in code. So I have been coming on and doing my Euro show, obviously, but yeah, most of my days have just been basically staring at code in the corner, not talking to anyone. So very, very. That's my favorite
time of day, frankly.
Exactly.
In the corner, just working on things.
Yeah. The quarter is good.
Marie, how has your week started? Happy Monday. How's your week been so far? We were on the market kickoff last night. Prepped our viewers for what we might see in the markets today. But how are you looking at the markets right now, Marie?
I still think the same thing's going to show up. It looks a lot like Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday's formation. I think the institutional traders are sort of treading water into the PPI and the CPI. And so we began the day with a very negative cumulative delta, and it automatically flipped at about, I don't know, maybe about 20 minutes into the market. It turned right around and went positive. So they got to work off a little bit of that negative delta. But like the few days past, I do think we rotate back down. The question is, are there enough traders that are so short that they have to buy these dips, or are they short and not over leveraged and can allow it to work its way out and watch Delta go back negative, which it just did. It just went back negative a few moments ago. It's now negative 3,400. The high for cumulative Delta was about 5,000. So my thought would be that it would fade when we were talking last night, but it bounced. And so that's really the only trade that I have up there. So it was down for about, I don't know, $170 or something. And so what I was doing earlier, because I didn't sleep last night, I try not to trade when I've had no sleep. And so Tom Hugard, I was just talking to Dee about this, and she said the setup was very common. So I wanted to talk about it a little bit because I think it's really interesting. So Tom Hugard looks at the 15-minute candlestick formations for what price action is going to look like. And of course, he is trading the 4 a.m. candlestick is the one that he will watch that will do this. And when he goes through the 4 a.m. candlestick, he will count 7 candles up from that level, and that should be a top. And so I was explaining this, and Deanna goes, yeah, that's pretty common. It's called the Frankfurt fakeout. And so I would love for Deanna to go through that mechanic again, and then I'll tell you what I looked at when I saw it in the US market. I decided I was going to do the same count, and it turned out to be a top too. So we'll see if that's a fluke or it really happens all the time. So explain the Frankfurt fakeout to us.
Yeah, so it's really something that Hugo does on DAX. It's also one of the reasons why I wanted DAX, but I'm not getting it. So basically, the premise is that you have the Asia high, Asia low. It's a range that gets established, obviously, every day. And then you have this small little exchange called Eurex that opens up at 7 a.m. my time in England. And what tends to happen just before London exchange opens, the main one, you usually get either a top or a bottom, and it ends up being a big reversal. So that's something that we used to call the Frankie fakeout. I actually teach that to my students if they're awake at that time. But if you look at something like gold, it actually does a similar situation, obviously with some trend in perspective. But if you, for example, have Asia high, Asia low, if you go to look at COMEX open, if you're somewhere around the Asia high or Asia low, very frequently what's going to happen first is that they're going to take that out and then reverse. So it's almost like the liquidity grab of, we used to call it stop run and reverse effectively. So it's a very common play, and it even happens for the New York Stock Exchange open as well. It's all the same kind of mechanic where they take the liquidity and then they go back the other way. And that was actually probably one of the first setups that I learned when I went into prop trading, because I was a swing trader and I wasn't really that aware of some of the more intraday side of things. So for many years, if I was trading that early, I would be trading DAX, the Frankie fakeout, and that's what I look for. Between 8 a.m. and 10 a.m. London time, that will be about 4 a.m. So no, it's between 2 and 4 a.m. Central, if my time zones are correct there. Yeah, so it's a very high probability setup. The only issue that I have with NASDAQ, ES, sort of like US-based markets, is that it does happen, but sometimes the follow-through is not quite enough. So really, if you want to get the bigger follow-through, and I do have some stats for the US markets, they only really occur with about 29% accuracy with the follow-through. You can get a small reversal, but because technically that's an out-of-hours market for that time of the day, for US equities, it's not as juicy as the one on DAX. And I can totally see why Tom Hugard has that as one of his main setups. So yeah, it's a very straightforward setup. Find the high, find the low, wait about 10 minutes before London starts. Sometimes it even happens half an hour into the London session, but as long as you have that reference and you do trade DAX, that will be, a very, very high probability trade. Very high probability.
So do DAX, they do it every day?
Pretty much. In DAX, I would say it's more like 70% of the time for the years that I've been looking at it, you can expect some sort of a reversal. Now, obviously, if it's to the long side, so they take out the Asia low, then they reverse. That tends to have more juice because of obviously the upside bias on equities. And again, gold can do it if you are about to smack into also a gamma wall or something around about the same time. So confluence is also a very big thing. Regardless of what setup you're looking at, you need to have ideally something else to justify running a trade so early in some of the products that don't necessarily come alive until much later on. But yeah, it's an excellent strategy.
Yeah, that's pretty fascinating. So this morning, I said, I wonder if we can mechanize that anyway on the ES. And so my first 15-minute candlestick, I watched it and then I just counted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And it happened to be the top of that range.
Yeah.
Right? So it could be one, liquidity starts drifting into the lunchtime hour and we just have that sort of weak counter lunchtime fade that it might work with. Obviously, everything's trending up, so you wouldn't want to hold it for some kind of massive move down.
No, it's not that kind of a
it would
setup.
just come into support. But I'm going to be watching this and see if I can do a candle count. That might be pretty interesting.
We just learned something today, chat. I think we just learned something today. If you weren't paying attention, make sure you rewind the last 5 minutes or so. You may have learned a new potential trade setup. And again, anything we talk about here is for educational purposes only, not trading advice. But when Dee and Anne-Marie speak, I kind of just sit here and listen and take notes. Quick check-in on the markets, 23,830 last trade in the NASDAQ, 6504 evens last trade in the S&P. Gold made new all-time highs today, 36.8570 new all-time high in gold last trade, 36.8150. We got crude oil selling off just a little bit here, 62.30. No real tilt to talk about. Everything is pretty flat. 66% short in crude oil, 61% long in gold. But market's kind of just hanging out for right now. So Dee, I want to ask a little bit. You said you haven't really been trading during this time. Is it a function of the kind of time of year? We are coming out of the summer. Volume may be picking up just a little bit. Are you spending more time coding now to stay out of the markets where they're not favorable to your type of price action? Or is it just, you had inspiration for a project and now was the time to do it?
Well, the thing is, you definitely hit the nail on the head there, because partially it is because of the time of the year. I'm still waiting for copper to kind of bring back a little bit more liquidity, and August and July definitely not the time of the year for certain metals, especially copper. But gold is still moving, so it's not like I haven't been trading at all. Every so often I will do a trade, just not particularly every day, because I'm trying to partially automate what I'm doing outside of Topstep. And it's just been something on my mind that I've been wanting to do for a while now. But obviously, before we got the API, we couldn't really do that, right? I would have had to build the API bridge by myself, and I'm not doing that. So I finally decided that instead of watching paint dry, that I should use something that I should do something better with my time whilst we wait for the market to actually come alive. But I still have my alerts. I still have some of the areas that I'm looking at. It's just that I'm not super switched on to be looking at trades every single day. I'm literally only taking the superstar setups and then just letting them do whatever. And that is kind of twice a week. I will find a really, really good setup on a pullback in gold, and then I'll do a trade and I'll try and run it for about 120 ticks, and that'll be it. I'm done. So definitely not over trading. So do not need the grasshopper hat. In fact, quite the opposite. Somebody might want to poke me with a stick to see whether I'm actually alive. It's like, come on, what's going on? You trade 5 trades a day. Now you traded 2 this week. Come on, Dee. And obviously with the VIP group as well, I've been, making sure that I'm in chat and doing the check-ins with everyone. So it's a better use of my time for sure.
Emery, we were talking about that a little bit yesterday during the market kickoff. Productivity versus activity, right? Where are you just looking for opportunities to click buttons in the markets, or are you actually taking, high quality setups? And I think what we heard D kind of say there is, you can take high quality setups, but I think one of the things that bothers, especially newer traders or active traders, is when you're not clicking the button. Right. If I sit here at my desk for a couple hours and I don't do anything, it feels like I, kind of didn't do any work. But having a project like D is working on to automate your trading or improve your trading while you're waiting for a setup, I think is important, right? Because otherwise, the only activity that we look for is, hey, how can I make some money by clicking a button here? And the market may not be presenting a great opportunity. Speaking of which, Emery, are you seeing any opportunities to trade? I know you said you might be looking for a little bit of downside. Any trades that you would put on right now, or is this a time to kind of sit on your hands and wait for the market to decide what it's doing next?
I do think we're at a do or die because we've got a put level that's very prevalent in SPY. For the ES and the SPX, it's a bit lower, but we're sort of jammed in this center block of price. And so for me, right now, if I were to just stare at this, I would say, hey, this is a buy the dip event, but my risk is pretty significant on either side of that. And so, the better bet is to say, wait a second, if I'm engaging to make money rather than just roll dice, is there a more conducive event that might hold it? And so, for me, I'd like to see if we come back and hold that. I think it was maybe, what low was it? Yeah, it was somewhere around 64.98 to 64.97, 64.96. I expect the markets to drift down between 12 and 1. Delta is sort of following the same way. And I know, there's been so much option positioning on the put side.
They're still more expensive, yeah.
Yeah. So I think there's room to run. And we're building the dastardly megaphone if we just stare this down, right? We've had higher highs and lower lows. So we might have one more leg on the megaphone that brings us down before we come up and settle, right around that area. So when I'm in a space like that, if I'm gambling, I will go, you know what? I'm just going to try it. But if I'm waiting for a setup that's going to pay me, I want to be where I saw all the other buyers get in, or I want to be where I saw all the other sellers get in. And right now, I'm in the middle of the framework. Just because my gut or intuition, which is very bad, tells me that price action should drift lower without the data defining where my risk and reward elements are, I simply don't want to take the trade.
So we are seeing the NASDAQ maybe break the low of this range just a little bit here. 23,810 half last trade in the NASDAQ, 6,500 on this major 6,500 level here in the S&P. I know Doom was short towards the end of fast markets. Maybe in profit soon here, Doom. 23,800 level, major level here in the NASDAQ. Real quick, before we continue looking at these pinned to the top of the chat, group coaching. Hoag is going to be doing another group coaching segment today at 11:15 Central Time. Is that the right time? That is the right time.
No. No.
That's not the right time.
That's
12:15.
There you go.
I did the conversion. I did the conversion, and I didn't need to do the conversion. I forgot that we work in Chicago time here. 12:15 Central Time. Hoag is going to be doing a group coaching segment. JD is joining him. Make sure you get your questions in there for Hoag. Form pinned to the top of the chat. Ask him anything. See if you could stump Hoag. See if you could stump Hoag with a question that he might not know the answer to. Make sure you get your questions in there for Hoag. Group coaching again, 12:15 Central Time after the shoulder tap. Emery, thank you for bringing me back to the present and paying attention to what time it is here. D, can you tell us a little bit about what it is that you're automating? Is it a specific strategy that you use, something that you take manually every day?
Yeah. So there's about three of them. So yeah, so one of them is that exact Asia high or low takeout, strangely, but it's for the COMEX part of the session. And then I have the failed auction natural gas that usually should occur between my 3 p.m. and before the euro close, so about a 90-minute time window where I want to see that. If it doesn't trigger for that time of the day, that it's either not. And it's also, it's weird, like anytime I'm working on my algorithms, I also get like an insight of what the bot is thinking. And then if the bot doesn't trigger something, I'm like, okay, is this now a sustained auction? Because we didn't fail the auction. And a lot of the times it would actually prompt me to do a manual trade that is not something that can be coded very easily because it's more of a discretionary thing. It's like, well, we didn't go into a failed auction and now we're sitting below the initial balance. And therefore, do I have any cause to run this to the lower side now? And usually the answer to that is yes. So it's kind of like a combination of what did the bot do and what didn't it do? And now is there something that I can do as a human and find context to effectively do something because the bot did nothing. So to me, it weirdly like puts my brain in a more organized state. I don't really know how to explain it properly, but it's almost like you have this one piece of information that you know is very mechanical, and you know that the bot will not make any mistakes, right? If it sees a setup, it's going to go in. But if it doesn't, I'm like, okay, so no reversal. Should I maybe try continuation? And then you almost have that if-else situation, but only it's happening in my head. For some of the discretionary trades, obviously there's a lot of context there. And even though my levels are pretty mechanical and so are my playbooks, the actual entry tends to be fairly discretionary. What sort of an event I'm going to use. Am I going to look at bookmap? Is it going to be a 15-minute chart? All of that kind of comes into consideration. But with the bot, it's usually just based on one idea around something that I've tested statistically over many years, and then I'm just messing around with the execution windows that I know work for me. So I'm not starting off with just random pieces of data hoping to find a needle in a haystack that's going to work as a good strategy. I'm always starting from things that I've already done as a manual trader for many, many years, and I'm just trying to tell the bot how to execute that. And to be honest, I obviously spend more time actually making sure that the code is working properly on some of the utilities, which is like hilarious. And it also takes you away from being inside your own head. Oh, was this right? Was this wrong? It's like, no, it's like, are the orders working properly? Am I flattening everything? Is there a code for that? And why didn't this trigger? Or is the quote data coming in too much? So should I then reduce the amount of quotes that I'm getting? So can I consolidate it? And all of these things suddenly just keep your mind busy so that you're not doing stupid trades. And Hoag calls it design distraction. And I think that's a perfect design distraction because it's still connected to trading heavily, but it keeps you out of moppety behaviors and stupid trades. So, yeah.
100%. We are seeing the equities just sell a little bit here. NASDAQ did trade under 23,800. Go ahead, Emery.
I just saw one of your trades set up, right?
Oh, yeah?
So if you're looking at the 3-minute, tell me your setup. So tell me if I'm right. Try to learn how to trade so I can learn something from them. So here's our 3-minute candlestick with our high volume event. We came into that, right? So that's not perfectly where we are, but we do lose it. So there it is, and down of that ledge underneath that formation with another volume handle should have made that one win.
So you're looking at that. you're breaking up just a little bit there, Emery. I don't know if it's just on my side, but
Oh,
if you're looking
sorry.
at the 11:45 Eastern time 3-minute candle, right, on the S&P, that's the highest
Yes.
volume, one of the highest volume candles we've had outside of the open. So you're saying we came back
Mhm.
in, tested it, and rejected. Is that a short opportunity?
Yes.
Yeah,
That's when you would
it could
take,
be.
yes? Okay.
Yeah, so
What
we
would you
came up
look
to
for to
with
confirm it?
so let's see here. So if you attach a VWAP to that candle, it's kind of right
Ah,
at 50%
there
of
we
that candle. So what I'd be looking at is that rejection of that VWAP, right? You could take that trade. It's not a trade that I talk about a lot on here because it's a continuation, but it's showing that whatever seller came in to cause that sell-off, right, at 11:45, they're defending that position, right? Where the market trades back up into that range. Volume is now trying to leave that range to the downside. We actually see an offer up there. Somebody's offering about 600 contracts at 65.04. They moved those down. That was at 65.06 initially when it first came on the books. So yeah, that could be a pretty good trade to take, and risk doesn't have to be a whole lot. I think you could risk about 4 points, depending on where you get that your entry there. I don't know if I would be looking for a big move on this just because of the type of day that we have, but
Right.
rejecting acceptance back into that volume, yeah, that could definitely be a short setup there.
Okay, cool. Cool.
Good eye, Emery. Yeah,
Yeah.
I wish I saw it. I would have took the trade. I would have taken. I've
Yeah,
taken
you're busy. You're
pretty much
busy
one
now.
trade today. Right, busy driving the segment.
Yeah.
I've taken one trade pretty much today. It was a short in the Nasdaq. I know Dakota, all of the trades he took were to the short side as well. Just not really seeing that momentum. Emery, we talked about this during the market kickoff yesterday with the inflation data coming out later this week. I'm not surprised to see range-bound markets, and they're big enough ranges to trade. It's just not a whole lot of direction here. So as we're getting pushes up into these highs, just looking for opportunities to take shorts, and now maybe an opportunity to take a long here. But we also talked about this yesterday. If I had to grade trade setup, we're in a range. I can't give any of my setups. I can't give any grade better than a B. So it would have to be with small size, just because anytime I see a market in the range, it kind of feels like a 50-50 to me, but looks like
Yeah.
we're bouncing here a little bit. 23,812 last trade in the Nasdaq, 6501 last trade in the S&P. Let's see if we fill this 600 lot here. 6504, 595 offered there at 6504.
Yeah, and it's
Uh,
climbing. I see 620 now.
Yep. So somebody's
Yeah.
maybe
Mhm.
joining in here or getting in front of it. Let's see what happens if we do get a fill there. 6504 in the S&P. The tilt 52% long in the S&P, so pretty much flat. Still 64% short there in crude oil. Before we get back to the charts, let's throw out to some news really quick that might be affecting crude oil prices. What do we have?
President Donald Trump has signaled that his administration is ready to move to the second phase of sanctions against Russia. This is video of a past meeting between Trump and the Russian president. Sunday, a reporter asked Trump if he was ready to make the move, and he responded with a yes. Last week, Ukraine's President Vladimir Zelensky stressed the importance of ratcheting up pressure on Moscow and, quote, all countries who trade with Russia. As previously reported, the president is growing increasingly frustrated with the lack of progress on peace and is contemplating how involved he should be personally in brokering a meeting between the Kremlin and Ukrainian leaders.
Thank you for that, Gabe. So potentially more sanctions on Russia. So D, with these automations that you're running through the TopstepX API, are you, looking at specific markets where you're looking to run these things right now? Is crude oil one of those markets by any chance?
No.
Or
No,
I
but
think I knew the
Arbob
answer to
might
that question
be.
before I asked it.
Yeah, I know
Okay.
exactly. So I do look at crude oil as a kind of a reference chart, but I mean, with the ranges, like you said, oh yeah, crude oil sold off. We had one smash down, which again is only about 100 ticks, And then since then, we've been stuck between value high from the previous session, which was on Friday, and VWAP. And that whole range right now, I'm looking at 65 points. Now, for me, crude oil used to be the market where even if you were wrong once, it would give you the opportunity to correct yourself. With $100 range, with the way I trade, I need to have a certain amount of tickets to actually run my strategies. And crude oil, just any strategy that I try running on it, just to see how it performs, it has like 15 to 20 ticks of follow through because I look for bigger chunks of the move. And I don't really like trading during the initial balance on most days. If we have a gap fill, then yeah, which was the case today. But most of the time, I will wait until the first hour is done because of the behavior that crude oil used to have. And it's been about a year now, maybe a year and a half, that crude oil is just dry. It's like I'm joking that it is going through menopause, and I think it's trying to they're trying to keep crude oil prices stable. However, we have two other products that still hold the same kind of timings and behaviors, which is RBOB, the gasoline futures, and heating oil. Now, heating oil is super thin, so if you're trying to trade a live account, you have to be very careful where you're going to execute your one lot position, and you probably shouldn't go more than two, because otherwise you're going to take the majority of the order book. But you know, RBOB is my favorite in the energies markets. Natural gas is pretty good too, but it kind of requires certain seasonality to it. So sometimes it's very, very thin and there's nothing going on, so it can also be quiet. And that's the nature of energies markets. So I do have the natural gas failed auction bot. I will look into coding some sort of a mean reversion for RBOB, because RBOB still has, let me just have a look at the ranges here. It still maintains between 370 and 500 ticks on average, which is what crude oil used to do. So for me, that's kind of turned into, well, that's a tradable market, whereas crude oil is a snooze fest, and I would rather go stick pins in my eyes than sit in a trade for 2 hours to get 20 ticks. So, you know, it's a personal preference. If somebody's okay with 20 ticks, I'm sure they would do absolutely fine in crude oil. And there is a behavior that you might want to consider, that it always has a wobble into euro close. It's not always a massive reversals, but it's definitely a wobble, right? So whatever it's done up until then, you can expect a bit of a fade in and around euro close. And then the next time of day is actually at 90 minutes before crude oil settles. And again, RBOB follows the same pattern, so I will be working on a bot for RBOB, but I'm not going to be doing any bots on crude oil, I'm afraid.
You hear that, Crude? D is done with you. D is done.
Naughty crude oil. I don't want anything to do with
D
it.
is done. Emery, we're seeing a rejection off that area again that we were just talking about. You know, the low of that S&P candle. I don't see a fill, and maybe they split that order up. That 600 lot. I don't see it filled at one price, but we got up there that 65.05 and rejected again. So really nice eye there. You know, the market respects volume when it trades, and for some reason somebody's continuing to sell that area. We don't know why, and we don't really need to know why. Just the fact that they're selling up at those prices.
Yeah, I get notes
Means
like that
something.
once in a while. Yeah, I get notes like that
Yeah.
once in a while from students that go, I really think I need to understand why. And, you know, why could be 50 different things because everybody's got a different why. So sometimes it truly is not relevant. I mean, hey, God forbid something catastrophic happens, that why might be okay, go ahead and close all your positions because something's getting ready to go wrong. But outside of that, it could be a cross current of 50 different things. So, you know, for the trader who finds himself going, why is this happening? Just the answer is always because volume said so. And that, for me, that's the only thing that I can leave. Well, volume said so. And so that's the
it's
only
the
thing I
Andre.
can lean on.
Yes, the Andre, as Andre said, when he started working, he asked his boss, but why did it go up? And his boss was like, because there's more buyers than sellers. You don't need to know, but here's what.
Yes.
But I want to know the framework in relation to my levels where the events are happening. I don't necessarily care why. I do have a decent understanding of fundamentals, but nothing overboard. However, 30% of my analysis, if something really important is happening, then yeah, I will want to know and include that as a potential strategy. But otherwise, I will be just looking at the levels and looking at the playbooks and hypotheses that are possible probabilistically, and then just act on them if I can, if the risk is actually defined pretty well. But if I can't tell myself what's going on and I can't see one of my playbooks, and I've got about 5 core playbooks, I will just be like, well, I don't know. I have no idea. Like, why did it go down? I don't know. But if I look at ES right now, okay, this I can't actually change that. We are
600 lot showed up again.
Yeah, so we are technically in a failed auction on ES. And that was finished. So we have the value high, the way I calculated at 64.92 and a quarter. And really, that's kind of the next orientation for me. So I wouldn't be surprised if we touch value high and the settlement line, which is just around those prices as well. What it does after that, I don't know. But once you create a neutral day type, that means that you are unlikely to see a continuation with great force, because you already have 2 sides pulling on that initial balance range. So the guys that tried to go higher, they couldn't maintain the price, so therefore the failed auction happened, and now they're pulling to the opposite side. So really, unless you get some sort of a big single print that is usually driven by a catalyst, maybe we end up in a neutral day and this is all the range we're going to see, unless something else happens. Of course, we can have the unwinding of positions ahead of the important numbers, but we usually see that before FOMC or before NFP, not necessarily before the inflation numbers, although it can happen, that can happen too. But technically, we're also in rollover, so let's not forget that. So now the volume is going to start getting split between this contract and the December contract in equities, and that's going to cause a little bit of weirdness. Right. And that could lead to some unwinding of positions so that they could kind of sell the current contract and go into the next one. So that's definitely a dynamics that we should understand from that mechanistic side of how the futures markets operate, rather than going, oh, it's the big bad market makers, because they don't care about us.
Yeah, that's a good point, though, right? About the split, especially since there's so much hedging. You could see that institutions are using the futures to hedge.
Oh yeah, it's a very common thing for them.
Yeah.
So that part, I would say, learn all you can about it, because it will suddenly stop being scary when big unwinding moves are happening. You're like, what's going on? It's like, oh, okay, last day of the month. Okay, I get it. So don't be confused by it. Try to incorporate it, all those observations that I'm sure we all have. Try to not be so emotional about price action. Put some orientation levels on there and just see what happens around those levels. It doesn't have to be more complex than that. And sure, some of us have some more fancy ways of analyzing the market purely because we've been around the block a few times, but it's still the same price action, right? We're all still looking at the same thing.
Absolutely. Speaking of going around the block, Gabe's going to take us around the block for a history lesson real quick. Today, Gabe, is September 8th, 2025. But tell us what happened in the past, Gabe.
All right, really quick one. It is regarding Mark McGwire. September 8th of 1998, Mark McGwire of the St. Louis Cardinals broke Roger Maris's 1961 record for most home runs in a regular professional baseball season by hitting his 62nd of the season. He ended up finishing the season with 70 home runs. A little bit of athletics today. Shout out to Mark McGwire, September 8th, 1998.
Unknown caller.
I don't know what that was, but back to you, Jay.
Thank you. Thank you, Gabe. Maybe it
That's
was the
my bad.
MLB
I'm
calling
sorry.
about Mark McGuire.
Yeah,
I heard a
yeah.
conversation on a show I was listening to, and they said that the steroid era was the best era of baseball.
So
And
true.
you know, maybe I'm a little biased, but it was when I was a kid growing up playing baseball and watching it. But it was great to see a ton of home runs being hit, whether they were at
Yeah.
the expense of performance-enhancing drugs or not. Uh, maybe we should have just let everyone
Usually,
use them.
yes.
But
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
often
Like,
think about that, and I
yeah.
go, well, okay, so then, something happens and they're going to get sick and die, or, people who don't want to do that don't. And so, you put them in different camps, you measure them different ways. I'm like, but I'm a little bit of a
Well, there's
libertarian, if you can't guess. So,
but there's
sorry.
Lance Armstrong. He got stripped of his titles because he was
Yeah.
doing PEDs. And he said,
Yeah.
everybody was on drugs,
Yeah.
but I was the best one on drugs. So I think
right.
He's not
that's
wrong.
the best argument. Exactly. Yeah. So if it's an equal playing field and everybody's doing it, yeah, who's better even with them, right? So what's the problem? It's their health, their body.
Right. And they're putting on a show for us. We're seeing the equities bounce a little bit out of the bottom of this range. Yeah. Is it illegal if everyone's doing it? But
We're gonna
remember
get
to get your
hate mail
questions
after
in there.
this. I expect the producer
Maybe.
to send me a note.
See the chat talking about Roger Clemens was a treat in the steroid era. Pedro Martinez. It was great baseball. Great baseball. I haven't, we went to a Cubs game out in Chicago in a little bit, but I haven't really watched baseball outside of that. If they were hitting more home runs, maybe I would. Remember to get your questions in for Hoag for group coaching after the shoulder tap segment. But we are going to wrap this segment up in a little bit. Emery, I want to throw it to you. Any words you have to say before we end this segment for the day? Both VIP coaches here as well. Real quick check-in. How are your VIP teams doing? And then let's wrap this thing up here. Emery, I'll go with you first.
You know what? They're being really accountable. They're really, and if they're not changing, they are saying, "Hey, I know I need to change that," and that's half the battle, right? Hey, I know I need to change that. Then the next step is, okay, well, wrap yourself in bubble wrap so that you don't do the things that you know you need not to do. So it's been going good. Yeah.
Awesome stuff. Good to hear. Emery, D, how about you? How's your VIP season going? Any words you have for our traders before we wrap this segment?
I mean, same. I have a few of them that are smashing it. And this time around, everybody is really taking everything seriously. It's a very good thing to see. Obviously, us as coaches, sometimes when you have the groups like we had last time, you feel like you're talking to a wall. But this time around, I actually feel like they're taking everything very seriously. They are working on the strategies, and it's so far paying off. I think we had maybe a couple of people who didn't read the rules, so that's always a little bit tricky. And somebody was saying, oh yeah, you have to reset at the end of every month. What's the point? Is this impossible? And I was like, where did you read that? Like, what? And then it turned out that they thought you had to pass in 1 month, and I said, no, nothing happens. If you're in a normal combine, you just get a rebill, but the balance stays. And he was like, since when has this been like that? And I said, since 2016. It's not new.
Okay, that's
but apart from
hilarious.
that, I think but make sure to read the rules. Yeah, so I'm glad that we got that sorted fairly early in the VIP journey. And so far everybody's being really, really attentive, really good with their post-mortem analysis, because I like to do that as well with them. And I mean, I'm pleasantly impressed. Let's put it that way.
Awesome stuff.
Same.
Thank you for that, D. If you didn't learn anything today, read the T's and C's. Read the T's and C's. We are going to head into shoulder tap. Jack and Ben, and if you don't know what T's and C's are, terms and conditions. Make sure you read those. We're going to head into shoulder tap with Jack and Ben, and then we got Hoag coming up with group coaching. This is Top Step TV. Let's go.
And an even quarter bid, half bid, The orders bid, even bid. Now I'm a seller. Order, half, the orders, and even.
Data feeds are everything. Can't be connected 3 different ways from Sunday, or now one of those 3 different ways could fail. You want to have a direct connection to the CME, and Topstep X has the ability for you to do that. And that's the coolest part.
Fast, reliable, and stable.
There you go.
Good afternoon, technically, everybody. Welcome to Shoulder Tap. I'm Jack, joined by Manager of Risk, Aaron. Aaron, how are you doing on this fine Monday?
I'm doing great. I hope everyone had a good weekend and got to enjoy a little bit of football since the season is officially back.
Yeah. Until tonight, I will enjoy none of it. We got the Bears, Vikings. Quick check-in, too. We got the ES at 6,500. We're kind of bouncing around a little bit, heading to the lunch hour. So it's a perfect time to do a little shoulder tap. And real quick, Aaron, I think somebody asked, I forgot to mention last time, why this is called shoulder tap. Well, when you used to work in a trading firm, you would have a risk manager, and generally how they would let you know that you need to get out of a position or what's up, they would just come behind you and kind of tap you on the shoulder and kind of ask, what's up and what are we doing with that position? So we thought that'd be fun. Aaron, are any of our live traders having fun today?
We do have a few that are having fun today. Rather range bound and a quiet Monday to start our week, but we've got a few hovering around $10,000 worth of profit. So a couple were able to take advantage of the fade in the extremes of the range and ended up posting some pretty positive days. We've got a few that also got chopped up. So wanted to stress the point that you don't always have to participate in the markets, especially when we're in a range bound market. If you don't see your A plus setup, sitting on your hands is not a bad thing, guys. So you can just wait until tomorrow, keep trading for tomorrow, and something will present itself. But yes, we've got a couple that took advantage of this consolidation period for a Monday, and they're sitting really pretty in their accounts at this point.
Excellent. I feel like I always must answer. Someone asked, where are the other guys who do shoulder tap? We threw them in a wood chipper. No, they're around. We're just switching up a little bit. Ben and Aaron will be helping us out here. Sounds good. So with that, on this range day, we do have a card to look into. Introduce me to this trader we got here.
Yeah, so we're going to take a look at Kyun Ho K coming to us from South Korea. Cool picture. I've never been to South Korea, but that picture makes me want to go visit. Kyun Ho's been trading really well with us for about a 30-day period, 30 trading days, not calendar dates, but average P&L of $2,200 and risk to reward ratio. I'll kind of jump down into a couple bullet points here, but of a 1.5 to 1. So bigger winners than losers, and that's what gets them to an average daily P&L of $2,200. I think the average of a one lot to enter a position is something I really want to highlight on this card. You know, they average into positions every now and again. They'll add some size to that one lot to get started, but it has to be working in their favor in order for them to average into it. Otherwise, they'll hold on to winners for about 3 hours and cut their losers after about 2. My only real big suggestion for this trader is to not rely on that daily loss limit to get out of a position, and recognize when a trade idea is invalidated and get out a little bit sooner. That's only going to increase your reward to risk ratio in a very positive manner. But aside from that, 50% winning trades. You got a risk to reward ratio like this trader does. 50% of the time you're winning, 50% of the time you're losing, you're going to be on top. So recipe for success on this trading card. I'll get into some of the other metrics, but before I do so, Jack, you got anything to glean off the trading report?
I do, real quick, since we're giving the news here too. If anyone who is from France could let me know. Apparently, France's Prime Minister, I'll butcher this, Bayrou, loses confidence vote in National Assembly, will need to tender resignation. What that means, I do not know. We're still at 6,500 in the ES, so maybe nothing huge. As I look at this card, one thing that immediately jumps out, this is a 50K account, but I see we've upped their loss limit to, it looks like 2K. And when I see that, I usually trust our risk department. So I figure that must have been showing some pretty stellar trading along the way. But once again, you guys will work with people to adjust their limits no matter what size account you have, if it merits it, correct?
Correct. Yeah, and you kind of took the words out of my mouth for a couple other bullet points down there. But this trader's, got $35,000 in payouts. They're net positive in their account, which means that they also were eligible to take a couple of performance bonuses and get those added to their overall account balance. So in doing so, remaining net positive in your account, the risk department, me and my team will contact you and give you a shoulder tap in a positive manner and let you know that we're going to expand your risk parameters, either your daily loss limit or your position limit at a certain point, of course. So there's definitely rewards to remaining net positive in your account. And if you can do it for a consistent period of time, then you'll get a shoulder tap from the risk department telling you, hey, keep trading the way that you will, and we'll give you a little bit more leeway.
Yeah, I mean, something that stands out here is the very long hold times. Someone mentioned, I think you might have too, but as you can see, the average winner 5.5 hours, average loser 3 hours and 20 minutes. I see him holding trades for 18 hours, 20 hours. I see a 20 hour and 46-minute trade. What I like seeing that, even though they're a little acquainted with their DLL, I mean, they're certainly sized in such a way that they are giving these longer term trades an opportunity to play out one way or the other. So I like seeing that. This is not an instant gratification person.
Yeah, definitely not. The wherewithal to be able to hold on to a trade for 18 hours, you got to have some huevos to do that. But it's it's nice to see that the hold times are longer than the hold times are for the losers. And again, I made this point earlier in the segment, but cutting those losers and distancing yourself from the acquaintance you've made with your daily loss limit is going to move the needle on profitability in the account in a positive direction. So as much as you can, slim up or tighten up those daily loss, the stop loss on your position. That'll help to make sure you're in this account for as long as possible.
Yeah. And someone asks, how are traders able to hold trades for 20 hours? Well, they put it on after the market opens. We'll use, I don't know. Yeah, they put it on at 5 or 6 p.m. and then take it off near the end of the day. I take it with someone like this. Sometimes if you're a bigger picture, longer level traders, you can save yourself a lot of heartburn and aggravation by, putting your trade on and just not being there. I certainly hope he's not there watching some of these trades 20 hours per day, but you have your brackets on. I like it. I like anyone that holds these trades longer. So yeah, this is a pretty stellar card.
Yeah, I would tend to agree. Like I said too, I don't really have anything else to glean as far as constructive criticism aside from cutting those losers a little bit more quickly. But this is some pretty amazing performance, and we would love to see Kyun Ho continue to move in the right direction and get more bonuses and additional expansions. He's doing exactly what we wanted to do as a risk manager.
It's okay if you don't know. I was wondering, what's the, do you happen to know what the largest risk limit we've ever expanded someone on a 50K account is? I'd be curious.
Oh, gosh. Yeah, off the top of my head, I know we've gone up to a $3,500 daily loss limit on a 50K. I don't know that we've gone much beyond that, just with the size that you can put on and downside risk on your account balance. I think 35 is the highest I've ever seen.
Okay, well, pretty awesome stuff here from Kyun Ho. Yeah, South Korea looking very nice. Well, Aaron, thank you for stopping by to do a little shoulder tap today. Always a pleasure to see you on this Monday. Guess what? Still trading 6,500 in the ES, which I have up right there right now. It's the lunch hour. So coming up next, we're doing a little bit of group coaching. JD is back. He didn't injure himself. He's going to be here with Hoag to take all your questions. We'll be back right after this on TopstepTV. Let's go. Hey, friends and traders. As always, please remember to like and subscribe.
What's up, everybody out there? This is Dolby Time from TopstepTV, and what I want to talk about here is the new dashboard. So we have updated all the account management tools. They have simplified everything. So that includes managing resets, managing rebuild dates, and most importantly, managing those payouts. Trust me, it's gonna make all of our lives a lot easier. So trade well out there.
First reason why Topstep makes you a better trader is we have a support system and community here. You got to have that, or it is a lonely journey by yourself. 2, because we are helping you improve, building things for you within the trading platform itself that helps you become a better trader. 3, simplicity of payout policies, simplicity of the program. 4 would be the resources we have, the funding we have, and all that just makes great things here at Topstep.
Welcome back, friends and traders. If you've been around for a while, you might recognize this segment. It's an oldie, but a goodie. Welcome to group coaching. Good afternoon. We've got John, the Goat Hoagland, hanging out with us. I'm JD. We've got your questions. We've had that form pinned to the top of the chat for a couple of hours now. It is still sitting there pinned to the top of the chat. If you have a question for either Hoag or me, go ahead and grab that link, fill out the form, and we'll see if we get to it. Mr. Hoagland, how are you feeling this afternoon? You ready to do this?
Absolutely. I was born ready, JD, and it's great to have you back, my friend. We missed you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, vacation time. Got to use it all. Use it or lose it, right? I got a little more left to use so far this year, too. When's the last time you took a break, Hoag? Are you feeling it yet?
Last week off was like March.
Yeah.
But I got
was
some
doing
time
the same
coming
thing.
up.
I was kind of good. I was on that same routine for a while, but you got to take a break. You got to step away.
Absolutely.
Good for the soul.
Yeah, it's good to get away and it's good to get back, right?
For sure. Absolutely. All right, folks. We've got your questions. Hoag, if you are ready, what do you say we dive into them?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, we will do our best to answer to the best of our abilities. Nobody knows everything. I know I certainly don't. We'll do our best.
I do know everything. I just fake it sometimes. It was a joke, obviously. All right, let's start right at the top of the list. We've got a question from Michael. Michael's got a question about indicators. He wants to know how much do you lean on the MACD, that's the moving average convergence divergence indicator, or other indicators when making decisions on when to get in and out of trades? Personally, I'm not looking at too many indicators. MACD, I used to look at just a simple momentum oscillator, a simple RSI. I really don't even look at that too much anymore. As far as momentum indicators, I think VWAP has sort of taken over on my screen. I know Mo recently, before I left for vacation, Maham was talking about how he's cutting the VWAP out of his life for good. So I want to kind of follow up with him later. He's going to be on for Power Hour. I can't wait to catch up and see what he's talking about. But Hoag, what's your take? What kind of indicators do you lean on, if any, at all?
I don't really look at indicators. Once in a while, I may put an RSI or a stochastic up to see if I'm seeing any kind of divergence from price to the stochastic or the RSI. MACD is something that I haven't really looked at all that much. I've put it up here on the chart right now in just the parameters that it comes on Topstep X. Again, I am not the expert on it for sure. The one that I have been keeping on, and I used to keep on my charts a while ago, is the ADX and the DI plus, DI minus. Has it helped me? Sometimes, but you get too many indicators on your charts, and pretty much you're kind of stuck in an inability to do anything because you're looking at too many contrary indicators. So, as far as RSI, stochastics, if you're going to look at one of them, just look at one of them. Don't look at too many of them. Again, MACD is not something that I haven't really looked at all that much. I've looked at it. I've learned a little bit about it, but it's nothing I've found useful. I kind of come from a different kind of school of technical analysis, if you will. So the ADX and the plus minus DI, that's been something that has been helpful in the past and sometimes is helpful now. But you got to remember, Michael, there's nothing that works every time and nothing that never works ever. It's all in your ability to recognize the use of them in the context of the current market. I know that that's kind of a lot to digest and a lot to think about and a little bit of gobbledygook, but it's so true. There's nothing that is going to work for you every time. It's all mostly up here, your ability to kind of recognize where the market is trying to go, if anywhere, and how good of a job it is doing in going in that direction is really what we're looking for in any of these tools. And if it works for you, great. If it's something you're thinking about, look backwards. I'm always looking backwards. Okay, what happened to the ADX and the DI plus, DI minus when this happened? I'll go back and I'll look at it. Okay, well, seems like a lot of the highs are when the DX is DI plus is above DI minus. Well, of course it is. Where does the divergence start to come in? Well, we're starting to see DI plus kind of falling off here. We're seeing really good participation. The ADX is saying there's really good participation in this move to the upside, but the DI plus isn't really kind of telling us that this move is likely to continue. And sure enough, the market opens and tanks. So these are the divergences that I would look for in anything, even if it's a stochastic, an RSI, ADX, anything that's telling us, yeah, price is moving higher, but the momentum seems to be slowing. That's something I'm going to be taking. I'm going to be looking at, and something that you can see in MACD as well. Hopefully, that's going to help.
Yep. Everything works until it doesn't. Eventually,
yes, right.
It's kind of the theme of this game. But yeah, if it's just tracking, momentum, I don't know if it's such a good idea to use a momentum indicator as sort of support and resistance, or levels to or to try and find levels to enter trades, just doesn't sound right to me. Again, this is not trading advice. This is my personal opinion. But there you have it. Oh, here's another question on a side note. You ever start looking at a new indicator only to, and have it work successfully, only to be told by somebody later on that you've been using it completely wrong? So you change it up to try and use the indicator correctly, and then you start losing money with it. Does that ever happen to you? It's happened to me.
It happens, I'm sure, to a lot of people. I mean, I've been hearing for, I don't know, 25 years that market profile is obsolete, and you know, I'm still, you know, using it successfully. So, you know, somebody that is telling you that you're looking at something the wrong way, or that you're using it the wrong way when you've already seen it work in the way you're looking at it in your favor, you know, take what they're saying in a grain of salt, because they're seeing things a little bit differently than you are, and I'm seeing things a little bit more a little differently than JD is, and we're all seeing things in our own lens, in our own view, in our own minds, right? I mean, Dr. Menaker told us years and years ago, you know, you're not just trading the market, you're trading your inner market, trading yourself. So if somebody's saying, you know, you're using that indicator wrong, well, they're not inside you. They don't understand the motivations, the decision making processes, the emotions that you've been through in your entire life. How can they tell you that you're using it wrong if you've been at least successful with it and in the past? I've had people tell me, yeah, look at this indicator, and here's how you look at it. And I've had a, you know, nice winning trade, and then the next 10 have been losses. You know, that's something to pay attention to. But, you know, we're all in this journey as individuals. Yes, I mean, we always say we're all in this together, but just because somebody isn't seeing things the way you are doesn't mean you're seeing them wrong. I guess that's really what the point I'm trying to make.
Couldn't agree more. It's always important to go your own way, do your own thing. Don't get latched on to what other people are doing too much. Exactly what Hoag said. What I'm seeing in the market, we're both looking at the same market on the same time frame, but we're seeing two different things. Always keep that in mind before you trying to, you know, attach your wagon to somebody else's star, right? All right. Let's move on to the next question. Hoag, right in your wheelhouse. What is a single print, and why is it so important? Let's get into the TPOs for a little bit. What is a single print TPO? We see them, we talk about them. What does it mean when the market starts gravitating towards them?
Okay, so I'm going to go to a little bit of history here. So this was 12th of August. I think that was Fed Day. Let's see. So was it 12th, 10th, 11th, 12th? No, I don't know what the day this was, but there was a big up move, right? It really doesn't matter because there were single prints left in the profile. Okay, now those single prints are represented here. Okay, these little purple bars. This was a 3-tick single print. This was a 4-tick single print. Why are they important? Well, they're acceleration points. Okay, some people might actually call these fair value gaps, right? So there's a single prints that go through that area. It's an acceleration. Buyers maintained control and continued to push trade higher from that point. Okay, so this was during a regular trading hours session. Where does the market come back to on its next move to the downside? Unfortunately, it did occur in the overnight session, relatively close to the open, but where did the market target when it started to come back? It targeted the single prints. Okay, so it targeted the single prints, and then the rest of the day kind of held above those. Okay, so that's why, kind of like points of control, we saw the point of control from that day also in that neighborhood, but that point of control didn't get taken out in regular trading hours until here. okay, until the 18th of August. So these single prints are targeted as targets or previous rejection areas. Okay, the market was rejected in that tiny little 4-tick single prints. Will it be rejected again, or will it break through it? Okay, now here it breaks through. Here's another opportunity in the overnights to come back to those singles, breaks through them, comes all the way back up through them on a following session. Okay, where did the trade down? Where did price go to? Okay, so actually it traded through in the regular trading hour session here. This one probably could have been cut off at this price, at this level. But let's take a look at this was Friday the 20th. Okay, so this was the Powell speech. This is the Powell bar, if you will. So we looked at a lot of single prints from right about here, which was 64.2750. Well, here it is again, single prints all the way from that level all the way to 64.7175. The market opens the next day, fails to continue the move to the upside, and falls back into the area of single prints. Where does it trade down to in the overnight session? It always happens in the overnight session, it seems, right to the bottom of the single prints. So these are reference levels that are there because they are previous areas of rejection where price maybe needed to come back down to these levels to fill in any business that didn't get finished when price moved that quickly through them. All right. And it's not like markets have their own mind, but traders have their own mind, and traders are looking at levels. And when they're looking at levels, they have a tendency to bring price to those levels. So single prints are, always something of note. Sometimes they can be a little as just an anomaly. Sometimes they can be bigger gaps in value, if you will. Fair value gap. There's that word again. So here we have, this was Thursday, Friday, Monday. So Thursday we had some single TPOs, single prints as well. We know that the market put in a new all-time high, blasted right through all those single prints. Okay. When that happens, sometimes you'll have an opportunity if price comes back to them, or it may target them on a retracement, which is what it did on Friday. There was no real opportunity at this level on Friday because the market was pretty much ready to close. Okay, this was a single TPO, right? Single NPO, or a single print. Single print. Well, where has it gone to since? Well, where did we go to this morning? We found resistance there on Friday. Market opens, comes back near that level. Is this because this single print was there? We don't know. We don't know why anything actually happens. And after today, we're going to take this single print off because it's been run through a couple of times and its value is probably diminished. But again, now it acts possibly as support. We're also looking at the high of the Powell bar over here as possible support. So there's some confluence there. We opened, we broke, put in the high, broke back below the initial balance low. The target for that is the initial balance low, and there we are. Now we're right back to the middle. I'm going to take this late spike off because it has lost its value as well. But single prints are areas of imbalance. Let's just call them that. You can call them fair value gaps, areas of imbalance, whatever you want to call them, but they are targets and possible entries.
Yep. That was giving my follow-up. So do you think it's fair to say that if you are able to identify what some traders call a fair value gap, then you also know how to identify where those single print TPOs are? Does that sound fair?
Yes, but when I'm looking at single prints, it's off of the market profile, which is based off a 30-minute chart. So to find an area of single prints, you've got to see the fair value gaps on 30-minute charts.
Sounds good. Hope you guys are listening to that. Not my wheelhouse. Thanks for that tutorial, Hoag. Very well done. All right. Next question. Next up, we've got a question from Chris J. Directed directly at Hoag. It says, "Hi, Hoag. I hear you talk about failed upside and downside auctions. How do you define a failed upside auction? Is it a failure to hold above the initial balance high? Just so happens we had a failed upside auction in the NASDAQ this morning. I don't know if you call what happened in the ES a failed upside auction, but we definitely saw one today, so this is relevant to today's price action.
Yes,
and it does have to do with the initial balance high and low.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Hoag, show us what you're looking at.
So the initial balance we know is the first hour of the range. Okay, so the first hour of regular trading hours, there are different initial balances. You can look at the initial balance from the 5 o'clock p.m. open. It just depends on the time frame that you're trading in. I'm a day trader. I don't really trade at night, so my initial balance is always going to be the first hour of regular trading hours. Why? Look at all the volume. All the volume and all the participants are available during the regular trading hours, where the overnight is mostly weaker hands traders. So, initial balance low 23,771 in the orders. Initial balance high 23,876 and a quarter. All right. So the first push above the initial balance, above that first hour of trade, fails to close a 30-minute bar above it. That is your failed upside auction. If you're going to take the short, technically you would prefer price to remain below that level, that initial balance high, 23,876 and a quarter. However, the point of invalidation would typically be above the high of that bar. So we're looking at, let's just call it 23,891 and a quarter as our risk on this trade. So we're looking at about 20 points of risk on this trade, but as long as we don't take out that high, the failed upside auction remains valid. When we have a failed upside auction, I like to see them pay me really quickly, and usually the target is going to be the lower initial balance low. There's the low of the regular trading hour session, 23,771.75. Day's not over yet. We could still get there, okay? So we did have a failed upside auction. We really spent a lot of time, kind of making everybody nervous up here. And finally, after 11 o'clock, we started to see the market roll over. So this would be a hard trade for me to stay in, because when I see a failed upside auction, I want it to fail, and I want it to fail quickly. This one took a while. We talked about it during fast markets even. Dakota kept looking for shorts up here, and I'm like, this is a failed upside auction. Short is the right thing to do, at least where I'm sitting. It just took so damn long. If I was short up here, I probably would have been out of that trade before it's really started to roll over, because I'm going to demand it to pay me relatively quickly. That's just how I like my failed auctions. How do you like your failed auctions, JD? Rare, medium rare? Well done.
Who doesn't like making fast money,
Right.
Those can be head fakes, though. Eventually, I mean, today, the price action in the ES, would you officially call that a failed upside auction, even though it took such a long time to get back inside the initial balance? No. Okay.
No, because that 30-minute bar closed above the initial balance high.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so now we've got a bit of a double top up here. As a matter of fact, I think it might even be a weak high. Let me take a quick look here. I got to reload this. Hang on. Yeah, that's okay. It is a weak high. It is an absolute even double top. They're both highs of these 30-minute bars are exactly the same. Exactness is weakness. There's no excess up there. So if this were a trade I was going to be short in, I would be out of it by now. This is a really good move down to that initial balance low, because I'm really thinking that this high up here with the lack of excess is not likely to hold for very long. Not likely to hold for very long. I've been wrong before, JD. Been wrong before.
Yep.
We'll see.
I like what you said, though. Exactness is weakness. Write that one down, folks. Get these gems for free right here on TopstepTV. All right, guys, before we move on, I've got something to share for all you nerds out there. Guess what day it is today, Hoag? Today is National Star Trek Day.
Wow.
On this day, September 8th, 1966, the television series pilot known as Star Trek was introduced on American television. Aiming for an adult audience, this was the first time a scientific fiction series would explore morality through scientific narratives. There you have it, though, folks. It is National Star Trek Day. We usually run this during the opening call. It was kind of hard to find one this morning, so I did save it for later. Special treat for everyone. I believe you could find the original series streaming somewhere. Maybe take a few minutes and watch that pilot episode today.
Space, the final frontier.
1966.
Yeah, it was yesterday, September 7th, 1977, where we lost Keith Moon.
Oh, really?
Insane drummer from The Who died on September 7th, 1977. Keith.
That's a shame.
I would have liked to party with him, but I wouldn't be paying his bills. That's for damn sure.
Agreed.
Let's see if
Ooh, all right.
Kid's still around. Slip Kid, are you here? Yes, it was 1977 yesterday. All right.
We got time for a couple more questions, Hoag. You want to do a few more?
Absolutely.
All right. Next one comes from Day Trailing. Day Trailing wants to know what signals tell you to skip the open entirely, e.g. overnight structure, news, liquidity, conditions. I suppose that depends market to market. We do have some mechanical structure trades that we take on the open for gold and crude oil in the morning. Gold regular trading hours open is 7:20 a.m. Central Time, where we've been looking at a 5-minute opening range breakout trade. Crude oil, 8 o'clock a.m. Central Time is regular trading hours open. So we look at a 5-minute opening range breakout in crude oil also. Again, those are very mechanical trades, so there's really nothing that would hold you from taking those trades unless there was a huge news event. But even last Friday, Hoag, I understand you guys took a gold trade into NFP. What were you guys seeing in the market for that in particular that made you hold a trade into that event? Anything in particular?
What we did, JD, we kind of followed your lead on that. I believe what we said was we like the long. We're going to put the orders in, and if we're not in before the number comes out, we're going to cancel the orders.
Gotcha.
So we ended up long. It took, I don't know, we were in it for a while, and then when the 7:30 number came out, this was the opening range down here. This is not the, what is that doing there? There is the opening range. Sometimes things move on you. So there's the opening range. We got us long. Didn't take very long. I mean, within 5 minutes of entry, the number came out. We knew the risk. It was a little bit thin. Of course, we knew that there was probably going to be some slippage. But boy, boom, really just popped. We got out about three of them about 2/3 of the way up. We got out of one or two. We got out of one right up near the highs, and then we just put a stop below the initial balance high. Oh no, it wasn't above the initial balance. I think it was a VWAP at the time, maybe. Anchored. I forget why we put the stop there, but it was right around down here. So just a good trade. We like the long side. We've liked the long side in gold for a long time. So once we were long, I was all right. Let's do this, and boom, it worked. Worked out nice.
Awesome.
But in regards to a time to avoid possibly the opening range trade, typically you're gonna probably hear me say a lot. So hang on a second here. Let's go back here. All right. So JD, I mean, this was a day I think you were here, or this was a week ago last Thursday. You were gone. So we knew that we had you were gone for Powell, right? The Jackson Hole speech.
I saw that. I was here for that. That was on
Oh, you were here for that. Okay.
Tuesday? Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, we don't do the opening range in the S&Ps, But by looking at, the range from the previous day, knowing that we were a day from Powell's speech, I call this the Powell bar, like a power bar, but it's a Powell bar on that Friday. But we looked at the market and it opened basically. I mean, this is the opening range. This yellow bar right there. I mean, that's the opening range. Opened right near the point of control, right in the middle of value from the previous day, in front of a day where we were expecting a lot of possible volatility. The expectation for this day was really, we're probably going to stay inside of value from the previous day. We're going to range a little bit and we're going to move around a little bit, but we're probably going to not move all that much. And that turned out to be right. So this would be a day where I would say, okay, we're not going to trade the open. We're going to look for better trade locations as the day goes on. And boom, it was the end of the first hour was where we closed up here, right up near settlement. I don't think that 64.11 was weekly kickoff low at that time. No, it was not, but it is now. But we got up to settlement, couldn't keep going. And basically it was pretty near value high from the previous day as well. So if we're expecting to stay inside value, we're going to try and sell previous day's value area high, value area low. Where did we get down to? Well, we got down to that first. And if we looked at that as an opportunity for longs, we could have benefited all the way to the high. But it's really contextual, right? It's really, I mean, it's all in the context of the market, right? I mean, JD, we ended up taking that short after that one tick below the opening range in crude oil and gold today. I was like, uh-oh. Yeah. Because we all liked long in gold, and we just got that one little tick down below it that got us enough to get in, and that was it. So, well, that's all right. I mean, it wasn't a huge loss. I think we're, probably pretty close to break even for the month now on opening range trades, which is fine, which is great. We're just taking an automated trade.
We technically got a better fill on the trade than I think we were entitled to, because I hadn't put the order in yet when it went for that little liquidity grab below of that first 5-minute candle. So it dipped below there, just tested the water, dipped its toe in the water, and then popped right back up. So we got a better fill by, I want to say, about 10 ticks on that trade, which is why we were able to take, expand our risk and still not take a whole lot of risk on it. So,
yep, very nice.
If we had stayed and watched it for another minute, maybe there's a chance we wouldn't have gotten into the trade at all. But we did get a better fill than what we technically should have on an opening range breakout trade.
Can I ask you a question, JD?
Yep. What's up?
Last week, Courtney asked if either of us ever got the yips. What do you do to get past this block? The yips.
Nerves. How do you define a yip? Nerves? Yeah, everybody gets nerves.
Yeah. My dad
Honestly,
used to call it
confidence.
If I was hungover and shaking, he would say, "Oh, you got the yips, huh?"
Okay. Yeah, that's relatable. But yeah, if you got the yips, you probably shouldn't be in the market. Confidence comes with experience. So the longer you work on your setups, the longer you trade your setups, the more confident you are in putting your trades on. If trades are making you real nervous, maybe it's time to step away for a few minutes and figure out why you're getting real nervous putting trades on. Are you taking on too much size? Are you revenge trading? Are you down a little bit of money and you're just trying to make it back, so getting in the market for no reason at all? Could be 1,000 different reasons why you're having the yips. Why you're having the yips, I should say. Maybe take a step back and think about it for a second before you get back in the market.
Yeah, I mean, I think that there's a healthy amount of having respect for the risk that you're taking, and there's an unhealthy. If the yips are what you're feeling as unhealthy fear, then just keep working on understanding your strategy, honing your strategy, and understanding you can take as much risk as you think you can. You don't have to take the trade. You establish the risk. It's the one thing we can control. So once you understand that you control the risk, it should take a lot of the yips out of it. And I think there's lots of layers of yips too. Like, I've got a great trade on and it's getting close to my profit target and I'm getting nervous. Well, what are you going to do? 10% it? Maybe.
Mm-hmm.
But it's all to alleviate fear. Everything.
Yep. For the people in the back, when we say 10% it, Hoag, we haven't gone over this in a while. What is the 10% rule when you have a trade on?
Well, I'm sure everybody here has had a great trade on that got within a couple of ticks of their profit target and turned around and buried on them. So I kind of have a rule and that I will consider consistent, that anytime price gets it within 10% of my profit target, like I'm 90% to my profit target, I'm allowed to take the trade as a full profit target taken.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know how many times I've been for a tick, but it doesn't happen to me anymore. Well,
Right.
Not much.
Are you really willing to sacrifice 50 ticks to make those last 2 ticks?
Right. That's exactly
basically
right.
it, you know?
Yep.
If you're feeling nervous about a trade, cut it when it gives you some profit, or at least peel a few off, remove some risk.
I'm typically putting my targets a little bit short of where I think it's actually going to go, and I still 10% them sometimes.
Yeah.
All I want
Which
is
is
my bite
reasonable.
out of the middle.
Hoag, I think we got time for one more. We actually got 2 questions from the same person back to back. I'll read them both together because they're sort of relatable. These come from Lucy. Lucy says, what is the likelihood of someone becoming a consistently profitable trader with just Topstep TV and live coaching versus real-time mentorship by paying someone? And how long could one anticipate that would take? Maybe 1 to 2 years? Follow-up question. With all the knowledge I have obtained in the last 5 years, I seem to struggle with my confidence in the market, specifically staring at the chart and have no idea where price could go, especially when it's ranging between support and resistance. Sounds like a breakout trader, getting stuck in ranges, getting chopped up in ranges, and just losing confidence. Does that sound? Am I reading that right?
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm reading there, and the thing that sticks out to me there, JD, is right at the end. I have no idea where price could go, especially when it's ranging between support and resistance.
Yep.
Well, if it's
just answered your own question, right?
Right. So instead of always looking for the breakout, you're selling resistance and buying support until proven wrong. We call it the breakout to break out, the balance to breakout rule, right? If the market is in balance, you're fading the extremes until proven wrong. If there's a breakout of that with substantial volume and momentum, you go with it. So, there's no right way to do it, but Lucy, what I would suggest is start looking at the market as an auction process. If the market is moving in one direction, start looking at things and put your mindset to, okay, it's moving in this direction. How good of a job is it doing in that direction? That might be something that might help you. And when you start to recognize in your tools and in your charts and everything else that, this market isn't doing all that well in that direction. Well, that might be telling you something. And there's lots of tools and things to look at. I mean, open interest and delta and volume are all things that I look at to kind of decide or determine how healthy an auction is. We've been talking about the upside auction for the last few days in gold and how healthy that upside auction has been. So, it's all in market structure and market context. If you're stuck between, support and resistance, well, you know what to do then. That's a strategy right there. You sell resistance, you buy support till proven wrong. As far as the other question, You know, the likelihood of someone becoming consistently profitable trader with just Topstep TV live coaching, I mean, it's not going to hurt. Real-time mentorship by paying somebody. I mean, first off, make sure that if you're paying somebody, that they know what they're doing and they're going to be able to help you get better at what you're doing. How long could one anticipate it would take? 1 to 2 years? Jim Dalton admits that he was unprofitable for 20 years. And I don't hope that for anybody, but Lucy, you're going to get to that if you do the work. You are looking for consistency. You are, constantly improving your strategies according to market state. And if you get your head on straight, and unfortunately, a person who has his head on straight doesn't really have the correct mindset or brain wiring to succeed in futures trading. Most people that have their heads on do things the wrong way in trading, right? You avoid risk. You take profits too soon. You have to get a little bit unwound and rewound and rewired in your brain to start to become a profitable trader. You've got to be able to cut risk, or you got to be able to cut losses. You got to be able to cut them quick. You can't internalize them. You can't make them part of who you are as a person. It's a very difficult thing to do. And then you got to start also accepting when you've got the market in your direction and it looks like it's going, and you're looking at the tools that you're looking at that are saying, this is a healthy upside auction. I got to stay in this or even add to it. Is it easy? Hell no. It's not easy. But Lucy, I believe that more and more people have the ability to find a degree of success and make money at this. I'm not saying that everybody can become a millionaire, but I'm saying that if everybody does what they need to do and gets their head straight as far as trading is concerned and understands the mental and emotional barriers that we put into ourselves and works to tear those down, I don't think that there's any reason why any person could not find a degree of success in this. By degree of success, being able to maintain an account for a very, 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 very long time, for an entire life. Okay. Have I been able to do that? No, I've lost a few accounts. But I'm still here, and 30 some years of trading, and I'm still trading. So I'm doing something right. Otherwise I'd be broke right now.
20 years. Jim Dalton took 20 years to find profitability.
Yeah.
I don't think I ever heard that before.
Yeah. He said it right here on Topstep TV.
Now I remember. You're absolutely right. He did. Sticking with something for 20 years without finding success in it. That takes a lot. I don't know if I'd be able to do that. 20 years trying to figure something out, trying to figure out a puzzle. I think a lot of people would just quit, right?
Oh yeah. Well, that's one of the things he's always said too, is, he thinks that more people could be successful at this, but the problem is they either run out of money or they run out of time.
Yep. And there you have it. All right. Hoag, unfortunately, that's all the time we have for group coaching today. That went by pretty quick. I want to thank all of you in the chat for sending in your questions. We got a whole bunch left over. Maybe we could use those tomorrow, possibly the next day. So if we didn't get to your question, we do apologize, but we will get to it eventually this week. Hoag, thanks for sharing your trading wisdom, your knowledge with all of us. Always a pleasure. Always appreciated. So thank you. And we are going to step aside. My pleasure. My pleasure to be here with you. All right, guys, we're going to step aside. We got power players coming up next. Number 135 on the big board. Live funded trader Dominic G is going to be here. I'll be talking to him. Andre's going to be talking to him. We're going to be trading up, and we'll see what happens in these markets. All right, folks, we're going to take a short break. Power players coming up next. Topstep TV. Let's go.
And an even quarter bid, half bid, the orders bid, even bid. Now I'm a seller. Quarter, half, the orders, and evens.
With our new profile management system, you can easily update your personal information and your account preferences so that everything runs smoothly on Topstep X, and we will call you the right name when you end up on the big board, perhaps.
Data feeds are everything. Can't be connected 3 different ways from Sunday, or now one of those 3 different ways could fail. You want to have a direct connection to the CME, and Topstep X has the ability for you to do that. And that's the coolest part.
Fast, reliable, and stable.
There you go.
Oh, the man in the middle, number 135 on the big board, joining us from Vegas, my man Dom in the house for Power Players. How's it going, Dom?
What's up? What's up?
What's up? JD over there as well. Let's get right into it. Dom, you are trading gold and crude. Gold keeps making new all-time highs. How are you trading this? Just buy the dip, or Obviously, it's not that easy. Talk to me about gold, Dom.
To be honest with you, the last couple of weeks I've been getting just chopped out in gold, or I guess I shouldn't say chopped out. I'm on the wrong side of the market. I keep taking shorts on gold. Totally the wrong move to do for like the last couple of days. I've taken like 5 shorts on gold. Every time I'm getting taken out. So, you know what? Thoughts on gold is buy the dip for sure.
I mean, yeah, new all-time highs trade about a couple hours ago. Let's take a look at gold. Last trade, 36.73. Take a look at crude. Dom is also a crude trader. Last trade, $62.22. ES seeing some selling, 64.93. And NQ still about 30 points off the lows, trading 23,777. JD opening range trade in opening call. We take gold. We take crude trades as well. We were taking the long side, or I guess it depends. It's a very mechanical trade. But talk to me about gold, what you're seeing here, JD, and especially in opening call as well.
Yeah, so we were talking about this in the opening call. Hoag and Jay were going over charts. They had a bullish sentiment going into the open. We pulled the chat, came back for us to take a 5-minute opening range breakout, and it triggered a short. None of us really liked the trade. Both the 1 minute, the 3 minute, and the 5 minute triggered a short position in gold off 7:20 a.m. Central Time, regular trading hours open, and none of us really liked it. We did get a better fill than we were entitled to. Hoag and I were just talking about this in group coaching a few minutes ago. Went for a little liquidity grab, minor liquidity grab right after that first 5-minute bar closed. Dipped down. It happened so fast I didn't even have my order in to get short. So we dipped down, market popped, got in shorts. We got in somewhere between 10 and 15 ticks better than we were actually entitled to on that trade. So we were able to take a little bit more risk while still we were able to expand our risk without putting on more risk, I should say. And it did end up stopping us out for about a $200 loss. We were trading micros. We got filled better, and none of us liked the trade to begin with, and for good reason. Yeah, we were toast from the beginning. But I understand. I'd like to talk about Dominic trying to get short around all-time highs in gold. Is it sort of the I hate buying new all-time highs kind of thing? Are we picking tops?
Yeah, I mean,
what's the thought process behind that?
You know, when I trade, I try to always focus on my strategy, and I trade trend lines, I trade support and resistance. And to be honest with you, it's not even that I'm not trading my strategy or that I'm taking trades that don't align with my strategy, but just gold. I've seen it before when gold gets close to this all-time highs area and it breaks. I mean, I said it last time we were on. It's almost like you should just buy the open and then just let the thing rip. And I just kept taking positions, and out of nowhere, New York or London, whatever, it would find a little bit of support somewhere, and it would just rip, and it would stay, to the upside, going to the upside. So, I took some chances, and even yesterday, because I do trade at night, I was watching the sessions. Looks like the Sydney session was a little bit, and then the Tokyo session took up to the upside. London session went crazy to the upside, and now we're looking at the New York session. It's looking a little bit choppier. But yeah, I didn't want to take a position on it just because we don't have anything to the left for me to set a stop or set a target to. So I think just right now I'm sitting on hands and going to try to let this thing unfold maybe for the next couple of days and see if I can get some, some areas of resistance or areas of support. And I think from there, just make sure my bias isn't too much set on the long side or too much set on the short side, and just be, really selective when it comes to the trades that I do take, if I do take any trades on gold.
Very good. I want to talk to you, okay, also as well. Looking at the crude last trade, $62.20. How has crude been treating you? Obviously, not as one directional as gold. So what are you looking for in crude? Any prices of interest right here, right now, Dom?
I think a price of interest right now for me is this 62.20 area. A break below that, you know what? I might take a short and throw a stop at this 62.73 area. But I think I'm just going to wait for a second and see if any volume picks up. I know you said we got some news coming in, so I think I'm just going to sit on hands for now, see if I see, you know, anything that I like. But other than that, you know what? I haven't been trading oil because, like I said, I keep getting stopped out on gold, being greedy, and you know, I've just been paying so much attention to it that I've missed some really awesome plays in oil the last couple of weeks. So
Missing the trades. What do you? Okay, when you say that, are you getting too picky for entry? Are you just trying to nail the top or the bottom? What do you mean by that? And how is it affecting you? Is it affecting your mental at all?
for sure, I've definitely been on edge like the last 2 weeks, taking positions in gold because, like I said, I think when you see something get to a point where you know, you have nothing to the left, you don't know how it's going to move to the upside. I'm like, my bias is almost like, okay, sellers are going to step in, this thing is going to drop, and you know, when it drops like crazy. So I've been, you know, like I said, just been trying to take these shorts, and every time I get into a short, you know, and it's possible that maybe I'm taking entries a little bit too early, or even that I'm taking trades that don't necessarily tick every box when it comes to my strategy. And, you know, that comes back to bite you in the butt. And when you're taking a 1 hour loss after a 1 hour loss after a 1 hour loss, you know, that stuff really does mess with your mental space. And like I said, that's why I didn't take a long even yesterday. I mean, I saw something that I liked, and I just couldn't find it in me to even take a position in gold. So, you know, that's why I'm just trying to sit on hands and wait for a little bit more of a story to unfold when it comes to gold. And yeah, that's it. Like I said, it has messed with my mental space a little bit the last couple of weeks, but you know, I know as a trader, someone who's been in the game for a while, that as long as I stick to my strategy and I don't start over, you know, leveraging my trades and go from taking $500, you know, average positions will risk tolerance, that, you know, as long as I don't start taking $1,000 risks or $1,500 risks, like, I'm going to be able to stay in the game for a while. And eventually with my strategy, I understand, you know, I'll be, you know, I'll be okay over the long run.
Keep grinding. Hell yeah. A little bit of a bounce here in the ES. 64.97. Just traded. Look at the NQ. 23,797. We got our eye on these 62.20s in crude. Last trade, 62.22. Anything on the tilt? Pretty much 50-50 across the board. Gold trying to push higher a little bit. About $9 those off those all-time highs. Last trade in gold, 36.76. GD, what are you seeing here in crude? Last trade 62.22. How are you reading it?
Crude's gone a little flat. Obviously, we've got settlement coming up the bottom of the hour, 1:30 p.m. Central Time. Crude oil will settle for the day. That's usually when we start to see volume and volatility sort of die, just falls off the cliff. You know, your more institutional, bigger size traders are out of that market after 1:30 Central Time. It just becomes like a retail chop shop.
Rinse.
Rinse.
Dom,
Rinse.
Gotta
Retail rinse.
100% chasing your tail. Keep an eye on the crude and the gold. Dom, gotta ask you, did you ever trade or dabble in the equities, ES or NASDAQ, or strictly just been gold and crude? And why just gold and crude?
Yeah, since I started trading futures, and since I got involved with Topstep, the only things that I've traded have been gold and oil. And it's not that I have anything against ES or anything like that. It's just that I think, you know, I come from trading the stock market, and you know, there's so many things to trade, and I think sometimes it's a lot to pay attention to, you know, a lot of noise. So I kind of sat down with myself and told myself, you know, let's pick one or two things to trade, and these are just the two things that happen to come across my desk that I end up sticking with. And it's not to say that I won't maybe switch it up after a little bit of time, but I think once you do something for long enough, you start to become familiar kind of with the characteristics of how things move. And I like the being familiar with it. So, nothing against ES or anything like that. I just, like I said, I became familiar with it. It was what I stuck to at the beginning of my futures trading kind of, career. So yeah, that's it.
Fair enough. You heard it. He's got nothing against you, ES. He's all in on the gold and the crude. Like JD said, just kind of flatline right now in crude. ES, I'm sorry, gold. Can gold get back up to all-time highs? About $9 away from that. Seeing a little bit of pop here in the NQ. Trading 23,804, up about 20 points since Power Players has begun. Looking at ES, up about 5 points. So trading 64.97, 64.97. Coming into, got the bottom of the hour in about 15 minutes. In terms of news and headlines, nothing really on the schedule for now. Can we get this push? Can we keep pushing this thing higher in gold? Again, maybe a little bit of safe haven, playing into all-time highs. Weaker dollar with the rate cuts. A lot of things playing. Central banks also getting in on the move to the upside in gold. So what do you have, JD?
Oh, I'm just looking at the daily chart in gold right now. Momentum definitely to the upside. And we are tapping on the ceiling of new all-time highs once again. And it does have a lot to do with the dollar. We talked about this in the opening call this morning. The U.S. dollar index tracks 6 different currencies. That's what they base the U.S. dollar index off of, the strength of the dollar versus 6 other foreign currencies. And it is dropping right now, and that's causing quite a boost in gold prices. But for the moment, the way momentum has shifted to the upside, we were trading sideways in this market for so long. See this range that we were in going back to April? Just dead sideways trade. And now we're breaking out. And you can't fade this momentum right now, in my opinion. I know it's the hardest thing to do to buy new all-time highs. Buying high and selling higher, it's a tricky thing to do, but that is the play for the moment. And I do like what you said, Dom. The dips are for buying in this market right now. And that should continue until the market tells us it's over, you know?
I know. I'm looking at it right now.
Day trading says it's a giant bull flag in gold. I don't know if I call that a bull flag.
Yeah, up and to the right. And just keeps pumping higher here. What are you looking for in terms of entries, Dom? Obviously, crude and gold, well, crude especially, very sensitive to headlines. Are you plugged into the news at all times? We saw a headline coming out in Fast Markets about the Aramco study saying they're going to be cutting prices. Obviously, you're going to see a drop in crude prices. But how tuned in are you to the news? And are you technicals or fundamentals, I guess is what I'm asking.
I mean, I am almost completely technicals. I pay pretty much no attention to the news. And that's not to say that, if some reports are coming out, I might not sit on hands, just for the day, for its entirety. But, it really just depends. If Powell's speaking or something, I might just end up sitting on hands. But anything other than that, I'm just pretty much purely technicals. And I'm just fully support and resistance and trend lines. It's super, super elementary. If a trend line breaks, if an area of support or resistance breaks, then, I'm looking at getting into a trade in area. Even for me right now, I'm looking at gold on an hourly. The move to the upside has been pretty massive since the market's opened. And now, I'm seeing a little bit of consolidation and possibly even a break a little bit to the downside. But like I said, I don't know if I'm willing to get into gold short with the way that I've been taking trades and the way that the shorts have been working for me. So, right now, and considering the time of day, I might sit on hands, or if I see maybe even a little bit of more of a break to the downside, I might hop in for some end of day shorts.
Lower here. Yeah, we are. Okay. Right. Let's take a bit of a peek here lower. Talk about gold here. 36.74, about $11 off those highs, all-time highs, of course. And we got NASDAQ pushing higher here, closing on overnight VWAP. Last trade, 23,810. 8 points to go to get to overnight VWAP. We got ES trading 6,500. 3 points to go till overnight VWAP. Nothing on the tilt just yet, so we'll see where we want to go here. Bottom of the hour in about 12 minutes. With that being said, oh yes, we got to check out this news clip. Again, the Supreme Court as well as the FTC commissioner off the payroll for now. Bring that in, Gabe. Let's get caught up on this for a little update on the news here.
Chief Justice John Roberts is letting President Donald Trump remove a member of the Federal Trade Commission for now. It's a temporary win for the White House as it extends control over independent agencies throughout the federal government. The short-term order, known as an administrative stay, gives the justices more time to review Trump's emergency request to fire Rebecca Slaughter. By itself, Monday's order doesn't signal whether Trump will ultimately win his appeal in Slaughter's case. Roberts ordered Slaughter's legal team to respond to Trump's emergency appeal by next Monday. Trump fired Slaughter back in March. In July, a federal appeals court ordered her to be reinstated while the litigation over her firing plays out. Days later, the administration filed an emergency appeal with the Supreme Court. Monday's order will let Trump keep Slaughter out of work until the High Court resolves the case.
Ongoing saga. Yes, thank you for that. He's in the courts. JD, always keeping staying tuned in with the headlines. Of course, tune into Topstep TV. Make sure staying updated with all those headlines. But Dom's like, nope, it's purely technicals for entries as well as exits. How do you, in terms of exits? First of all, what's your risk reward on a lot of your trades?
So it tends to be 1-to-1 or 1 to 1.5. So, as long as I kind of stick with a 60% win rate, I tend to be okay. But yeah, and then usually price wise, usually I'm about $500 worth of risk is kind of where I'm sitting at right now.
I was looking at your trade report. You've built a solid little. You've been building the account. You've been slowly growing the account, so everything's looking good. What are you looking for, payout wise? What do you got to do to start paying yourself in the account?
To be honest with you, I haven't taken any payouts since I've started the live account a couple of months ago, and that's just purely because I want to stick with Topstep for a while. I don't want to be someone who is just trying to take a massive position every time I hop in the market. I want to be around for a while. I want to feel comfortable. So really, I think I've created myself a scale plan. So I'm just trying to hit certain amounts within the account to where I'll take small, withdrawals out of. And once I hit a certain point, maybe monthly I'll take out specific payouts. But, I'm working and, I haven't quit my job and, told myself, with this small account that I have, I could just go all in and pay all my bills, So, I work, so I don't have to worry too much about paying bills or anything like that. So slowly but surely I'm building the account. Once I hit, specific numbers, I'm taking out small payouts. And hopefully once I get to, a very specific number, then I can take monthly payouts, that I can be really comfortable with.
You have a specific number.
It sounds like you're doing everything the right way.
Big time. Would you like to share the specific number, Dom? Or you keep it to yourself? All good either way. What's the specific number you shoot for?
For sure. I would like to see, and I know, when you look at my account right now, it might seem a little far off, but I'd like to hit 100 count.
All right.
I'd like to hit 100K in the account. Like I said, I created a scaling plan, go from X amount to X amount, size up, go from X amount to X amount, size up. So hopefully, I'd like to see something within a year, maybe even a year and a half. I'm just trying to be extremely realistic. I think a lot of people come in the game, they're like, oh, I'm going to be a millionaire. If you've been in the game long enough, that's not the case. And if you're someone who's trading all the time, you understand how the market fluctuates and things change. So yeah, I'm just trying to keep things realistic and keep things honest. You know, anyone who's maybe watching, you know, going from 0 to 100,000 or 0 to even 10,000 can be a difficult thing. So as long as you can and you execute that plan, they things can happen and they will happen if you know you stick to what you've told yourself you need to stick to.
I like it indeed. Just got her up to
like a true
overnight
pro.
100%, JD. Just got up to overnight VWAP in ES to 6503s, right back down to 6,500. Let's take a look at the NASDAQ. Same story over there. Just kissed overnight VWAP at 23,818. Pull back about 7 points, trading 23,811. Crude, pop there, 62.31. Gold just chilling at 36.74. Nothing on the tilt. Things are starting to wake up a little bit here on Power Players with Dom in the house, joining us from Vegas. Pop there in Crude. What happened there? Nice no trade there,
Crude,
Dom.
let's take a look.
We're looking at those 20, 62.20, popped up to 62.33.
You said if you're taking a short around 62.20, you put your stop all the way up at 75. Is that still kind of what you're looking at?
Yeah, if I took a short around that 62.20 area, I'd probably place a stop around that 62.73 area. But you know, I think like how we were talking about before, just you know, with the end of the day and you know, volume drying up, you know, I don't know if that's extremely realistic, but you know, my bias is not absolutely short. You know, if this breaks to the upside or breaks a trend line to the upside, I would be thinking the same thing, you know, taking some place some shorts under that 62.20 area. And right now, you know, it's not looking too bad. It's looking like it's getting some buyers stepping up. But like I said, I don't know, even just at the end of the day and me trading on an hourly time frame, I don't know if it's realistic for me, like I said, to even be able to get a 1-to-1 risk reward on this thing. So, you know, I'm gonna kind of hang in there. I'm not gonna, you know, take any early positions, and I'm just gonna, you know, wait to see something that I truly like. And if I don't like it, I'm not gonna take any positions.
Yep. We shared an article this morning during the opening call, talking crude oil. S&P Global Commodity Advisors came out and targeted, put a target of $55 a barrel on crude oil in the coming months. All because OPEC Plus is boosting production. Still tons of oil coming out of Russia right now. We're trying to sanction anybody that's buying Russian oil, but they're still getting rid of it, just flooding the market. So the call right now is for $55 oil.
55. Wow. Oh, got $7 to the downside to get there. We have dipped beneath $60 a couple times this year. Buyers do step back in, of course. $2, $2.5 away from that right now. We got the Dow pumping higher here just a little bit. 45,462. 62 last trade there. JD, a little housekeeping to do. You didn't get it in fast markets, but I want to know who's hot, who's in the zone with the hot streaks. If you got them handy, JD, always like looking in and checking in on who's hot.
Just so happens I do have them handy. When we're done with this, I'd want to talk a little bit about that the news clip that we just shared too, about the tariff appeals. But let's take a look at these hot streaks real quick first. Here are your XFA hot streaks dating back to Friday, September 5th. All right, Jay's up at the top there. 41 days on this heater with $48,484. We've got some very impressive P&Ls on this list today. Jay up there in first place took home $1,485 trading the micro NASDAQ on Friday. Trading through NFP and coming away big winners. Jonathan R, 40 days worth $11,922. Made $260 trading the MNQ on Friday. Love Niche, my favorite new name on the board. 36 days on this heater worth $16,187. Made about $200 trading the micro NASDAQ. Adam P, 33 days worth $44,552. Made $4,394 on Friday trading the micro NASDAQ. And then Samit down there at the bottom, our lone gold trader, $994 on this 32-day hot streak for Samit, worth $35,910 in total. XFA hot streaks.
Damn, look at
Taking a
those
few
numbers.
minutes with the live hot streaks too.
Look at that,
Stuff,
micros.
impressive numbers.
The big numbers with the micros. Love to see it. Thank you, JD. All right, yeah, still hovering at that 6,500 level. We got 50-50 across the board on the tilt. We got Dom in the house, number 135 on the big board. Gold and Crude trader. Extraordinary. Here, look at this little turnaround there in Crude. 62.27 last trade. Take that. Yeah, no shorts, no setups just yet. Not going to chase. I like where your head's at, Dom.
I love when the chat brings up Delesh.
Looking choppy.
Yeah, Delesh.
It is
miss
choppy.
you.
We got about 90 seconds until crude oil settles for the day. Bottom of the hour, 1:30 p.m. Central Time. Regular trading hours close. Of course, it will continue to trade through until 4 o'clock. We'll get official settlement price here in just a few minutes.
Yeah, yes, JD. Dom, how do you balance? You work overnight, correct? And how do you balance that with trading in terms of balance? Priorities, time. How do you do that? How are you successful trading with your work schedule as well?
Definitely sometimes it can be difficult. I think, every day after market close, I redraw my trend lines. I redraw my support and resistance for the day, the highs and the lows. And then I set my alerts. And to be honest with you, I'm not staring at the charts all day. Like I said, I trade in a 1 hour time frame. And I think maybe the reason I do that is because I work overnight, and I don't want to try to be sneaking trades all the time or taking too many. So, I set those alerts. If the alerts go off, I'll hop on my phone. I'll take a look. If I like a position, like I said, I'll take a position, long or short, and set the stop at the opposite side of whatever trend line I have, or whatever area of support and resistance there is. And then, like I said, usually I'll shoot for a 1-to-1 risk to reward ratio. But, if I see some room to the upside or I see some room to the downside, I might take a couple of contracts around that 1-to-1, and I might leave just a couple to try to reach a different target area. Or I might even just leave a couple, go break even, and just see what the day has in store. So that's pretty much how I navigate that. But, I will trade those later night sessions, the Sydney, the Tokyo, the London sessions. And, sometimes they can be choppy, but sometimes they can be volatile. Sometimes I'm in and out within an hour, maybe 2 hours. And sometimes I'm in a trade, all day or all night. But like I said, it's on an hourly. So my emotional space doesn't tend to be too overwhelming, just because, there's not too much noise within that. And, it's over a long period of time.
Love it. All right, on the hour.
So, Dom, you sound.
Go ahead, JD. Sorry.
You sound very, very methodical, very precise. Let's play a game of 20 questions to try and figure out what your day job is. All right. So you work nights in Las Vegas. Does your job have anything to do with the gaming industry?
I like this.
Oh, of course it does. We all work in the gaming industry out here.
Hey,
all right. Andre, let's flip flop. What's your question? We're gonna guess.
Does it involve? Is it cards or dice? Either of those.
Good question.
No cards, no dice.
Dice, no
cards,
dice.
no dice.
Okay.
Do you wear a name tag on a casino floor?
You know what? I wear a name tag, but I'm not necessarily on the casino floor.
Okay.
Does it involve tourists?
It does involve tourists.
Okay.
We get plenty of those out here.
Trying to think here. Involve JD.
Ooh, good question in the chat.
Yeah.
You saw it. Go ahead.
Does it involve sports? Is that the one?
No sports. No sports.
Gaming. Okay.
All right. I'm either going security guard or valet. How are we looking there?
Nope,
You
no
know this.
security guard, no
Nope.
valet.
Nope.
You're a pit boss. You are a pit boss. Tell me you're a pit boss.
I'm not a pit boss either.
Damn. Okay.
I'll tell you what, guys. I work with food and I work with alcohol.
Ah, a bartender.
The
Or-
bartender.
No bartender, but I'm gonna throw it out there. I'm a server.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
That was a good game. Good game.
I love it. I
Some
love
of the
it.
guesses. Some of the guesses in the chat were pretty impressive.
Yeah, they might be. Yes, all over the place. I love that. I know why you're working. Well, when do you start? When's your night shift start, if you will?
Guys, I start work at 9 p.m. and I get up at 5 a.m. So right now, I'm running off of about 5 hours of sleep. But I can't
It's
miss
gotta be
hopping on
tough.
Topstep. It can be tough sometimes, but like I said, it's honestly not too bad. Sometimes I like watching the late night sessions and not being so caught up on the New York sessions, because for me, trading the 1 hour time frame, sometimes those breaks of resistance or support or my trend lines are actually right when the market opens. So sometimes I'm taking positions at like 4 p.m., 5 p.m., which I think I would do even if I wasn't working. So honestly, working at night, it honestly almost aligns a little bit with my strategy. I think I would probably be still even trading at night if I wasn't working at night. Maybe I wouldn't, be watching the charts the whole time, but I think most likely I would still be trading the same way that I trade now.
More questions coming in. We'll hold off. Gabe, come on in here. We got big show coming tomorrow as well, because we're always bringing the heat here on Topstep TV. Gabe, come on in here.
Oh yeah, tomorrow we got Dr. V back in the house for Mindset Matters at 1 p.m. Central Standard Time. So make sure you come on and hang out with us tomorrow at 1. I'm going to go ahead and drop a form in the chat. I'm going to pin that at the top of the chat just so that you guys can submit your questions for Dr. V. Now, Dr. V is a clinical psychologist, a trading psychologist, mentor, hypnotherapist, and mindfulness instructor with over a decade of experience. Since 2012, she's worked as a neuropsychologist and clinical psychologist in both hospitals and private clinics, providing evidence-based care to individuals facing a wide range of challenges. But she also specializes in trading psychology, helping traders and high-performance professionals develop emotional discipline, mental resilience, and optimal decision-making strategies. So she'll be back. She's obviously a fan favorite here at Topstep TV. We love having her on. So make sure you drop your questions in that form that's pinned in the top of the chat, and be back tomorrow at 1 p.m. Central. I'm going to pass it back to you guys.
Thank you, Gabe. All right, JD. JD, take a quick peek at ES or NASDAQ if you would. 6501 last trade ES. We got power coming up in about 25 minutes. And what's your read over there, ES and NASDAQ as well? Last trade, NASDAQ 23,811, JD.
We're still in this pretty decisive down channel right now. We did break out of this upper trend line just a few minutes ago. Maybe we can straighten this out a little. So we did break out of that upper channel line just a few minutes ago. That doesn't necessarily signal bullish consensus to me. But we've got that 9 EMA pointing north. Our VWAP is flattened out. This could be sideways going into the close for just a little bit. We're still trading inside range, inside initial balance range, I should say, from this morning. We talked about the ES quite a bit during group coaching today. So what happened today, couldn't technically call a failed upside auction because time is a factor. We did trade back inside initial balance, take out the low of the initial balance, and now we're just settling right back mid-range for the day. We could even move this channel line over, and we'll just see some nice sideways price action. I should say our initial balance high, initial balance low. We're trading back inside our initial balance right now. We just took out both sides of it, and we're settling right back into balance. So I don't anticipate too many wild swings going into the close today. But might be able to play both sides of this range going into the close. Money to be made on both sides of the market today.
There's still opportunity. Just got to find the upper and the lower end. We got the Dow keeps grinding higher here. 45,495. Session high, 45,577. A little bit of a sell there in the NQ. Back to 23,800. I get a little more push here. Can we get beneath these 800s in the NASDAQ? Gold not doing too much. So right there at 36.75. And crude trading 62.36. Dom, what are you seeing? Any price targets you like to the downside? Say you did take the shorts at 62.20. What would your downside be? Your target for a trade like that?
Let me take a look.
Thank you.
Most likely, so if I did take some shorts around that 62.20 area, I wouldn't mind taking some profits around 61.43, but realistically, I would probably be looking to take some profits, most likely around this 61.74 area. So not a big move, and that's just because it's towards the end of the day. You know, if I was going to take any trade right now, I'd probably even tighten that stop from 62.73, maybe up to 62.45. But that's all hypothetical. You know, if we were taking shorts below that 62.20 area, I would be shooting for the 61.43 area. You know, if I had some time, but you know, since I don't have some time, I'd probably tighten up that stop and try to take some a little bit earlier.
Push this thing lower. Yeah, NQ's 23,797. ES, couple ticks beneath 6,500, 64.99. Gold has not woken up just yet. 36.74, $11 off all-time highs. And crude trading $62.36. More downside pressure here in the NASDAQ. 23,790 now. Prince, 5-minute candle, down about 30 points. ES, some follow through to the downside as well. 64.97. Anything on the tilt? No, just 50-50 for now in both those equity indices. We got Dow trading 45,469. JD, what levels would you be looking at? Perhaps take a long or a short in ES or the NQ, based on what we're seeing
in
here.
the ES.
Yeah,
I think you'd still find success playing the initial balance range right now. We got our initial balance low. Down at 64.95 quarter, you're basically risking settlement price on a trade. If we dip below, maybe see another liquidity grab. We bounce right off settlement price earlier, right here. 64.8975 is your settlement price, and we bounce right off that at about just before we started this segment, just before 1 o'clock Central Time. So maybe another dip down there, maybe grab some liquidity and pull back into range would be a decent play. But again, play the range. Don't stop playing the range. That's what they say. Markets only trend about 20 to 25% of the time, which means 75 to 80% of the time, markets are going sideways. You need a strategy for both breakouts and range trades.
did not know that. 25% of the time trends. No kidding. Huh. Okay.
That is what they say. Yep.
Very good. More push here to the downside in the ES 64.97. 64.97. Can we got session low 64.90. NASDAQ trying to go for those session lows of 23,743. Let's trade 23,791. Nothing on the tilt. The number at the top of the hour. Consumer credit, top of the hour. Forecast expected 10.2 billion. Let's see what that is at the top of the hour. Coming up after this as well, we got Power Hour with Mohammed and Jack and myself. See if the markets want to go test these lows or push higher here. We'll take a look at the Delta. Don't forget about MOC. We've got a lot of inflation numbers coming out Wednesday and Thursday.
Did I misspeak a minute ago, Dre? Did I say markets trend 80% of the time, or did I say markets
25
sideways 80% of the time?
80% of the time.
Markets trend. Yeah. Markets trend 20-25% of the time. They're moving sideways 75 to 80%. I thought I got mixed up. I'm looking at the chat. It looked like someone tried to correct me, but I think I said it right. I said it right.
Yes, you did. 80% of the time. Trends 20. I'm sorry, 80% of the time it ranges, 25% of the time it's trending. Right now we're seeing a range bound market in ES, NASDAQ, Dow as well. Gold's just gonna move sideways here for the next few minutes in power players. Let's see. Keep selling this thing down here. Oh, buyer step back in. Got long down there. No trades.
You guys, we see some of your comments in the chat about Topstep X charts, and we are asking some questions about it right now. So we'll give you an update when we get one.
Thank you. And buyer's going to step back in. Who took the long down there and said, yep, we are range bound. And right back to 6,500 in the ES. And let's see if the NASDAQ wants to go back to 23,800. Yes, it does. Yep, we are notified. We are working on it. And we will update you as we get them here in real time on Topstep TV. Look at it, right back to 6,500. NASDAQ right back to 23,800. Gold not moving. Crude top around $62.37. And power hour coming up after this. All right, Dom, so talk to me about this gig. I want to know more. You get home at 5 a.m., go to sleep. When do you typically wake up with this night job?
Yeah, it's definitely tough. So as soon I get off, I come home, I shower, brush my teeth, and I go right to bed. Can be a little difficult sometimes, sun's rising, but thankfully I got some blackout curtains, so those work pretty good. And then I try to get 8 hours of sleep, so I'll wake up around 2:00, which is kind of perfect for me. Just enough time to hop on the charts. Like I said, reassess the markets, redraw my trend lines, my support and resistance lines, and from there, I'm just getting up. I'm doing a small workout, eating some breakfast. I guess you could, call it lunch. And then, yeah, right. It's like, who eats breakfast at 3 p.m., But yeah, that's pretty much it. I'll spend some time with my lady. She gets off usually around like 5 o'clock. We'll cook up some dinner, and then I'm just kind of chilling until then, and off to work, like I said, at 9 p.m. So I try to find a little bit of time in between. I don't try to stay up too much in the morning or sleep in too long in the afternoon. Just to give myself some time throughout the day to have some normal day.
Normal in Vegas is different than normal other places in the country. All right, you gotta tell me.
So true.
Bartender, what is it?
No, it's just serving. So like in-room dining serving. So just serving up to people's rooms. Gotcha. Sometimes we'll have people around. I work at the Durango, so every once in a while, you'll have some names in there, some basketball players. Dana White's always coming there. The Fertitta brothers are there sometimes. So, that's always pretty cool to see people like that coming around Vegas. I met some cool people. I met Steve Carell and, like I said, a couple of basketball players and stuff. So it's cool. It can be a fun time.
Does Steve Carell tip well?
He does tip well. Good man. Good
to know.
Can we ask who's the worst tipper you ever met? You don't have to answer that. We're not here to throw anybody.
You know what? Yeah, you know what? Of the famous, anyone famous that I've met, they do tend to tip pretty well. And I actually don't deal with too many famous people, so anyone I've met is always a good tipper. But yeah, I know other people in the industry would probably have a couple things to say about some people, but I'm not going to throw anyone under the bus on that. My personal experience has been okay.
Good. Glad to hear that.
Yeah.
ES still pushing a little higher here, right up to overnight VWAP 65.03. We did see it pull back down to 64.96, about 7-point pop there. Gold trade sideways. Crude trading cents higher, 62.37. Last trade there. Dow grind this thing back up to session highs. About 60 points to go. Last trade the Dow is 45,511. 511 last trade. Nothing really on the tilt for now. Yes, we are aware of the issues. We're trying to get you updated as soon as we get them here as well.
I'm going to do a quick refresh of my charts.
Let me know. There we go. ES still grind this thing higher. Nothing on the tilt. $65.04. They're trying to print $65.04 in the ES. Again, session highs $65.13 or $65.16. Session highs there. Keep bumping up against overnight VWAP. Dow popping a little bit more here. 45,512. Drifting higher in the crude and gold. So $10 off those all-time highs. Did refresh help out, JD?
I don't know what everybody else is experiencing. I'm looking at an NQ chart right now, and it appears to be moving. I've got 23,807 last trade.
Yep, roger that.
All right.
Anything on the ladder upside? We got a 500 lot up at 23,829 in the NQ. About 23 points higher here. 500 lot on the ask. Anything on the ES? ES?
Yes.
200 lots.
200 lots
upside, but
stacked above. Yeah. Some way up there at new highs. Nothing much on the downside.
Well done.
Offers up top, not much below. Not much to hold it up.
I'll still moving here.
Yeah, guys, everybody in the chat, I'd recommend just refreshing your platform.
Seem to be okay. Dom, good discipline. Not trading, not taking any trades. Didn't get the setup. How many trades do you typically take in a session?
Just one to two max. Yeah, 1 to 2 max.
There we go.
Like I said, I tend to sit in the trades for a decent amount of time. And, I have enough experience, I think, in the market to understand once you start taking like 3, 4, 5 trades, most likely you're starting to take setups that aren't even your true setups. And I also know emotionally how it can be, if you're taking 1 or 2 losses, that can turn into, blowing an account, like, as much as I hate to say it. So I utilize the lockout a lot. If I take, one bad trade on the day, sometimes I'll just lock out and not even look at the charts anymore. But usually just 1 to 2 every once in a while, maybe 3. And that's probably bad on me for even doing that, especially on an hourly time frame. But yeah, that's typically what I'm looking like on a day. And then for the week, I'm usually only taking anywhere between like at least 2 trades and at max 5. But I mean, that's pretty much it. Like I said, I trade on the larger time frame. So, just kind of hanging in there, sitting for a while in these trades and not getting too emotional about them. And yeah, that works pretty well for me. Probably would work pretty well for some other traders, but hey, you know how it goes.
I like your discipline. I really do. Not chasing
for sure.
all. Again, we are aware it has been escalated, and we will give you updates as we get them here in real time. We got gold trying to grind this thing higher. 36.76. Crude not going to do it for now. And Dow might be closing on those session highs. We keep coming up against overnight VWAP in the ES. 65.03 sellers do come in and right back to 65.01. See if we get that. There's that 500 lot up at, was it 22,829 in the NASDAQ? JD got last trade in the NASDAQ, 23,800.
I'm looking at it now, 23,800. Yeah, I see what everybody's issue is though. This 5-minute candle from from 135 hasn't closed. It's been trading in a single candle. But yeah, again, like Andre said, this has been escalated and people are looking at it right now. So. I also saw a question in the chat about rollover. September contract is still the front month. September contract will go off the board officially on September 19th. That is next Friday. So rollover is sort of in effect. Bulk of volume and open interest is still in the September contract. Let me tell you exactly what that is from yesterday.
Septadis.
Yeah. Open interest, September contract, 1.9 million. Open interest in these contracts, 75,000. So we are still trading September. September is front month. Next week, by mid next week, we'll roll to December. Again, Topstep X will follow the volume or rollover. And it will roll automatically for you.
Last price in NASDAQ, 23,797. Those that are asking, 6,500 even. Last trade in the ES. Again, we got Mohammed joining myself and Jack for the Power Hour. What will we have there? We have fireworks. Are we going to stay in this range? So we'll see what MOC brings as well. With that being said, Dom, thanks for jumping on. Good luck at the night gig. Wow, learn more about that. Keep us posted on these gold trades as well. We're pushing a little higher here. Also, JD, great to have you back, my man. Things just weren't the same. All right, we got Power Hour coming up next. Again, we are aware of the issues. We will keep you updated as we get them. Gold, look at that. Gold has just woken up, of course, as we go to transition. That being said, this is Topstep TV. Let's go.
One of my next favorite features of the new Topstep dashboard is the Reset Rebill extension. When a trader purchases a reset of a trading combine during their active billing cycle, they're no longer stuck with the original purchasing date. They now get 30 fresh days to trade and to work towards getting to that express funded account, removing some of that pressure of time.
Data feeds are everything. Can't be connected 3 different ways from Sunday, or now one of those 3 different ways could fail. You want to have a direct connection to the CME, and Topstep X has the ability for you to do that. And that's the coolest part.
Fast, reliable, and stable.
There you go.
It's Monday. It's Power Hour, so you know what that means. The man in the middle, my man, just from Riyadh. We got Mohammed in the house, Jack as well. Mohammed, how's it going? Welcome to Power Hour. Markets are moving a little bit. What's up, Mohammed?
Yeah, welcome everyone. Today was somehow barcoding day for a day trader. Day trade doesn't like this unless he's a range trader. Was difficult. I lost about 3,500 today. Forgot to put the action on my setting here because it was set up to 1,000 and the action should be liquidate, but it was do nothing. So I was driving. I left it. I was driving during the trade. Before the trade, I took a long somewhere here, somewhere around 6,514. And remember, my stop was there, but for a reason I didn't put it. So the market, once I reach out the home, I already minus around 2,900 something. Tried to do something, didn't work. I just looked it out. But market is difficult, even if I try anything else, because as you can see here, the opening range in the ES was between 6,509. The low was 6,498. Was it gave a nice entry around 6,506 with a stop below the 98. Market went there almost 1-to-1 and didn't take profit because 1-to-1 is not enough, should be at least 1.5. And the market goes below that and gave a new in here, I believe, a new short, because that's a failed upside now. The short was 6,504. It either didn't go to the 1-to-2 target yet, but it's trying. It's not failed yet. It's not valid. I mean, it's still valid. The entry is 6,503.75 and the stop 6,513 almost, with the target 6,487. So I'm looking down to this if I'm will trade. So this is a short until 6,487.
All right, very good. Before we get this party started, Mohammed, last trade in the ES, 64.99. We like to play a game above, below. I'm going to ask Mohammed, what will the price be on the close in the ES that we're going to put up in the chat? Chat, you're going to vote.
Yeah, I think 6,500.
Even
6,500, considering the news that you are ahead of this week. So the market today is just will rolling around this 6,500.
Okay, very good. Again,
Alrighty.
we are aware, Jack, we are aware of the issues with the candle in the NQ. We'll keep you updated as we get them here in real time. Jack, let's take a look at the ES.
Let's do it.
500s. What are you seeing for downside and upside levels and targets?
Voted above. I like what Mohammed said about his short target because that's where I'd be looking to buy. I'm still thinking that there's a not strong, we'll say a decent probability that we end up back at that 6,500 SPX level around 6,508 or so. So I think I'm more inclined to buy the dip. And where I was looking to buy is kind of where Mohammed was talking about, maybe covering a short. So there's some confluence there.
87s. 87s. Nothing on the tilt. And you got the countdown clock, lower right-hand corner. 55 minutes till the closing bell. 45 minutes till MOC. Last trade in NQ, 23,790. You have that 500 lot to the upside, up around 829. And gold is starting to grind higher here. 36.77 last trade. Really on the tilt. Mohammed, what price were you looking perhaps to take a short at in the ES?
The entry is 6,504.
Okay.
Anywhere between 6,504 and 6,512.
Before the 12s. Okay. Why do you like that? What are you seeing up there?
Yeah, as I said, this is the fair value gap in the 5 minute, and that is the stop at it. Also, we have the high of the first 30 minutes, 6,509, should work as a resistance to protect our stop. It is enough to have the stop 3 points higher than this. So I like any short between 6,504 and 6,509.
04 is the 09s.
right.
Okay. 09s, Jack. That was the price. What was it? 10s in fast markets.
Well, 09s is close enough. Upper end of that range that Muhammad quoted. I am kind of on board with that as well. I see us having trouble pushing through the 65, 08s, 09s up into that area.
There's that 500 lot. 500 offered at 23,809. 809. 500 lot on the ask. Last trade 23,792. 20 points away from that.
You got this horrible megaphone that we are in right now. Also in the 20,000 tick chart was some sort of a spike, and the market just consolidated within this megaphone, which makes the 6,500 figure is the middle of that megaphone.
Good. I'm going to grind this thing lower. Let's take a look at the poll here. Got about 150 votes. Sitting above right now. They're leaning above 6,500. The ES closed last trade 64.98. ES seeing a little bit of downside pressure here. Last trade 23,788. 788. Session lows 23,743. They want to take this thing. Dow rolling over just a bit. Gold $8 off the highs there.
Yeah.
Crude trading sideways.
Also, what I can see, I see the buyers are taking control, but they are struggling to hold it. They are not strong enough. They are still looks like they are wooden buyers somehow.
Get those
wooden buyers indeed.
Yeah, well, the NASDAQ lead us lower here. Will NASDAQ take the ES with it? ES much more hesitant to push lower for now. As are all the markets for time being. No trades, right? No trades in fast markets for the house in terms of ES, correct, Jack?
That is correct. Yeah. I mean, it's really been in that sort of tight range there. We've traded just a ton of volume today in this whole area here from 98 all through 65, 07 or something like that. So this is sort of the no-go range right now for me. As Muhammad pointed out, the center of that megaphone.
Oh, here we
500, 502, yeah.
Yep.
Checking around. Nvidia's back to just up 1.3% on the day. Tesla down 1.2%. Apple down 1%. Amazon up 1.67%.
Lucas says, stop yapping. NQ is moving, baby. Let's go. Moving. Yep. He's moving right with it. There you go. There is the poll. 51% saying above 6,500. So well done there, Mohammed. Pretty much 50-50 on the above below. Got the 500 lot up there still. Has not moved. ES might want to push this thing again. Delta update minus 10,000, minus 10,000 in the ES delta. NQ minus 1,800. We'll see if that does continue to grow to the downside. Again, those market orders coming in, hitting the bid. Aggressive selling. Here we go. Another round of selling coming in here in the NQ, 23,786. Yeah. They can continue to hit the bid in the ES.
Let's see what our volume's at today.
Where is it?
In the Z contract for the ES, I only got like 20K volume. Is that right? So not a ton of rolling yet.
Any targets to the downside to perhaps take a long, Mohammed, in the ES? Are you just looking to short?
No, this is very heavy, actually.
Mm-hmm.
It's very heavy.
Yeah.
However, it's heavy, but there is no follow through from sellers. Whenever there is a big dump, you see the buyers are coming V-shaped quickly up, which makes this day is easy to read, hard to trade.
Easy to read, hard to trade. What do you mean by that, Mohammed?
Yeah, you can see it's a range, and you can see the high, and you are selling to target the low. If you failed to take your profit at some point,
yeah,
you don't have any other chance, any other, they don't give you a second chance, to take profit. Immediately, it's at your point of entry. You have to be very quick, very focused in the market, and you are not sure whether this is a pullback or back to the high of the range. So it's very tough to trade, especially with a tight range.
A little bit more selling coming in here in the ES 64.95. NASDAQ 23,780 last trade. If we get beneath these 80s into the mid 70s, we go target those session lows of 23,743. Dow rolling over as well. Gold.
Yeah, we're selling now.
Yeah, we are. 3 points off lows. 3 points off session lows there. NASDAQ following along as well. 2,774. Moving a little bit here on Power Hour.
Push down. See? It's
Delta
now,
low.
do you buy the low of this range? I mean, you could. However, you can see this range, how many times they tag the low of it and come back. They might do it again, but it's not worth it. It's not worth it.
Here we
I
go.
think they are going to the 87.
So the ES closing in on the low session. 64.91 last trade, about a point and a half to go. Lows to print. NASDAQ has woken up as well. 23,770. Again, we are aware of those charting issues with the NASDAQ. Continue to keep you updated as we get them here. We are selling off in NASDAQ, ES, Dow as well. Gold, about $8 off the highs. Those will be all-time highs. I'm just going to step in here.
We are at
Well,
the low
settlement
of
has saved him a
extension.
few times.
It has. Buyers do step in. Trying to hold it. Might be some more push to the downside. We got bottom of the hour in about 16 minutes. Take a look at anything on the schedule. Not seeing much. We are in the clear for now. 1,000 loss to the downside. I'm not seeing those. My level 2 data.
I'm seeing the opening range.
Mm-hmm.
I'm seeing where we are in the opening. So the opening range between 6,507 and 6,501 market range there. They take some extension up one, and now they are at the second extension down. Let me make this much more accurate, precise. I think, here we go. So, we are looking to the 89. 89 is the next target.
Okay. Jake, you got your eye on the 80s, correct?
Yeah, that was
And
more from the
60s
beginning of the
pretty good.
day. I want to see how it reacts. Like, if we can take out the lows of the day so far, we'll see how far it goes through that. Kind of like buying on the way back up, but yeah, 80s would be the next like sort of level I'm looking at.
Well, last time we tapped the 64.90s was about hour and 10 minutes ago. There's did step in, took it back up to 65.03. How much overnight VWAP is, and we've rolled over since. We're in Power Hour. See if there's more push to the downside here in the ES. So we close on the lows or make new lows. Either way, 64.90 quarter. I was gonna try to hold this thing.
Yeah. Yeah, I think 89 to 84 is a nice buying area in this day range. Yeah.
All right, let's take out those lows.
89, 82. It's a nice demand area, actually.
Seen a few times. NQ price 23,765, about 20 points off session lows. You be posted on those prices. I got you.
Now,
ES,
look at the buyers coming
on the
quickly
bid.
higher, a V shape comeback. See?
Buyers, look at that.
So if you missed to take some profit there, you missed.
There it is. Damn, ES buyers just step back in there for a couple points, pushing higher. 64.96. Will they take it up to 65.03? Dow caught a bid as well. Nasdaq back up to 23,770. Gold rolled over. Now trading 36.74. On the hour at 13 minutes. 13 minutes. That being said, we had to bring this to you. I don't know if we had not played it yet. This was from yesterday on Meet the Press here. Jack's good buddy Vicent on the jobs numbers. Get a load of this. This was a pretty good one. He was fired up, to say the least.
Let's look at the efficacy of this number. August is the noisiest month of the year. Typically, the highest revisions come in August. That's why it's important that we have good data. Austin Goolsbee, who's head of the Chicago Fed and probably the most partisan person at the Federal Reserve in leadership, came out and said, I don't know if these numbers were that weak. I don't know if I'm going to vote for a cut in September because it may have something to do with the immigration deportations.
Jack, there you go.
Oh, yeah. Well,
Colton Goolsbee
man,
did
we haven't
not
even
have
had a
that.
chance to talk about the rumor mill story this morning that Bezant apparently threatened to maybe perhaps punch a second person on the team. Yes. That was the rumor this morning that he had a little confrontation with Bill Pulte. As you recall, him and Elon Musk got into a little shoving match. Now, there was no physicality in this one. This was a mere threat, but Bezant apparently kind of a hard ass.
Sense. Question legitimacy of the numbers. I mean, they're good. Will they do the same? Wondering if that will be the case. But looks like they're going to get their rate cut. Maybe 50 basis points. A 12% probability of that. Definitely going to get their quarter point. We'll see. We'll see. Stay tuned. Obviously, TopstepTV will have coverage of that wall to wall September 17th. Next week. Let me get some more selling here in the NASDAQ, 23,768.
Not surprising today. I mean, Wednesday and Thursday are probably going to be lit. We have some, planned news, so to speak, with the PPI and then the CPI the day after.
Yeah, I think tomorrow will be the same.
Yeah. Interested, especially in the CPI, considering we had that horrid PPI print last month, I believe. And CPI tends to lag that. So, man, it'll be like chaos ball if that comes in super hot.
Lit. I like that. Lit
Lit.
Indeed. Might be another move to the downside here in the NASDAQ. And we're about 20 points from session lows. ES hanging out right above session lows, 5 points higher, 64.95. Liddy. Chat. Correction, Jack. It's Liddy. Liddy.
Is that what the Gen Alpha is saying now?
Yep.
That's what, like Gen Z folk, they're getting pretty old. You're feeling it.
I got that 5 hour lot did come down. It is now at 23,789. 789 offered 500 times in the NQ. So what? We're about 8 points away from that. Won't that go get filled? Here on Power Hour. Little ES 64.95 last trade there. Looked like we're going to make a run for the lows.
Now see, the sellers are taking control back from those wooden buyers. So let's see if this rib would create some selling opportunity. Waiting for a strong red candle. Just for display purposes. That's short 3. Not here. I'm waiting for strong red candle.
Okay. You were looking at 65.04. We might not get that if you are looking to take a short. So you're waiting
Yeah,
for a
I
strong.
would have a tight stop. I would have a tight stop for this one. If it hit, I will wait higher. But if it gave me some selling signal here or entry setup, I will try it.
The downside target
Especially
around
below the 95. I like it below the 95 because it's the low of the extension of that range, the first range, the initial low of the day. So if we stay below it, that means they are failing to get back inside the main range. And it's somehow obvious that we have hidden shoulders here somehow. So this is
show me.
This could be a nice.
Oh yes.
Yeah, you can see it. This is the hidden shoulder. This is the left shoulder. This is the head. And we already had the right shoulder before. So that will make this target up to almost 6,478. So this is the entry setup. I'm short now. My tight stop will be at 97, 98. Let's say 98.
Yeah.
Look at the 1 to 1 to 1 should be 1 to 1.5 risk to reward. That will give us target of 88.75.
88.75. What price you short from, Mo?
64.94.
94 is okay. Very good. Risk up at 98. Last trade 64.93 in the orders. NASDAQ trading 23,766. Do that negative delta in the ES minus 10,000 about 20 minutes ago
Nice
or
follow
so.
through.
Yep.
All righty.
See if we get this here, Mo. I get through those 64.90s. That would be, those are session lows. A little bit more selling coming in here. Mo got the setup he was looking for.
The problem is with the buyers when they just suddenly
I know.
come from nowhere, and but our stop is nice, so nothing to worry about. Because if they break the 98, I will wait for them at 04. Nice push.
Thank you, troops.
Oh, now the lows, these lows, the 90s are scary, actually. 90s. Looks strong.
Just to clarify, the charting bug seems to be in the NQ. We're looking at the ES right now, but like it's not like my NQ does the same thing.
Seeing, yeah, just NQ. Last trade, the NQ 23,766. ES, update on that delta. Shout out to troops. We got a negative 11,000, 11.5 thousand in the ES and minus 2840 in the NQ. So we'll continue to get short in the ES. See the follow through here. 64.94, right back.
Buyers are jumping now. Bargain hunters.
Yes. MQ still
Bargain
okay.
hunters are these close.
We're trying to, Mo. We got an MOC in 24 minutes. It's market on close. Let's see, injection of liquidity there. Right now, it looks like keep an eye on this delta. Here we go. Another 5-minute candle. Just got going here. 64.92. 2 points off the lows. NASDAQ, here we go. NASDAQ might want to be grinding this thing lower as well. 23,766. 20 points off session lows there. Gold not doing much. Neither is crude. Jack, if we get through the new lows, what do you look for any type of setup? If then what, Jack?
Okay, see how it reacts. If there's any stops that go off, kind of, it looks like the low of the day for this session is right around the settlement from yesterday. See if there's any stops get taken out, and then sort of evaluate. I like the that area that Muhammad was talking about for buying. We'll see. It's just been a very, I don't know what you'd call it. Muhammad, you say wooden buyers, wooden sellers, kind of just.
Yeah, it's wooden buyers, definitely. However, there is a bargain hunters that like to buy the lows, buying the dips. And we have unfinished business also for this opening range short, looking at 86.75, still not achieved. So I like buying at 88, 86 there if you see some reaction to the upside. Stop run.
You say, Mojave, you say unfinished business around 86, 87. What do you mean by that? What do you mean? How do you know that?
Yeah, I don't. But with the back testing of the opening range, whenever you have a setup for a short after taking out the high and showing strong fair value gap, the historical back testing is saying that whenever we do that, we need, the market tend to go 2 to 1 of the risk of that fair value gap, which hasn't been achieved yet because of, the tight range of the day. And that doesn't mean it has to do it, but probability is saying that it's doing it more than it's not.
What's that stat about closing on the lows or the high of the day, Jack?
Oh, don't. That's on the Monday.
On a Monday, yeah.
It was, that if the low of the week is on a Monday, then it always closes higher on the Friday. It was something just completely like an identity.
Could not, yeah.
I need to think about that. I need the exact wording, but it was pretty funny.
It was a doozy. Yes, it was. All right, those asking what the price of the NASDAQ, 23,767. So, update to Delta, negative 2,900 in the NASDAQ and almost negative 12,000 in the ES. ES last trade, 64.93. Mohammed, short from 64.94. Last trade, 64.92. I'm looking for a target around 88 in the orders. On the hour coming in about a minute here. Like that Uptown Dunk says, I know for a fact market will go up, down, or sideways. Couldn't have said it better myself. I like that.
I'd really like it to at least break these lows just for some action.
Yeah.
Yeah, we need to see something.
Bottom of the hour coming up in 30 seconds. Maybe we'll get a little bit of liquidity.
Yeah, get this thing going. Again, we are aware of the issue with the chart in the NQ. Keep you updated as we get those here at TopstepTV. Thank you for tuning in. 30 minutes till the bell here.
MNQ is working.
It is. The prices, the ladder's still working. We got shout out to James Curry. I'm new here, first day, open my account, and I guess I passed it. What happens next? What happens next? Your dashboard. You passed combine already? Well done, James.
In one day? That's fun.
Well done indeed. Just trade MNQ. There you go. Powerless hour, they're saying. Hours come and gone. Let's see. Mohammed's nervous. Come on, Goldman, do something. Yep.
Boiling. I gotta drop down to the 5-minute charts now for this.
What are you typically looking at?
I usually have the 15-minute open.
Yeah, you can't pass. Can't pass in a day. Got me there, James. I see what you did. Little pop there, 64.95. Is that 500 lot still up there? Yes, it is. Now it's up there. It's 23,799.
Trend line now.
Yep, Mohammed, 23,778 last trade. Let's go gold, they're saying.
It won't be exciting, but we could kill pretty much all the call options by closing just 3 points higher here.
Yeah.
Like there's a good amount of 0 day at 64.90 in the SPX, so right around 64.98.
It's okay. 50 on the tilt. Mo's still in this. What are we thinking here, Mo? Short 3.
Yeah, nothing changed. And those buyers are coming, slowly.
I think it's short.
Would be an idea to close this and wait for another try for the sellers.
Yep.
So this is
Out of
sometimes how we do
curiosity,
it. Whenever I, yep.
if Hoag is out there, is it possible to get the delta on the ESZ on the December contract? Not many have traded, but if it's way delta one way, that would be interesting.
Gotcha. Yep.
Especially if it's the other way.
The buyers, 23,788 last trade in the NQ, 64.97 last trade in the ES. I'm not doing much right now. Those shorts get stuck. Caught short of the hole there. I'm gonna unwind this thing. 17
I'm
minutes.
thinking to exit this one.
Okay.
I will. I think to exit this one, and I will wait for strong red candle. We'll take 300 loss here. If this close strong red candle, I will enter again. If not, we saved ourselves from bigger loss.
Hey, Jack, I got a Dece. I got a Dece Delta for you in the spoos. Plus 160.
Oh, wow. Shock. Okay, so there's not any rolling going on. I didn't think there were because only not many contracts have traded yet in that. But as we get closer and into the roll, if you still want to use delta, you got to be careful about accounting for that, right? Because people could just be rolling, so you'll get delta in the opposite direction.
Oh, so I just came right back in there. And Mohammed, did you cut or are you still in this thing?
Yeah.
You cut?
No. I jump again.
Okay.
Whenever I see the buyers are going higher without breaking previous candle low like this is the grind higher that you don't want to see when you are short. So you don't know whether this will continue until your stop get hit or not. So it's better to exit and wait for a strong red candle. If not, so you saved yourself some of the losses. If it happens, you jump again. And that's exactly what I did.
All the way up to 97, 64.97. We are right back down to 64.92. You want to tap on these lows. Here we go. We got 15 minutes till MOC. Nothing on the headline. Nothing coming from the headlines for now. And we got big inflation numbers coming Wednesday and Thursday this week. Nasdaq trading 23,772. 50-50 on the tilt right now. These buyers, Mohammed. These buyers keep trying to hold it here.
Yeah. They don't want to take the stops. I cannot believe you.
I may need to wait till MOC.
Might be. Let's trade Nasdaq 23,776. If you need the price, I got you. Got about 30 points off session lows. Take a look at the range. 140 point range today. In the NQ, look at the ES, 25 point range over there. Gold, the big one, about $30 range. Again, we made new all-time highs earlier today. 36.85. Trouble. Will we get to 3,700 by tomorrow? See why not. Oh, definitely.
Might
there's
as
more
well.
Room to the definitely thinks there's more room to the upside. In GC. Okay, Mohammed, what are you looking for here?
Nothing. I mean, just
Nothing.
stop at 97.25. And the market is just, shuffling up higher and lower, the same range, and then jump to another area, make another range there. So range, then range, then range. Not range inside of a range.
Mhm.
Range,
range.
move a little, range. Move a little range. And this stuff.
Pretty sure it was us three on when that glare got me that one time. What was saying that? I remember that vividly indeed. What is MOC? That is market on close. Market on close. 10 minutes before the closing bell, we'll see some imbalance or orders to be executed on the close, and we'll see some movement, perhaps. Guaranteed. Stay locked in. All right. Speaking of that, see how this trade plays out. But get the Series 3 in here. Let's go to class.
No, my favorite thing to do.
Absolutely. You too, Jack?
Yeah.
Right? Everyone's favorite segment. All right. This one should be easy, I think. Any individual or organization that intends to transact futures business with members of the investing public must become registered with the National Futures Association. True or false?
Well, I got my answer in.
Yeah.
No.
What are you thinking,
Poll
Dre?
is up. It said A, true. It said true.
I said true as well.
Poll is up. Go for a little bit more. Okay.
Oh my gosh, you passed.
How about that? So
It's true.
Thank goodness.
What did the chat
Literally.
say? 64% got it right.
2/3 of them got it.
Well done. All the above, like that. Okay. Yes, the 1 minute candle on the NQs for we are aware. Keep you updated as we get those updates from behind the scenes. I can tell you they are working on it as we speak. Okay. We got here 12 minutes till MOC.
Yeah. MNQ works. ES works.
There you go.
For now, it's everything else. I think it's just the NQ.
That's a good call. Right back up to 64.96. They're going to try to
Here we have
hold
the
it.
sellers tried twice.
Yes, they
Now we
have,
see
Mo.
the sellers tried twice to break that low. They failed the first one, and they are failing as we speak in the second one, which means they are hunting for the stops for the buyers. Where are they? Could be the 504. 504. Yeah, this looks more bullish now.
504s where the stops may be. Okay. See that.
Yeah, we're out. We're out. Minus 600, minus 840.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And the NQ price still working in the ladder there right now. It's trading 23,791. Well, every time I say it's going to move is the NQ, but right around there.
Cleared up. Yeah. See what happens if we get up to those 800s in the NQ. Crude done for now. Will ES get back up those 6,500s again? That was Mohammed's price on the close. Let's say 51% set above 6,500. I really like that price, 6,500. New 5 minute just opened. I want to push this thing back to the bottom end of the range.
Yeah, we are going to the 6,500. This is magnet price. Failed fail to continue lower. So whenever they're failing, that means they're looking for the stop, which I see 6,504 is a lucrative stop run for the buyers. There's a lot of liquidity up there. Those sellers will keep trying to sell and accumulate more stop losses there. So we might end up to 6,508.
Wait. All right, let's see if we get through these 6,500s first. 2 points to go. Here on the ladder. Where did that I keep moving that 500 lot on the ladder in the NQ. What we got in the ES? Hard on the bid, hard on the ask. J6498. What's that delta Hoag?
I mean, market makers would be very happy to have the ES close right where it is now.
Why do you say that? They're gonna clean up, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean, like all the 6490, 6500 call 0-day call option levels, like we're right at the 6490. You get those to expire worthless. Everything above it, be pretty sweet for them, not for me.
Feel that. And there goes the Dow. Pushing a little higher there. Okay, so minus 11,400 in ES. Delta, and was it minus 2,700 in the NQ? So we're still trying to hold this. It's 2,400 in the NQ.
I know we're making higher highs, higher low in the 2000 tick chart. Just buyers are not taking control yet.
Got to get above those, 6,504, Mo, for you to feel
Yeah.
confident about the buyers?
Yeah,
Gotcha.
this is what I see. Yeah, this is what I see. If they hold they're staying above. So if I'm long, actually, my stop will be 6,494.
Yeah.
As long as we are above that, that means those buyers will keep trying to get to those stops.
Well, point to go here to get those 6,500. And there we go. I mean, NASDAQ's closing on 23,800. There you go. Saw an NVIDIA headline there, Jack.
And the juice.
Yeah.
NVIDIA executive. We received H20 licenses for several key customers in China from the Goldman Sachs conference. Goldman Sachs and NVIDIA together.
Do something, Goldman.
That'll turn some heads.
Yep.
6,500.
Well, let's keep an eye on those 6,504s.
You know I'm up to that Kazakhstani beige book, man.
You got a beige book? Respect.
They may. Maybe everyone has it. Different colors.
Yep. We have on the calendar for tomorrow. Let me take a peek here. Oh, we got the Apple event, of course. Oracle earnings after the bell. That's about it. Big Apple event. That's noon Central Time. That's about it for now. Again, that can and will change as we get closer to the New York Open tomorrow. Perhaps the president wants to insert himself in the schedule, and we have seen that before.
I would welcome it.
For the volatility?
Oh, yeah.
Mohammed, you're locked in on something. This is like the reversal challenge, Mo. You're locked in.
I'm looking at this 6,500, whether it really will stop the market.
So, Andre, Luke was asking about the Bears-Vikings tonight.
Yes.
And I've been strongly considering, I think I still have like an hour or two to do it still, at 2 or 3%, betting the Bears to win the Super Bowl and then betting against them in this very first game. That's about like a toss. Do a little hedging in real time.
All along. Yeah, I mean, just gave away the
My goal for tonight is just not to read too much into whether it's a really bad game or a really good game.
We better win this. We better win
First
this. I
game.
know we better. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
We'll see what it looks like for the new coach, Ben Johnson, but Caleb, all eyes on Caleb. So much pressure. Better win this thing. Weather's nice, so no excuses there.
Somewhat encouraging that he left the Vikings and they scored 6 points in their opener. Or sorry, Ben Johnson left the Lions and then they scored 6 points. So
And we'll see 3.5 minutes. We'll turn on that power hour content right after MOC. OC is going to come out with the ES, then the NQ, then the YM. Please be big numbers. Please be some real big numbers.
Yeah. Give us some action.
Oh, yes, absolutely, Mohammed. Lows flat, house account flat. Right back to 65.01. There's a magnet there.
Hit those stops at 04.
Yep. We're about to see.
So we lost the trade, but look at where our stop was. So our stop, after the stop, we didn't see any pullback after it. So you can see that placing the stop loss at the correct place is worth than a good trade, regardless if it's stop or not.
Nasdaq above 800, 23,806. See if those stops do get popped right above 65.04. Closing in on that in the ES. About a point to go.
I'd sell 65.08.
See that. See what this number is. With that Delta Hoag when you get a chance.
Come on, they're shy now from taking the
we never got there, Mohammed.
Yeah, they're shy.
Not yet.
So polite, man.
Let's see. Overnight VWAP, it's flat. The slope is flat, but you can see this price level here. You can see some sellers, sees a little bit of resistance. 65.02. And see what happens if we get up to those 65.08s, Jack. How we get there. Delta's still negative, man. Oh, man.
Yeah, because like barring something crazy in MOC, I still think that we end, 64.98 on the nose or like 6,500, right? But let's see.
Yeah. Delta update minus 10,600 in the ES. Nasdaq minus 2,100. And so trying to fight the good fight, both ES and Nasdaq. They get squeezed, and by how much? Right in the middle of the range. Here we go. Dow trying to go for those highs. Session highs about 50 points to go. 45,528. Gold $9 off the highs. Okay, Mohammed.
All this move to go higher is to take those stops, man. All this strong move to the high is to take that stop. So are they gonna give up doing that? 3 points or maybe 2 points left? I doubt it.
$20 seconds. You doozy.
All right.
Here we go. After that, again, these numbers can and will change. In 5 minutes prior to the closing bell, we'll see another injection of liquidity. Here we go. 10 seconds till market on close. Look at these prices. 65.03. Got it. Sell side, 1.4 bill. Sell side, yes.
They didn't.
Yes. 700 mil sell side, Nasdaq. 400 mil sell side, Dow. Yeah, and 1.4 billion sell side ES. What the markets do? Sell off?
Sell off a little bit. Dan Emmons, I like your quote calling it the 0 date special. This is the 0 date special.
Right back to 6,500. I'm guessing ES. I'm sorry, Nasdaq right pretty much to 22,800. Sell side growing. closing in on 2 billion sell side. In the ES, Nasdaq closing in on 1 billion sell side right now. Let's trade 23,789. Negative delta. I bet they're going to keep hitting this thing, Hoag.
This
All right,
looks
cool.
nice long.
You like the
Nice
longs,
long,
Mohammed?
but I'm worried about those wooden buyers.
I know. All right, well, hang tight, Mohammed, because in fast markets, we asked everyone to hit us up Top Step TV with a little hashtag Power Hour content. We throw it over to Andrew. Andrew's going to grade it and rate it. Andrew, with that being said, how'd they do today?
Oh, just fine. Just
Give it a 2 last
fine.
week.
Great.
You know, I don't know, 3.5, 3.75, 3.82. Final answer. All right, we got Mile Trade saying road to 10K payout. Day 5 up 1366. We'll be requesting 3K today. Make sure to always pay yourself. It's good advice. Next, we got JH Trader saying not feeling the price action today, but pulled 209 out of the market into my Topstep funded account. This makes day 2 of 200 plus. I need 5 to finally get my payout. After all the amazing advice I received last week, I'm just getting back to basics and keeping my stop at 200.
Nice.
Excellent.
All right, we got RLTW Strategies saying morning session complete. I couldn't sleep and woke up at 3 a.m. By market open, I was up a good chunk. At open, I just watched movement and behavior and took a couple of scalps, playing both the long and short sides. Here we go. Green
Love
on the day.
chunk as a unit. Up a chunk, down a chunk.
Sell side grown.
All right, we got this one. Again, 4-week streak. XFA, 0 red days. Continue up 430. I was down 2.6K last night on a trash Asia sesh and made it all back. Casino New York open. I don't know if we endorse that part. But...
I thought you all made it all back at a casino in New York.
Oh,
some mushrooms in the woods.
Oh, yes. They got
Right?
lost. Incredible.
Mm-hmm. All right, and then finally, we got Jen's trade saying locking in top step profits. Parent request submitted. Love to see it. All right.
Excellent.
That's it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Andrea. All right, getting close to 2 billion sell side in the ES. We are over 1 billion sell side in the NASDAQ and minus 600 million sell side. And of course, yes, and NASDAQ both going higher. NASDAQ trading 23,800. 55 after. Let's see another injection of liquidity. See where they want to take this thing. Again, Mohammed said the closing price. Oh, no way. Oh, shout out to Doom. Is that true? Oh, Doom, well done. Doom finishing the day up 220 bucks. What was his low water mark? He was on like, what, 1,200 realized?
Yeah, and then some more unrealized.
Wow, well done, Doom. Comeback king. That's awesome. Great job, Doom. Good for you. All right, Delta update minus 10,000. Yes, minus 2,400 in the NQ. Sellers are trying to fight the good fight. In the close, take a look at that MOC. 30 seconds. See if they want to pop this thing. We're staying pretty steady. 1.6 bill sell side ES, 1 billion sell side in the NASDAQ. Well done. Mohammed, no trades or flat?
Flat, yeah, flat.
So we got
Amazing
those-
this 6,504.
I know.
Protecting it like.
Here's some wiggles.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They take the stops.
There's the 6504. There's got a bit of a divergence going on here. Will the NASDAQ follow the ES? ES trades 6505. NASDAQ still beneath 23,800. Now, NASDAQ's 23,792. And Dow, how about that? Dow tapping on new highs in the session, 45,581.
Might get the last second special here.
Buzzer beater. Speaking of buzzer, at the
Buzzer
buzzer
beater.
Make sure Tune into At the Buzzer after Power Hour. Coach Jay, Coach Paul. All the goods. But we got Dow. You can buy that Dow. Look at that thing go. 45,581. Now ES creeping higher. 65.05. Nasdaq beneath these 800s. Interesting.
Oop. Okay, we're short one for a very cheap trade.
Oh. What do we get?
Hmm?
We got right here, right now, 5/4. I'm only risking $200. The thought being that we close back down at 500 or just below it to kill all those
Right.
options. Otherwise, I don't like 5008 is the 6500 SPX. So give me some love in here, guys.
Let's go. All right. Nasdaq going to push this thing lower. We got about 3 minutes. 3 minutes till the closing bell. House count short one. ES 65.05 quarter. 65.04. We working a bid?
No. Well, no, I am, but it's like down. This would be like the most I would take it for.
Okay. We got MOC still. Yup, still sell side. 1.5 billion sell side in the ES. Mohammed. Flat, going to take this into the close. Always love having
Yeah,
you
I
on,
don't think
Mohammed.
so. Maybe I'm going to the 500 to the close.
Stuck in the 500s. Gold not moving. Dow grinding a little bit higher. Great job, Doom. Very, very happy. See that.
Or it'll squeeze in the delta. We got 2 minutes.
Okay. Dow grinding higher just a bit. 45,582. All right, 2 minutes into the close. House count is short. House count short from 65.05 quarter.
Now or never.
Watch the Nasdaq. All right,
Now the
Nasdaq.
stop should be 06. Jack.
Okay.
Oh, so,
Stop should be 06. There's no more time.
I'll move it down to.
Camera this thing. Buzzer beater.
Be now or never.
Now or never. Okay, I'm moving it
might get
into
here.
profit.
All right.
Nice. Nice.
Here we go. Here we go.
Or at least to be a scratch. Come on,
90
do what
seconds.
I want.
Do the right thing. A little more push to the downside here in the Nasdaq. 23,785.
I will take at 500 and close it.
Okay.
Just above and below level.
Yeah,
everybody
I won't be
happy.
greedy on it.
Hey, Mo.
Kill those options.
I like this play. I like this play. I know.
No, we'll get. Yeah, now we'll get squeezed.
No, really?
How much time
This
is
is
left?
5:03 last trade. Here we go. 40 seconds. Let's watch the Nasdaq. Nasdaq seeing a little push to the downside here. 23,792. Tight range. Tight range.
Okay.
Yep.
Worth a look at it. Nah, we're gonna get scratched.
Think so?
Yeah.
Yeah, fine.
Fine.
Out.
Yeah. Hey, we made $10.
There you go. There you go.
You
Look at that
tried.
thing. Might be pushing higher.
You
65.
tried.
Oh, he's cut. Look at that. 65.06 is now trade. Look at all that size on the ladder. Last 15 seconds of the trade. Nasdaq still stuck at 23,800, but we did see a push higher in the Dow. In the ES, we saw new all-time highs earlier on today in the. Ooh, oh, look at that. Push
You
go.
will
Wow,
be
wow,
stopped
wow.
out anyway.
Weird day. What a weird day. Interesting day indeed.
I
Absolutely.
would have still
Shout out
been
to
in it, I
Mohammed.
guess, but all good.
I like that buzz beer trade there, Jack. With that being said, I'll throw it to my main man, James. James, take us out of here and into At the Buzzer. Interesting day.
Absolutely. And as always, thank you to everybody out there for watching Topstep TV. Whether you've been here all day or you've just tuned in to see this outro, we couldn't do this show without you, so we can't wait to see you again tomorrow morning. But don't go anywhere yet. At the Buzzer is coming up right after this. At the Buzzer with Coach Jay and Coach Paul. They're going to recap everything you might have missed from today's trading session, and they're going to get you ready to go by the 5 p.m. reopen. Speaking of later tonight, Coach Dakota is on at 7:30 with slow markets. Tonight, Coach Jay joins Coach Dakota, so you can watch two of your favorite TopStep TV personalities trade live together during slow markets. That's tonight at 7:30 p.m. with Coach Dakota and Coach Jay. Then later on, tomorrow morning, 1:30 a.m. Central Time, Aaron Trades is back with London Open. And of course, at 3:30 a.m. tomorrow morning Central Time, Deanna is here with Euro Trade. Two amazing across the pond traders. You cannot miss their shows if you are going to be awake at that time. And then, speaking of being awake, right here tomorrow morning, 7:15, we're going to kick off TopStep TV and go live again for another bell-to-bell session. Don't miss it. We have a lot coming this week, so make sure you're only watching one stream and one stream only. And that stream is TopStep TV. I'm James Harden. You've been the chat. Have a wonderful day and stay tuned. At the Buzzer's up next. Let's go.
Why Topstep? Because traders shouldn't have to risk everything to participate in the markets. And since 2012, we've provided capital to over 10,000 futures traders just like you. From the pits in Chicago to screens in over 143 countries, we've been motivated by one simple idea. We don't care who you are or where you learn to trade. If you pass Topstep's trading evaluation, you'll be invited to trade with our capital in a fully funded account. As a Topstep funded trader, you keep 90% of profits and we take the losses. We also offer educational resources for all levels, live classes, and free group coaching from a team with over a century of professional trading experience. We're invested in your success. So what are you waiting for? Ditch the brokerage account, start learning by doing, and become a Topstep funded trader today.